Chapter 22 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Old Rotterdam by Edmondo de Amicis. As we neared Rotterdam, it rained and was foggy. We could see, as through a veil, only an immense confusion of ships, houses, windmills, towers, trees, and people in motion on the dikes and bridges. There were lights everywhere. A great city with such an aspect as I had never seen before, and which fog and darkness soon hid from me altogether. When I had taken leave of my traveling companions and had put my luggage in order, it was night. So much the better, I thought, as I entered a carriage. I shall see the first Dutch city by night, which must be a strange spectacle. And indeed, when Monsieur Bismarck was at Rotterdam, he wrote to his wife that at night he saw spectres on the roofs. It is difficult to make much of the city of Rotterdam, entering it at night. The carriage passed almost immediately over a bridge that resounded hollowly beneath it, and while I thought myself, and was in fact within the city, I saw with amazement on my right and left 2 rows of ships vanishing in the gloom. Leaving the bridge, we passed through a street, lighted and full of people, and found ourselves upon another bridge, and between 2 rows of vessels as before, and so on from bridge to street, from street to bridge, and, to increase the confusion, an illumination of lamps at the corners of houses, lanterns on masts of ships, lighthouses on the bridges, small lights under the houses, and all these lights reflected in the water. All at once the carriage stopped. People crowded about. I looked out and saw a bridge in the air. In answer to my question, someone said that a vessel was passing. We went on again, seeing a perspective of canals and bridges, crossing and recrossing each other until we came to a great square, sparkling with lights and bristling with masts of ships, and finally we reached our inn in an adjacent street. My first care on entering my room was to see whether Dutch cleanliness deserved its fame. It did indeed, and may be called the religion of cleanliness. The linen was snow white, the windows transparent as the air, the furniture shining like a crystal, the floors so clean that a microscope could not discover a black speck. There was a basket for waste paper, a tablet for scratching matches, a dish for cigar ashes, a box for cigar stumps, a spittoon, and a boot jack. In short, there was no possible pretext for soiling anything. My room examined, I spread a map of Rotterdam upon the table, and made some preparatory studies for the morrow. It is a singular thing that the great cities of Holland, although built upon a shifting soil and amid difficulties of every kind, have all great regularity of form. Amsterdam is a semicircle, The Hague square, Rotterdam an equilateral triangle. The base of the triangle is an immense dike, which defends the city from the Meuse, and is called the Bumpfes, signifying in Dutch small trees, from a row of little elms, now very tall, that were planted when it was first constructed. Another great dike forms a second bulwark against the river, which divides the city into 2 almost equal parts, and from the middle of the left side to the opposite angle. That part of Rotterdam which is comprised between the dikes is all canals, islands, and bridges, and is the new city. That which extends beyond the second dike is the old city. 2 great canals extend along the other 2 sides of the town to the apex, where they meet, and receive the waters of the river Rot, which, with the affix of dam, or dike, gives its name to the city. Having thus fulfilled my conscientious duty as a traveler, and with many precautions not to soil, even by a breath, the purity of that jewel of a chamber, I abandoned myself with humility to my first Dutch bed. Dutch beds, I speak of those in the hotels, are generally short and wide, and occupied in a great part by an immense feather pillow, in which a giant's head would be overwhelmed. I may add that the ordinary light is a copper candlestick, of the size of a dinner plate, which might sustain a torch, but holds instead a tiny candle about the size of a Spanish lady's finger. In the morning I made haste to rise and issue forth into the strange streets, unlike anything in Europe. The first I saw was the Hoogstraat, a long, straight thoroughfare running along the interior dike. The unplastered houses of every shade of brick, from the darkest red to light rose color, chiefly 2 windows wide and 2 stories high, have the front wall rising above and concealing the roof, and in the shape of a blunt triangle surmounted by a parapet. Some of these pointed facades rise into 2 curves, like a long neck without a head. Some are cut into steps like the houses that children build with blocks. Some present the aspect of a conical pavilion, some of a village church, some of theatrical cabins. The parapets are in general surrounded by white stripes, coarse arabesques in plaster, and other ornaments in very bad taste. The doors and windows are bordered by broad white stripes. Other white lines divide the different stories. The spaces between the doors in front are marked by white wooden panels, so that 2 colors, white and red, prevail everywhere, and as in the distance the darker red looks black, the prospect is half festive, half funereal, all the houses looking as if they were hung with white linen. At first I had an inclination to laugh, for it seemed impossible that it could have been done seriously, and that quite sober people lived in those houses. They looked as if they had been run up for a festival and would presently disappear, like the paper framework of a great display of fireworks. While I stood looking vaguely at the street, I noticed one house that puzzled me somewhat, and, thinking that my eyes had been deceived, I looked more carefully at it, and compared it with its neighbors. Turning into the next street, the same thing met my astonished gaze. There is no doubt about it, the whole city of Rotterdam presents the appearance of a town that has been shaken smartly by an earthquake, and is on the point of falling into ruin. All the houses, in any street, one may count the exceptions on his fingers, lean more or less, but the greater part of them so much that at the roof they lean forward at least a foot beyond their neighbors, which may be straight or not so visibly inclined. One leans forward as if it would fall into the street, another backward, another to the left, another to the right. At some point 6 or 7 contiguous houses all lean forward together, those in the middle most, those at the ends less, looking like a paling with the crowd pressing against it. At another point 2 houses lean together as if supporting one another. In certain streets the houses for a long distance lean all one way, like trees beaten by a prevailing wind, and then another long row will lean in the opposite direction, as if the wind had changed. Sometimes there is a certain regularity of inclination that is scarcely noticeable, and again at crossings and in the smallest streets there is an indescribable confusion of lines, a real architectural frolic, a dance of houses, a disorder that seems animated. There are houses that nod forward as if asleep, others that start backward as if frightened, some bending toward each other, their roofs almost touching, as if in secret conference, some falling upon one another as if they were drunk, some leaning backward between others that lean forward, like malefactors dragged onward by their guards. Rows of houses that courtesy to a steeple, groups of small houses all inclined toward one in the middle like conspirators in conclave. Observe them attentively one by one, from top to bottom, and they are interesting as pictures. In some, upon the summit of the facade, there projects from the middle of the parapet a beam with cord and pulley to pull up baskets and buckets. In others, jutting from a round window, is the carved head of a deer, a sheep, or a goat. Under the head, a line of whitewashed stone or wood cuts the whole facade in half. Under this line there are 2 broad windows with projecting awnings of striped linen. Under these again, over the upper panes, a little green curtain. Below this green curtain 2 white ones, divided in the middle to show a suspended bird cage, or a basket of flowers. And below the basket or the cage The lower panes are covered by a network of fine wire that prevents the passer-by from seeing into the room. Within, behind the netting, there stands a table covered with objects in porcelain, crystal, flowers, and toys of various kinds. Outside, on the stone sill, is a row of small flower pots. From the stone sill, or from one side, projects an iron stem curving upward, which sustains two small mirrors joined in the form of a book, movable and surmounted by another, also movable, so that those inside the house can see, without being seen, everything that passes in the street. On some of the houses there is a lamp projecting between the two windows, and below is the door of the house or a shop door. If it is a shop, over the door there is the carved head of a Moor with his mouth wide open, or that of a Turk with a hideous grimace. Sometimes there is an elephant or a goose, sometimes a horse's or a bull's head, a serpent, a half moon, a windmill, or an arm extended, the hand holding some object of the kind sold in the shop. If it is the house door, always kept closed, there is a brass plate with the name of the occupant, another with a slit for letters, another with the handle of a bell, the whole, including the locks and bolts, shining like gold. Before the door there is a small bridge of wood, because in many of the houses the ground floor or basement is much lower than the street, and before the bridge two little stone columns surmounted by two balls. Two more columns in front of these are united by iron chains, the large links of which are in the form of crosses, stars, and polygons. In the space between the street and the house are pots of flowers, and at the windows of the ground floor more flower pots and curtains. In the more retired streets there are bird cages on both sides of the windows, boxes full of green growing things, clothes hung out to air or dry, 1,000 objects and colors, like a universal fair. But without going out of the older town, one need only to go away from the center to see something new at every step. In some narrow, straight streets one may see the end suddenly closed as if by a curtain concealing the view, but it disappears as it came and is recognized as the sail of a vessel moving in a canal. In other streets a network of cordage seems to stop the way, the rigging of vessels lying in some basin. In one direction there is a drawbridge raised and looking like a gigantic swing provided for the diversion of the people who live in those preposterous houses, and in another there is a windmill, tall as a steeple and black as an antique tower, moving its arms like a monstrous firework. On every side, finally, among the houses, above the roofs, between the distant trees, are seen masts of vessels, flags and sails and rigging, reminding us that we are surrounded by water and that the city is a seaport. Meantime, the shops were opened and the streets became full of people. There was great animation, but no hurry, the absence of which distinguishes the streets of Rotterdam from those of London, between which some travelers find great resemblance, especially in the color of the houses and the grave aspect of the inhabitants. White faces, pallid faces, faces the color of Parmesan cheese, light hair, very light hair, reddish, yellowish, broad, beardless visages, beards under the chin and around the neck, blue eyes so light as to seem almost without a pupil, women stumpy, fat, rosy, slow, with white caps and earrings in the form of corkscrews. These are the first things one observes in the crowd. But for the moment it was not the people that first stimulated my curiosity. I crossed the Hoog Street and found myself in the new city. Here it is impossible to say if it be port or city, if land or water predominate, if there are more ships than houses, or vice versa. Broad and long canals divide the city into so many islands, united by drawbridges, turning bridges, and bridges of stone. On either side of every canal extends a street, flanked by trees on one side and houses on the other. All these canals are deep enough to float large vessels, and all full of them from one end to the other, except a space in the middle left for passage in and out, an immense fleet imprisoned in a city. When I arrived it was the busiest hour, so I planted myself upon the highest bridge over the principal crossing. From thence were visible 4 canals, 4 forests of ships, bordered by 8 files of trees. The streets were crammed with people and merchandise. Droves of cattle were crossing the bridges. Bridges were rising in the air or opening in the middle, to allow vessels to pass through, and were scarcely replaced or closed before they were inundated by a throng of people, carts, and carriages. Ships came and went in the canals, shining like models in a museum, and with the wives and children of the sailors on the decks, boats darted from vessel to vessel. The shops drove a busy trade, servant women washed the walls and windows, and all this moving life was rendered more gay and cheerful by the reflections in the water, the green of the trees, the red of the houses, the tall windmills showing their dark tops and white sails against the azure of the sky, and still more by an air of quiet simplicity not seen in any other northern city. I took observations of a Dutch vessel. Almost all the ships crowded in the canals of Rotterdam are built for the Rhine and Holland. They have 1 mast only, and are broad, stout, and variously colored like toy ships. The hull is generally of a bright grass green, ornamented with a red or a white stripe, or sometimes several stripes, looking like a band of different colored ribbons. The poop is usually gilded. The deck and mast are varnished and shining like the cleanest of house floors. The outside of the hatches, the buckets, the barrels, the yards, the planks, are all painted red, with white or blue stripes. The cabin where the sailors' families are is colored like a Chinese kiosk, and has its windows of clear glass, and its white muslin curtains tied up with knots of rose-colored ribbon. In every moment of spare time, sailors, women, and children are busy washing, sweeping, polishing every part with infinite care and pans, and when their little vessel makes its exit from the port, all fresh and shining like a holiday coach, they all stand on the poop and accept with dignity the mute compliments which they gather from the glances of the spectators along the canals. From canal to canal, and from bridge to bridge, I finally reached the dike of the Boomtjes upon the Maas, where boils and bubbles all the life of the great commercial city. On the left extends a long row of small, many-colored steamboats, which start every hour in the day for Dordrecht, Arnhem, Ganda, Schiedam, Brille, Zeeland, and continually send forth clouds of white smoke and the sound of their cheerful bells. To the right lie the large ships which make the voyage to various European ports, mingled with fine 3-masted vessels bound for the East Indies, with names written in golden letters: Java, Sumatra, Borneo, Samarang, carrying the fancy to those distant and savage countries like the echoes of distant voices. In front the Maas, covered with boats and barks, and the distant shore with a forest of beech trees, windmills, and towers, and over all the unquiet sky, full of gleams of light and gloomy clouds, fleeting and changing in their constant movement, as if repeating the restless labor on the earth below. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6. Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. On the Road in Russia by D. Mackenzie Wallace. Whilst I was considering how I could get beyond the sphere of West European languages, a friend came to my assistance and suggested that I should go to his estate in the province of Novgorod, where I should find an intelligent, amiable parish priest, quite innocent of any linguistic acquirements. This proposal I at once adopted, and accordingly found myself one morning at a small station of the Moscow railway, endeavoring to explain to a peasant in sheep's clothing that I wished to be conveyed to Ivanovka, the village where my future teacher lived. At that time I still spoke Russian in a very fragmentary and confused way, pretty much as Spanish cows are popularly supposed to speak French. My first remark, therefore, being literally interpreted was Ivanovkov, horses. You can? The point of interrogation was expressed by a simultaneous raising of the voice and the eyebrows. Ivanovkov? Said the peasant, in an interrogatory tone of voice. In Russia, as in other countries, the peasantry, when speaking with strangers, like to repeat questions, apparently for the purpose of gaining time. Ivanovkov, I replied. Now? Now. After some reflection, the peasant nodded and said something which I did not understand, but which I assumed to mean that he was open to consider proposals for transporting me to my destination. Roubles. How many? To judge by the knitting of the brows and the scratching of the head, I should say that that question gave occasion to a very abstruse mathematical calculation. Gradually the look of concentrated attention gave place to an expression such as children assume when they endeavor to get a parental decision reversed by means of coaxing. Then came a stream of soft words which were to me utterly unintelligible. How many? I repeated. 10, said the peasant, in a hesitating, apologetic way, as if he were more than half ashamed of what he was saying. 10, I exclaimed indignantly. 2, enough, and waving my hand to indicate that I should be no party to such a piece of extortion. I re-entered the station. As I reached the door I heard him say, Master, master, 8, but I took no notice of the proposal. I must not weary the reader with a detailed account of the succeeding negotiations, which were conducted with extreme diplomatic caution on both sides, as if a cession of territory or the payment of a war contribution had been the subject of discussion. 3 times he drove away and 3 times returned. Each time he abated his pretensions, and each time I slightly increased my offer. At last, when I began to fear that he had finally taken his departure and had left me to my own devices, he re-entered the room and took up my baggage, indicating thereby that he agreed to my last offer. The sum agreed upon, 4 roubles, would have been, under ordinary circumstances, more than sufficient for the distance, which was only about 20 miles. But before proceeding far, I discovered that the circumstances were by no means ordinary, and I began to understand the pantomimic gesticulation which had puzzled me during the negotiations. Heavy rain had fallen without interruption for several days, and now the track on which we were traveling could not, without poetical license, be described as a road. In some parts it resembled a watercourse, in others a quagmire, and at least during the first half of the journey I was constantly reminded of that stage in the work of creation when the water was not yet separated from the dry land. During the few moments when the work of keeping my balance and preventing my baggage from being lost did not engross all my attention, I speculated on the possibility of constructing a boat carriage, to be drawn by a swift-footed hippopotamus, or some other animal that feels itself at home equally on land and in water. On the whole, the project seemed to me then as useful and as feasible as Fourier's idea of making whales play the part of tug steamers. Fortunately for us, our 2 lean, wiry little horses did not object to being used as aquatic animals. They took the water bravely and plunged through the mud in gallant style. The telega in which we were seated, a 4-wheeled skeleton cart, did not submit to the ill treatment so silently. It creaked out its remonstrances and entreaties, and at the more difficult spots threatened to go to pieces, but its owner understood its character and capabilities and paid no attention to its ominous threats. Once, indeed, a wheel came off, but it was soon fished out of the mud and replaced, and no further casualty occurred. The horses did their work so well that, when about midday we arrived at a village, I could not refuse to let them have some rest and refreshment, all the more as my own thoughts had begun to turn in that direction. The village, as villages in that part of the country generally, consisted of 2 long parallel rows of wooden houses. The road, if a stratum of mud more than a foot in depth can be called by that name, formed the intervening space. All the houses turned their gables to the road, and some of them had pretensions to architectural decoration in the form of rude perforated woodwork. Between the houses and in a line with them were great wooden gates and high wooden fences separating the courtyards from the road. Into one of these yards, near the farther end of the village, our horses turned of their own accord. "An inn?" I said in an interrogative voice. The driver shook his head and said something, in which I detected the word "friend." Evidently there was no hostelry for man and beast in the village, and the driver was using a friend's house for the purpose. The yard was flanked on the one side by an open shed, containing rude agricultural implements which might throw some light on the agriculture of the primitive Aryans, and on the other side by the dwelling house and stable. Both the house and stable were built of logs, nearly cylindrical in form and placed in horizontal tiers. Two of the strongest of human motives, hunger and curiosity, impelled me to enter the house at once. Without waiting for an invitation, I went up to the door, half protected against the winter snows by a small open portico, and unceremoniously walked in. The first apartment was empty, but I noticed a low door in the wall to the left, and passing through this, entered the principal room. As the scene was new to me, I noted the principal objects. In the wall before me were two small, square windows looking out upon the road, and in the corner to the right, nearer to the ceiling than to the floor, was a little triangular shelf, on which stood a religious picture. Before the picture hung a curious oil lamp. In the corner to the left of the door was a gigantic stove, built of brick and whitewashed. From the top of the stove to the wall on the right stretched what might be called an enormous shelf, 6 or 8 feet in breadth. This is the so-called palati, as I afterward discovered, and serves as a bed for part of the family. The furniture consisted of a long wooden bench attached to the wall on the right, a big heavy deal table, and a few wooden stools. Whilst I was leisurely surveying these objects, I heard a noise on the top of the stove, and looking up, perceived a human face, with long hair, parted in the middle, and a full yellow beard. I was considerably astonished by this apparition, for the air in the room was stifling, and I had some difficulty in believing that any created being, except perhaps a salamander or a negro, could exist in such a position. I looked hard to convince myself that I was not the victim of a delusion. As I stared, the head nodded slowly and pronounced the customary form of greeting. I returned the greeting slowly, wondering what was to come next. "Ill, very ill," sighed the head. "I'm not astonished at that," I remarked in an aside. "If I were where you are, I should be very ill too." "Hot, very hot," I remarked interrogatively. "Nichevo," that is to say, not particularly. This remark astonished me all the more, as I noticed at that very moment that the body to which the head belonged was enveloped in a sheepskin. After living some time in Russia, I was no longer surprised by such incidents, for I soon discovered that the Russian peasant has a marvelous power of bearing extreme heat as well as extreme cold. When a coachman takes his master or mistress to the theater or to a party, he never thinks of going home and returning at an appointed time. Hour after hour he sits placidly on the box, and though the cold be of an intensity such as is never experienced in our temperate climate, he can sleep as tranquilly as the lazzarone at midday in Naples. In that respect the Russian peasant seems to be first cousin to the polar bear, but, unlike the animals of the Arctic regions, he is not at all incommoded by excessive heat. On the contrary, he likes it when he can get it, and never omits an opportunity of laying in a reserve supply of caloric. He even delights in rapid transitions from one extreme to the other, as is amply proved by a curious custom which deserves to be recorded. The reader must know that in the life of the Russian peasantry the weekly vapor bath plays a most important part. It has even a certain religious signification, for no good orthodox peasant would dare to enter a church after being soiled by certain kinds of pollution, without cleansing himself physically and morally by means of the bath. In the weekly arrangements it forms the occupation for Saturday afternoon, and care is taken to avoid thereafter all pollution until after the morning service on Sunday. Many villages possess a public or communal bath of the most primitive construction, but in some parts of the country, I am not sure how far the practice extends, the peasants take their vapor bath in the household oven in which the bread is baked. In all cases the operation is pushed to the extreme limit of human endurance, far beyond the utmost limit that can be endured by those who have not been accustomed to it from childhood. For my own part, I only made the experiment once, and when I informed my attendant that my life was in danger from congestion of the brain, he laughed outright, and told me that the operation had only begun. Most astounding of all, and this brings me to the fact which led me into this digression, the peasants in winter often rush out of the bath and roll themselves in snow. This aptly illustrates a common Russian proverb, which says that what is health to the Russian is death to the German. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures, by Hamilton Wright MABIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Perils of Alpine Climbing, by Edward Whymper. We started from Zermatt on the 13th of July at 5:30 on a brilliant and perfectly cloudless morning. We were 8 in number: Croz, old Peter and his 2 sons, Lord Francis Douglas, Hadow, Hudson, and I. To ensure steady motion, 1 tourist and 1 native walked together. The youngest, Taugwalder, fell to my share, and the lad marched well, proud to be on the expedition and happy to show his powers. The wine bags also fell to my lot to carry, and throughout the day, after each drink, I replenished them secretly with water, so that at the next halt they were found fuller than before. This was considered a good omen, and little short of miraculous. On the first day we did not intend to ascend to any great height, and we mounted accordingly very leisurely, picked up the things which were left in the chapel at Schwarzy at 8:20, and proceeded thence along the ridge connecting the Hornli with the Matterhorn. At 11:30 we arrived at the base of the actual peak, then quitted the ridge and clambered round some ledges on to the eastern face. We were now fairly upon the mountain, and were astonished to find that places which from the Riffel, or even from the Fergengletscher, looked entirely impracticable, were so easy that we could run about. Before 12 o'clock we had found a good position for the tent at a height of 11,000 feet. Croz and young Peter went on to see what was above, in order to save time on the following morning. They cut across the heads of the snow slopes which descended toward the Fergengletscher, and disappeared round a corner, but shortly afterward we saw them high up on the face, moving quickly. We others made a solid platform for the tent in a well-protected spot, and then watched eagerly for the return of the men. The stones which they upset told that they were very high, and we supposed that the way must be easy. At length, just before 3 p.m., we saw them coming down, evidently much excited. "What are they saying, Peter?" "Gentlemen, they say it is no good." But when they came near we heard a different story. Nothing but what was good, not a difficulty, not a single difficulty. We could have gone to the summit and returned to-day easily. We passed the remaining hours of daylight, some basking in the sunshine, some sketching or collecting, and when the sun went down, giving, as it departed, a glorious promise for the morrow, we returned to the tent to arrange for the night. Hudson made tea, I coffee, and we then retired each one to his blanket bag, the Taugwalders, Lord Francis Douglas, and myself occupying the tent, the others remaining by preference outside. Long after dusk the cliffs above echoed with our laughter and with the songs of the guides, for we were happy that night in camp and feared no evil. We assembled together outside the tent before dawn on the morning of the 14th, and started directly it was light enough to move. Young Peter came on with us as a guide, and his brother returned to Zermatt. We followed the route which had been taken on the previous day, and in a few minutes turned the rib which had intercepted the view of the eastern face from our tent platform. The whole of this great slope was now revealed, rising for 3,000 feet like a huge natural staircase. Some parts were more and others were less easy, but we were not once brought to a halt by any serious impediment, for when an obstruction was met in front it could always be turned to the right or to the left. For the greater part of the way there was indeed no occasion for the rope, and sometimes Hudson led, sometimes myself. At 6:20 we had attained a height of 12,800 feet, and halted for half an hour. We then continued the ascent without a break until 9:55, when we stopped for 50 minutes at a height of 14,000 feet. Twice we struck the northeastern ridge and followed it for some little distance, to no advantage, for it was usually more rotten and steep, and always more difficult, than the face. Still we kept near to it, lest stones perchance might fall. We had now arrived at the foot of that part which, from the Riffelberg, or from Zermatt, seems perpendicular, or overhanging, and could no longer continue upon the eastern side. For a little distance we ascended by snow upon the Ararat, that is, the ridge, descending toward Zermatt, and then by common consent turned over to the right, or to the northern side. Before doing so we made a change in the order of ascent. Croz went first, I followed, Hudson came third, Hadow and old Peter were last. "Now," said Croz as he led off, "now for something altogether different." The work became difficult and required caution. In some places there was little to hold, and it was desirable that those should be in front who were least likely to slip. The general slope of the mountain at this part was less than 40°, and snow had accumulated in, and had filled up, the interstices of the rock face, leaving only occasional fragments projecting here and there. These were at times covered with a thin film of ice, produced from the melting and refreezing of the snow. It was the counterpart, on a small scale, of the upper 700 feet of the Pointe des Écrins. Only there was this material difference: the face of the Écrins was about, or exceeded, an angle of 50°, and the Matterhorn face was less than 40°. It was a place over which any fair mountaineer might pass in safety, and Mr. Hudson ascended this part, and, as far as I know, the entire mountain, without having the slightest assistance rendered to him upon any occasion. Sometimes, after I had taken a hand from Croz, or received a pull, I turned to offer the same to Hudson, but he invariably declined, saying it was not necessary. Mr. Hadow, however, was not accustomed to this kind of work, and required continual assistance. It is only fair to say that the difficulty which he found at this part arose simply and entirely from want of experience. This solitary difficult part was of no great extent. We bore away over it at first nearly horizontally for a distance of about 400 feet, then ascended directly toward the summit for about 60 feet, and then doubled back to the ridge which descends toward Zermatt. A long stride round a rather awkward corner brought us to snow once more. The last doubt vanished, the Matterhorn was ours. Nothing but 200 feet of easy snow remained to be surmounted. You must now carry your thoughts back to the 7 Italians who started from Breuil on the 11th of July. 4 days had passed since their departure, and we were tormented with anxiety lest they should arrive on the top before us. All the way up we had talked of them, and many false alarms of "men on the summit" had been raised. The higher we rose the more intense became the excitement. What if we should be beaten at the last moment? The slope eased off at length, we could be detached, and Croz and I, dashing away, ran a neck-and-neck race which ended in a dead heat. At 1:40 p.m. the world was at our feet and the Matterhorn was conquered. Hurrah! Not a footstep could be seen. It was not yet certain that we had not been beaten. The summit of the Matterhorn was formed of a rudely level ridge, about 350 feet long, and the Italians might have been at its farther extremity. I hastened to the south end, scanning the snow right and left eagerly. Hurrah again! It was untrodden. Where were the men? I peered over the cliff, half doubting, half expectant. I saw them immediately, mere dots on the ridge at an immense distance below. Up went my arms and my hat. Crows, crows, come here. Where are they, monsieur? There, don't you see them down there? Ah, the coquins, they are low down. Crows, we must make those fellows hear us. We yelled until we were hoarse. The Italians seemed to disregard us. We could not be certain. Crows, we must make them hear us. They shall hear us. I seized a block of rock and hurled it down, and called upon my companion in the name of friendship to do the same. We drove our sticks in and pried away the crags, and soon a torrent of stones poured down the cliffs. There was no mistake about it this time. The Italians turned and fled. Still, I would that the leader of that party could have stood with us at that moment, for our victorious shouts conveyed to him the disappointment of the ambition of a lifetime. He was the man, of all those who attempted the ascent of the Matterhorn, who most deserved to be the first upon its summit. He was the first to doubt its inaccessibility, and he was the only man who persisted in believing that its ascent would be accomplished. It was the aim of his life to make the ascent from the side of Italy for the honor of his native valley. For a time he had the game in his hands. He played it as he thought best, but he made a false move and lost it. Times have changed with Carrel. His supremacy is questioned in the Val Tournanche. New men have arisen, and he is no longer recognized as the chasseur above all others. But so long as he remains the man that he is today, it will not be easy to find his superior. The others had arrived, so we went back to the northern end of the ridge. Croz now took the tent pole and planted it in the highest snow. Yes, we said, there is a flagstaff, but where is the flag? Here it is, he answered, pulling off his blouse and fixing it to the stick. It made a poor flag, and there was no wind to float it out, yet it was seen all around. They saw it at Zermatt, at the Riffel, in the Val Tournanche. At Breuil the watchers cried, "Victory is ours!" They raised bravos for Carrel and vivas for Italy, and hastened to put themselves en fête. On the morrow they were undeceived. All was changed. The explorers returned, sad, cast down, disheartened, confounded, gloomy. "It is true," said the men. "We saw them ourselves. They hurled stones at us. The old traditions are true. There are spirits on the top of the Matterhorn." We returned to the southern end of the ridge to build a cairn, and then paid homage to the view. The day was one of those superlatively calm and clear ones which usually precede bad weather. The atmosphere was perfectly still and free from all clouds or vapors. Mountains 50, nay 100 miles off looked sharp and near. All their details, ridge and crag, snow and glacier, stood out with faultless definition. Pleasant thoughts of happy days and bygone years came up unbidden as we recognized the old familiar forms. All were revealed. Not one of the principal peaks of the Alps was hidden. I see them clearly now, the great inner circles of giants, backed by the ranges, chains, and massifs. First came the Dent Blanche, hoary and grand, the Gabelhorn and pointed Rothhorn, and then the peerless Weisshorn, the towering Michel-Bellhorner, flanked by the Allalien Horn, Strahlhorn, and Rimpfischhorn. Then Monte Rosa, with its many spitzes, the Lyskamm and the Breithorn. Behind were the Bernese Oberland, governed by the Finsterhorn, the Simplon and St. Gothard groups, the Disgracia and the Orteler. Toward the south we looked down to Chivasso on the plain of Piedmont, and far beyond. The Viso, 100 miles away, seemed close upon us. The Maritime Alps, 130 miles distant, were free from haze. Then came my first love, the Pelvoux, the Écrins, and the Meije, the clusters of the Graians, and lastly, in the west, gorgeous in the full sunlight, rose the monarch of all, Mont Blanc. 10,000 feet beneath us were the green fields of Zermatt, dotted with chalets from which blue smoke rose lazily. 8,000 feet below, on the other side, were the pastures of Breuil. There were forests black and gloomy, and meadows bright and lively, bounding waterfalls and tranquil lakes, fertile lands and savage wastes, sunny plains and frigid plateaux. There were the most rugged forms and the most graceful outlines, bold perpendicular cliffs and gentle undulating slopes, rocky mountains and snowy mountains, somber and solemn or glittering and white, with walls, turrets, pinnacles, pyramids, domes, cones, and spires. There was every combination that the world can give, and every contrast that the heart could desire. We remained on the summit for 1 hour, one crowded hour of glorious life. It passed away too quickly, and we began to prepare for the descent. On another occasion, Mr. Whymper had a dangerous fall, which he describes as follows: "Generally speaking, the angles on the Matterhorn are too steep to allow the formation of considerable beds of snow, but here there is a corner which permits it to accumulate, and it is turned to gratefully, for by its assistance one can ascend 4 times as rapidly as upon the rocks." The tower was now almost out of sight, and I looked over the central Pennine Alps to the Grand Combin and to the chain of Mont Blanc. My neighbor, the Dent d'Erin, still rose above me, although but slightly, and the height which had been attained could be measured by its help. So far I had no doubt about my capacity to descend that which had been ascended, but in a short time, on looking ahead, I saw that the cliffs steepened, and I turned back, without pushing on to them and getting into inextricable difficulties, exulting in the thought that they would be passed when we returned together, and that I had without assistance got nearly to the height of the Dent d'Erin, and considerably higher than any one had been before. My exultation was a little premature. About 5 p.m. I left the tent again, and thought myself as good as at Breuil. The friendly rope and claw had done good service, and had smoothed all the difficulties. I lowered myself through the chimney, however, by making a fixture of the rope, which I then cut off and left behind, as there was enough and to spare. My axe had proved a great nuisance in coming down, and I left it in the tent. It was not attached to the baton, but was a separate affair, an old navy boarding axe. While cutting up the different snow beds on the ascent, the baton trailed behind, fastened to the rope, and when climbing the axe was carried behind, run through the rope tied round my waist, and was sufficiently out of the way, but in descending, when coming down face outward, as is always best where it is possible, the head or the handle of the weapon caught frequently against the rocks, and several times nearly upset me. So, out of laziness, if you will, it was left in the tent. I paid dearly for this imprudence. The Col de Lion was passed, and 50 yards more would have placed me on the great staircase, down which one can run. But on arriving at an angle of the cliffs of the Tete du Lion, while skirting the upper edge of the snow which abuts against them, I found that the heat of the 2 past days had nearly obliterated the steps which had been cut when coming up. The rocks happened to be impracticable just at this corner, so nothing could be done except to make steps afresh. The snow was too hard to beat or tread down, and at the angle it was all but ice. Half a dozen steps only were required, and then the ledges could be followed again. So I held to the rock with my right hand and prodded at the snow with the point of my stick until a good step was made, and then, leaning round the angle, did the same for the other side. So far well, but in attempting to pass the corner, to the present moment I cannot tell how it happened, I slipped and fell. The slope was steep on which this took place, and descended to the top of a gully that led down through 2 subordinate buttresses toward the Glacier du Lion, which was just seen 1,000 feet below. The gully narrowed and narrowed until there was a mere thread of snow lying between 2 walls of rock, which came to an abrupt termination at the top of a precipice that intervened between it and the glacier. Imagine a funnel cut in half through its length, placed at an angle of 45 degrees, with its point below and its concave side uppermost, and you will have a fair idea of the place. The knapsack brought my head down first, and I pitched into some rocks about a dozen feet below. They caught something and tumbled me off the edge, head over heels, into the gully. The baton was dashed from my hands, and I whirled downward in a series of bounds, each longer than the last, now over ice, now into rocks, striking my head 4 or 5 times, each time with increased force. The last bound sent me spinning through the air in a leap of 50 or 60 feet from one side of the gully to the other, and I struck the rocks luckily with the whole of my left side. They caught my clothes for a moment, and I fell back onto the snow with motion arrested. My head fortunately came the right side up, and a few frantic catches brought me to a halt in the neck of the gully and on the verge of the precipice. Baton, hat, and veil skimmed by and disappeared, and the crash of the rocks which I had started as they fell onto the glacier told how narrow had been the escape from utter destruction. As it was, I fell nearly 200 feet in 7 or 8 bounds. 10 feet more would have taken me in one gigantic leap of 800 feet on to the glacier below. The situation was still sufficiently serious. The rocks could not be let go for a moment, and the blood was spurting out of more than 20 cuts. The most serious ones were in the head, and I vainly tried to close them with one hand while holding on with the other. It was useless. The blood jerked out in blinding jets at each pulsation. At last, in a moment of inspiration, I kicked out a big lump of snow and stuck it as a plaster on my head. The idea was a happy one, and the flow of blood diminished. Then, scrambling up, I got, not a moment too soon, to a place of safety, and fainted away. The sun was setting when consciousness returned, and it was pitch dark before the great staircase was descended, but by a combination of luck and care, the whole 4,800 feet of descent to Breuil was accomplished without a slip or once missing the way. I slunk past the cabin of the cowherds, who were talking and laughing inside, utterly ashamed of the state to which I had been brought by my imbecility, and entered the inn stealthily, wishing to escape to my room unnoticed. But Favre met me in the passage, demanded, "Who is it?" screamed with fright when he got a light, and aroused the threshold. 24 heads then held solemn council over mine, with more talk than action. The natives were unanimous in recommending that hot wine (synonym vinegar mixed with salt) should be rubbed into the cut. I protested, but they insisted. It was all the doctoring they received. Whether their rapid healing was to be attributed to that simple remedy, or to a good state of health, is a question. They closed up remarkably soon, and in a few days I was able to move again. As it seldom happens that one survives such a fall, it may be interesting to record what my sensations were during its occurrence. I was perfectly conscious of what was happening, and felt each blow, but, like a patient under chloroform, experienced no pain. Each blow was, naturally, more severe than that which preceded it, and I distinctly remember thinking, well, if the next is harder still, that will be the end. Like persons who have been rescued from drowning, I remember that the recollection of a multitude of things rushed through my head, many of them trivialities or absurdities which had been forgotten long before, and, more remarkable, this bounding through space did not feel disagreeable. But I think that in no very great distance more consciousness as well as sensation would have been lost, and upon that I base my belief, improbable as it seems, that death by a fall from a great height is as painless an end as can be experienced. The battering was very rough, yet no bones were broken. The most severe cuts were, one 4 inches long on the top of the head, and another of 3 inches on the right temple. This latter bled frightfully. There was a formidable looking cut of about the same size as the last on the palm of the left hand, and every limb was grazed or cut more or less seriously. The tips of the ears were taken off, and a sharp ruck cut a circular bit out of the side of the left boot, sock, and ankle at one stroke. The loss of blood, although so great, did not seem to be permanently injurious. The only serious effect has been the reduction of a naturally retentive memory to a very commonplace one, and although my recollections of more distant occurrences remain unshaken, the events of that particular day would be clean gone but for the few notes which were written down before the accident. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. The Midnight Sun by Langley Coleridge. Norway is a land of pure delight to the traveler. There are no picture galleries to make one's neck ache, no museum to make the weary feet throb, no promenades, no sherry cobblers to sip while bands play in the gardens, no continuations of London and Brighton. There are no crowds. You may see a magnificent waterfall all by yourself, or ascend 100 Rigis without meeting a soul. There are no loafers, and you may get into boats and out of boats, into carrioles and out of carrioles, without one humpbacked beggar boy or man with his eye in a sling to whine at you, or one officious person getting in the way in order to be paid for it. There are no mammoth hotels where you have to climb a dozen flights of stairs before you can reach your bed. No billiards when once you have left the 3 chief towns. No stuffy railways to whiz you past the best scenery. No dressing for dinner. Now, all these things, to one who has been over and over again to the most civilized places in the world, are very refreshing, and yet these are perhaps but minor points, and do not explain the secret of the great charm of Norway. Rip Van Winkle's was a wonderful sleep. He woke and found the world had gone forward 100 years. But the traveler who sleeps on the North Sea and wakes up in the morning in Norway has had a more wonderful sleep. He wakes and finds the world has gone back half a millennium. Southward, the countries of Europe have struggled and slaved in the race for the perfection of civilization, while Norway is as it was in the beginning. Southward, the countries have obeyed the watchword, forward. Norway has obeyed the signal, as you were. Now, fancy yourself arriving at a little village in an out-of-the-way place in Norway. Nobody flutters about your carriole to escort you to a hotel, but you enter the station, a low, rambling wooden structure, with diffidence. You see the lady of the house and shake hands with her. You ask her to be good enough to let you stay there the night. You enter a bedroom where everything is plain as a deal box, but clean as a Dutch tulip. Then you sit down with the family in the general room to your meal. It will assuredly consist of either trout and salmon, or salmon and trout, with perhaps an egg, perhaps potatoes, perhaps black bread. No Bass, but perhaps some Norse Aal, a very pleasant beverage. After supper you will smoke a pipe with your landlord, who will probably invite you to see the pigs, or will lend you a hand to splice up any broken harness of your carriole. About 9 or 10 o'clock you will go to bed, in the broad daylight if it be summertime, and in the morning you will wake up, finding the landlady's daughter at your bedside with a delicious cup of hot coffee and a natty little roll, or perchance a biscuit. And then, still early in the morning, you will bid farewell as to old friends, you will shake hands all around, and away in your carriole to drive through romantic scenery, and to feel as though Norway had been made specially for you. Before you have been 2 days in the country, you will love the quaint, unsophisticated people, so hearty in their kindness, so ungrudging in their hospitality, and their old-world manners and customs, so genuine in an age of sham, so solid in an age of veneer. One great charm of Norway, then, is its people. Another, and perhaps more to be appreciated by some, is its scenery. Is it like Switzerland? No. Norway is only like Norway. It is not so grand as regards the height of its mountains, yet its grandeur is far more solemn. It has a dozen fjords more startling than the Lake of Lucerne. In a day's journey you will pass waterfalls and cascades which would make a fortune to proprietors in Switzerland, and are not so much as mentioned in the Norwegian guidebooks. Switzerland is grand beyond compare, but it must be confessed it is a monotonous grandeur. Not so with Norway. Its charms of scenery are varied as they are unique. A coast wild and rugged, mighty pine forests, interminable, lakes beautiful as Windermere, fjords awful in their grandeur, valleys rich in their fertility, fields bare and barren, sport with the gun, sport with the rod. These and 100 other charms may be entered in the catalogue. But all these are outweighed by the strange, weird beauty and grandeur of the neighborhood of the North Cape. I know of nothing that comes within the range of tourist experiences that will make a more lasting impression on the memory than a day or two in the region of the midnight sun. For the student, the professional man, the overworked generally, and especially those whose brains are overworked, there is no tour that will be more beneficial than the one I propose briefly to sketch. Go to Christiansand. Then, if you have never been to Norway, proceed to Christiania, and after staying a day or two in that interesting town and neighborhood, continue your journey either to Trondheim or Bergen. It matters not which, or better still, if you can, do both. The trip to one, the other, or both will give you a good idea of scenery in Norway. At either Bergen or Trondheim, take the steamer for Hammerfest, and then will commence one of the most delightful voyages it is possible to make. The steamer keeps close to the shore, and the shore is the most curious in the world. You have but to look at a map to see its wonderful indentations. You cannot realize them until you find yourself now in a bay or a cove, now among groups of islands, then in the midst of a fjord, with sheer rocks rising perpendicularly from the sea, and anon in the harbor of a little town, with groups of wandering peasantry around you. You will see some parts of the coast so wild that you cannot credit the fact that human beings can be found there, and you will find verdant nooks so peaceful and pretty that you will be tempted to think that there, away from the world, you would like to build your house and finish up your days. At one time you will come to the haunts of waterfowl innumerable. At another a shoal of whales will be around you. The towns and villages at which you will halt will have a special charm. The curious costumes of the people, the antique architecture of their houses and churches, the good but old-fashioned contrivances connected with their fishing avocations, all these will be novel. Among the red-letter days of the trip will be a sail among the Lofoden Islands, jagged as the jaws of a shark, and swarming with sea-fowl. A glimpse at the neighborhood of the maelstrom, so celebrated in fable. A visit to a Lapp encampment, and an occasional stroll through some of the towns at which the steamer stays. Tromsø is one of these halting places. It is a modern town which has grown rapidly. It was only founded in 1794, and in 1816 had but 300 inhabitants. Now, owing to the success of its herring fishery, it has grown strangely for Norway and has a population of over 5,000. It is charmingly situated on an island, and its rich fertility contrasts most singularly with the wildness of the surrounding mountains. Hammerfest, too, is interesting, not only because it is the most northerly town in the world, and because, in the season, it is crowded with representatives of all nations who come here to trade, but because here you are within the limits of the region of the midnight sun, and from here you will take your boat, unless you continue by the Vadsø steamer for the North Cape. The effect of the midnight sun has been variously described. Carlyle revels in the idea that while all the nations of the earth are sleeping, you here stand in the presence of that great power which will wake them all. Bayard Taylor delights in the gorgeous coloring, and each traveler has some new poetic thought to register. For myself, the midnight sun has a solemnity which nothing else in nature has. Midnight is solemn in the darkness. It is 100-fold more solemn in the glare of sunlight. Richer than ever is sun under tropical skies. It is silence as of death, not the hum of a bird, not the buzz of an insect, not the distant voice of a human being. Silence palpable. You do not feel drowsy, though it is midnight. You feel a strange fear creep over you as if in a nightmare, and dare not speak. You think, what if it should be true that the world is in its last sleep, and you are the last living ones, yourselves on the verge of the eternal ocean? It is amusing afterwards to think of the way in which you landed on your excursion to the North Cape, how everyone seemed impressed with the same idea that it was a sacrilege to break the silence, and the party that set forth in high spirits had settled down into the gravity of a funeral cortege. And it is strange how the stillness and awfulness, felt while in the little boat upon the silent sea, held you spellbound and entranced, and the spell could not be broken until you set to work on the difficult climb to the head of the North Cape. And when you reached the top you felt, Well, I don't know how. To some standing on the highest part of the plateau, 1,000 feet above the sea, and looking away to that great unknown Arctic Ocean, it has seemed as if they had come to the end of the earth, that they were gazing upon the confines of the eternal regions, that they saw in the distance the outlines of the land of which it is said, there is no night there. Every tourist's mind had its own particular magnet. I do not know what event in the history of a tourist's life most attracts my memory. No one can ever forget the day when he first gazes upon Jerusalem from the Mount of Olives, or Damascus seen from the Mount of Mohammed, or the sunny morning when he rounds the Golden Horn and Constantinople bursts on the view. These are memories which never grow dim, and I am inclined to think that when a tourist finds himself in a small boat at midnight, drawing near to the North Cape in the midst of the most gorgeous sunlight ever seen, he has found a sensation which will be green in his memory to the day of his death. In this brief paper I have not found time to be practical. The trip to the North Cape should be made in June or July. It may be made in August or September, and in the latter month there is a chance of seeing the first blushes of the aurora borealis. I am much inclined to think that a winter excursion to the North Cape would be one of the grandest sensations that the tourist's heart could wish, but of this I am not in a position to judge. If my readers are like myself, they never bring one summer trip to a close before they have arranged in their own minds for the next, and so I throw out the hint that ere the North Cape shall be scribbled over with the names of Smith and Jones, ere excursion boats with Ethiopian serenaders on board shall put forth from Hammerfest, ere a big hotel shall stand upon the summit, and a man shall blow a horn to announce when the sun is at its best, it will be well to consider whether a trip to the North Cape is not worth serious consideration. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Old Antwerp by Rose G. Kingsley. In Flanders there are quaint cities, beautiful buildings, glorious pictures, and a tangled mess of historic interest. Thus it came to pass that we went to Brussels, and 3 days later we were steaming out into the, to us, unknown, on our way to Antwerp. Our 3 days had been chiefly spent in making close acquaintance with Flemish art in the Museum of the Capital, a collection most valuable and typical, a collection too often ignored or hastily glanced through by the tourist, who, if by chance he cares for such things, hurries on to see Memling at Bruges, Van Eyck at Ghent, or Rubens at Antwerp. He forgets or does not know that, as Fromentin justly says, Belgium is a magnificent book of art, which, happily for provincial glory, the chapters are scattered everywhere, but of which the preface is at Brussels and only at Brussels. To all who are tempted to skip the preface in order to get at the book, I should say they are wrong, that they open the book too soon and will read it ill. We therefore studied the preface with some care, and now we're about to turn the first page of the book itself. Everything seemed new, pretty, and amusing as the train cleared the last of the suburbs of Brussels. The sun shone on the long lines of poplars, just burnished with autumn's gold, which cast their shadows on damp green meadows ruled off into squares with almost mathematical precision. Here a man in a brown apron and brilliant crimson sleeves was raking up the aftermath of a water meadow. There a girl in a blue frock was herding black and white cows, and we began to think of Cuyp. Then we saw, across flat stretches of smiling country, pointed steeples and red roofs, showing behind thick groups of trees in a soft blue haze, while an old windmill on blackened wooden stilts, a little donkey cart, and a group of crimson-jacketed peasants in the foreground made us think of some of Teniers the Younger's landscapes, and recollect that we must be close to Dre Torin, his house at Perk. Then came Malines, our first brown canal, with red-sailed, green and black-painted barges, the great cathedral rising through a screen of trees over scarlet house roofs, a picturesque crowd on the platform of burly, shovel-hatted priests, nuns with black shawls over their white caps, men with blue blouses and brilliant yellow sabots, and we thought of Prout. It was all so absurdly like what we had expected, with a difference, just the difference between art and nature. Then came more flat country, more canals, more fields, more absurd cocky little wheat ricks, with hardly corn enough in them to make a loaf of bread, more white and purple lupins on the embankments, more red-tiled roofs, half thatch, half tile, which M. pronounced most aesthetic. More sun, yes, that was perhaps the best of all. Then a great green fort, and we were at Antwerp. We hardly gave ourselves time to swallow a hasty déjeuner, and then set forth with the charming feeling that we had nothing to do but amuse ourselves. We had not an idea of where we were going or what we meant to see. All was new, therefore all to us was worth seeing. Only a vague impression floated in our minds that we ought before long to find our way to the cathedral. It was not hard to find, in fact it was impossible to miss it, for as we sauntered down the Place de Mer, the golden clock face on the steeple shone before us like a beacon over the high house roofs, and, far up, the carillon did search the wind. We pushed our way past the odious touters, clamorously asking in vile French and still viler English if we wished to see the cathedral. Had we seen it? Did we know we ought to see it? Finally, of course, should they show it to us? We were in too mighty a presence to heed them. Above us, almost painfully high, rose the great steeple, pointing up to the clear blue sky. We stood at a corner of the old marché and gazed, hardly able at first to take in the idea of its real height, foreshortened as it is when one stands so near. It grew upon us, revealed itself to us, as we looked and wondered, and ever after, while in the city, we seemed to feel its protecting presence, even though it might be hidden from our eyes. And we thought how often must weary sailors beating up the stormy waters of the North Sea have longed for a glimpse of that weather-stained tower, token to them of home and safety after some perilous voyage to bring gold and sugar from the New World, or priceless stuffs and spices from the Indies and far Cathay, or as painters, after long study in the schools of Rome and Venice, made their slow way northward once more across the Alps to add fresh glory to the Guild of St. Luke. How eagerly they must have watched for the first sight of their cathedral, pointing heavenward out of the flat, misty plain, as if to lift their minds from earth into some purer atmosphere. Yet, splendid as is the casket, still more precious is the treasure it contains. Many men have built cathedrals. There has been but one Rubens, and of all Rubens' works, the Descent from the Cross, enshrined in Antwerp Cathedral, is, one may venture to say without fear of criticism, unquestionably the most wonderful and beautiful. There is a sobriety, a reticence about it in color, in movement, in drawing, in the exquisite balance of light and shade, in the nobility and yet tenderness of conception, which one hardly looks for in the painter, splendid though he be, of the Assumption of the Virgin over the high altar close by, still less of the gorgeous but revolting Marie de Medici's series in the Louvre. To quote Fromentin once more, tout y est contenu, concis, laconique, comme dans une page du texte sacré. Let those who judge him merely by pictures such as the last go to Antwerp, and casting aside all preconceived ideas, say then whether Peter Paul Rubens shall not be pardoned all his carelessness, his coarseness, yes, even his horrors, and be to them henceforth the painter of the noble and majestic Descent from the Cross. It was long before we could summon resolution to leave the cathedral. Half a dozen times we started, as many times we turned back to the great triptych to impress some detail more firmly on our minds, and at last, when the door swung to behind us, and we saw the great master's statue standing in dusty sunshine in the Place Verte, we were in no humor for more sightseeing. So we wandered happily and aimlessly on, now enchanted by some pignon espagnol, the quaint gable running up in a series of steps, which was introduced, some say, by the Spaniards, or to look at a street shrine on a corner house, with its figure and lamp and tinsel flowers, until at last we found ourselves on the quays. Here, where Van Noort, where Rubens, where Jordan made studies among the rude fishermen for their pictures of the miraculous draught. Here, where generations of painters from their day down to our own have loved to dwell upon the changing aspects of the quiet river, the hurrying quays, the picturesque people, here was indeed a spot where we humble disciples of Apelles might hope to gather inspiration from the example of the great departed. So we hunted out a pile of wood on the very brink of the river, a quiet corner where we ran no risk of being trampled underfoot by gigantic Flemish dray horses, or knocked down by heavily laden wagons. And there we sat peacefully, sketching the long reaches of the Scheldt, bathed in a flood of golden haze. Up it sailed long, low boats, floating past us with full red sails, flat, faint, wooded shores behind them, a tall smoking chimney or little church spire breaking the blue line of the trees here and there. The river reaches were full of repose to eye and mind alike, and our thoughts turned instinctively to Vandeveld, to his glassy water, where little gleams catch the curl of some lazy ripple, and his skiffs and schooners floating in a veil of filmy gold, which warms his usual pearly grays, while they in turn give a sober undertone to the golden glory. A contrast to the quiet river was the foreground of the picture, where a steamer was lading for some distant voyage, funnels, rigging, hull, a great mass of black and brown against the pale golden water, and the bustling quay, where horses, men, carriages, foot passengers, long low trolleys, apparently on only two wheels, so minute were the front pair, piled high with bales and barrels, were jumbled in inextricable confusion. We were working away, thankful that every one was too full of his own business to care to look at us, when suddenly a pleasant smell of burning made us wonder whether the municipality were trying to fumigate the town and overpower the very unsavory odors around us. Presently blacks began to settle on our sketch-books. Then burning morsels flew through the air, and, turning around, we saw that a quantity of bales standing on the quay 20 yards behind us were on fire. Half a dozen bystanders looked on with true Flemish phlegm. A woman in blue and gray, with yellow sabots, stood watching on a fallen mast. Then others began to arrive, and as the flames rose higher, some slight interest arose with them. The gray woman turned and ran for the pompiers. The interest grew and spread among the gathering crowd. Soldiers just landing from the Tête de Flandre caught sight of the crackling flames and rushed towards them. Stevedores left the lading of their steamer, and leaping across masts and spars, with sacks over their heads and their blue blouses puffed into balloons by the wind, rushed to the scene of action. M. and I thought it prudent to retire to a street corner, away from the turmoil. Such a street, all in warm shade, with rich reds and grays and browns among its high-roofed houses. Out of the fish market close by poured a motley crowd, men in blue jerseys, men in red jerkins, men in shirt-sleeves, little lads in sailor clothes with bright yellow sabots, women with yellow sabots and blue stockings, or yellow stockings and black sabots, or black shoes and pink stockings, women in three-cornered shawls, women in long black cloaks. The tardily awakened interest had grown into intense excitement. Everyone ran, soldiers, ladies, porters, priests, and as we left the Quai Van Dyck to go home and looked up at the stone lacework of the cathedral tower against the bright blue sky, the pompiers raced past us with their little hand engine to find that the fire had burnt itself out. Too tired by our long day to walk any more, but unwilling to waste the evening in our rooms, we chartered a comfortable little carriage and drove down to the port just after sunset. The cathedral tower stood stately and somber against a pale pink sky. Against this delicate background, too, we caught fantastic irregular outlines of old houses at every turn of the streets. The busy Quai Van Dyck we now saw under a completely changed aspect. The pink of the upper sky melted into yellow, the yellow into a heavy blue-purple blending with the farther shore of the river. The bands of color, intensified by black masts and sails rising from yet blacker hulls lying under the bank, were reflected in the opalescent water, while fluttering pennons on a forest of fishing boats looked, as M said, like a shoal of minnows. As we drove along the growing darkness, the scene was weird and strange. We caught glimpses of black figures with heavy burdens on their shoulders, rushing up and down gangways of loading steamers, like the demons of some Walpurgisnacht, lighted by oil cans flaming from their two spouts. Then came a street of ancient houses. We could see only the steps of their gables against the sky, and, instead of a roadway below, the street was full of water and ships, sails half furled, lights, red, green, and yellow, repeating themselves in long reflections amid the black boats on the smooth surface of the canal. Across the river steamer lights crept to and fro. Low carts with huge horses that brought to mind Paul Potter's etching of the Friesland horse grazed past us. Then came a black mass, the house of the Hanseatic League. Then great docks like the sea, stretching away infinitely into the darkness, a mysterious confusion of masts, spars, cordage, chimneys, lights, water, black hulls. On shore a tangle of carts and trolleys standing horseless, barrels, cotton bales, wool sacks. A locomotive snorted past us in dangerous proximity, appearing one knew not from whence, disappearing again into the gloom. Electric lights flashed on ahead far up the line. We passed more huge warehouses, more canals, more narrow streets. Then the port and its strange life, its flaming oil cans, its murky darkness, were left behind, and we found ourselves back in 19th century civilization, driving down the new Frenchified boulevards, with only the statue of David Teniers and the Italian facade of Rubens' house to remind us where we were. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. St. Petersburg, by Samuel S. Cox. Our steamer glides on what becomes a summer sea of smoothness. The few passengers begin to appear on deck and stretch their vision for the first glance at the imperial city. Upon the right, snug amidst its royal greenery, lies the town of Peterhof, and its domes, minarets, and imperial palace, with its splendid woods and waters. Our time is opportune for a glorious sight, for it is sunset, and the sun goes down here at a discreet hour. Bright dots of burnished gold begin faintly to spangle the sky in front. They are domes, half hidden by the mist and the distance. Then a tall spire, also gilded, brilliant and needle-like, pierces the heavens. It is the Admiralty spire, or perhaps that of the Church of the Fortress, the Westminster of Russia, the mausoleum of its dead kings. A few minutes and St. Isaac's Church, the St. Peter's of Russia, looms up in majestic and stupendous proportions. Its copper dome is surrounded by four others, all ablaze like burnished gold, and surmounted by the gilded Greek cross which towers aloft, above the bronze saints and angels which people its architraves and its corners, its roofs, and its pillared granite cupola. Beneath it is a city whose roofs of varied hue cover almost 1,000,000 people. A city the outgrowth from a swamp in less than 200 years. We enter the Khiva, whose divided waters flow in canals and lagoons between grand pavements and superb palaces. At length we are moored. Alas, how soon the beatific vision vanishes amidst the traffic and troubles of trade. We are to undergo a search, the first yet made with rigor since our journey began. Nor can I complain of this rigor. Recent events make police regulations here necessarily stringent. But was it not a little humorous to see the long-robed customs officers scrutinize the heterogeneous matters in our trunks? Nothing was found contraband but, what think you, New York journals. We had received a mail at Stockholm and expected to read up fully in St. Petersburg. Some dozen of these journals lay in a pile in my wife's trunk. It would have done you good to see the leonine voracity with which these papers were seized. Who was it that talked of the 1,000 tongues of the press, clearer far than the silver trumpet of the Jubilee, louder than the voice of the herald at the games? These tongues had not a word of protest. The music of their trumpet was frozen like that of the voracious traveler. Out of the bundle tumbled an engraving of Charles XII, the old enemy of Russia. Did I tremble for the ominous specter of this dead madcap of Sweden? The courteous officer handed it back with a gracious smile to my wife, who reached for the rest of the bundle, while her face flushed at the indignity too and the confusion of her domestic arrangements. But with a hasty push and an impetuous neept, neept, no, no, our papers were confiscated to the state. The sun would not go down in this land. The Tribune was a voiceless oracle. The world ceased to move after all. The Times were out of joint, and the Express came to a dead halt. But all this had its compensations, for soon we crossed the great bridge and are housed in the Hotel d'Angleterre, where, though no papers were found in our expected mail, plenty of news as to the President and the land we love were found in letters, and these 12 days only from New York. There shine into my windows, in dazzling glitter, the copper domes of that marvel of cathedrals, St. Isaac's, which we saw from afar, upon whose sides and pedestals, encamping night and day about us, are the angels of this edifice of beauty. The guns of the citadel thunder out the memory of this, the birthday of the empress of this vast empire. And, in spite of all ominous auguries to the contrary, we sojourn in peace and safety in this city of beauty and bazaars, palaces and pigeons, monuments and minarets, domes and deviltry, ceremonies and cemeteries, armies and assassinations. Why does everybody, except the Russians, call this city St. Petersburg? It was not named after St. Peter, but Peter the Great. It is a magnificent city of palaces and wide avenues. Its very hospitals and barracks are palatial, and there is no narrowness to any thoroughfare. Its domes, where not painted blue with golden stars, or green, are gilded, and make the city seem like a Constantinople new risen upon the north. In fact, with its canals and rivers, its streets, columns, and palaces, its churches and their outside and inside decorations, St. Petersburg combines in itself and in its vistas, in its plan and its magnificence, Venice, Amsterdam, Paris, and Constantinople. If it were not stucco on the yellow houses, if it were only solid stone, how much more impressive would be its mighty and superb aspect. Only one palace is of granite, and but one church, St. Isaac's, of marble. The energy which has reared such a city out of a bog in less than 2 centuries betokens the one-man energy which its founder inspired and illustrated. Still, St. Petersburg, as a look from an elevation will show, unless it be approached as we approached it by the gulf and river, is a vast plain, if not a swamp. The Khiva saves it. It is a splendid river and makes its delta where the city stands. It is a city of islands, connected by beautiful bridges. Red granite faces the banks and makes the quays solid structures. Everything is colossal like the empire. The informing genius of the male gender is Peter the Great, and of the other gender, Catherine II. If these sovereigns were insane, and they were very peculiar for Russia, more insanity is desirable among the princes of the earth. Peter opened this city, as he said, for a window for Russia to look out of into civilized Europe. Peter was a useful emperor for Russia and his time, although he did many diabolical things. The Russian humor is like that of Byron, which Edgar Poe said was too savage to be laughed at. Someone calls it grotesque savagery, and illustrates it by the freaks of Russian princes and czars. John the Terrible thought that there was no church like that of St. Basil, and put out the architect's eyes to end any future work of that gifted artist. Peter the Great proposed to hang the lawyers in his realm. He thought one was too much. There is a story of the Empress Annie, who married off her favorite dwarf or fool in an ice palace, and gave them an icy marriage bed where they froze to death. This I have seen pictured in fine color and delineation. It was a Russian pleasantry. Catherine II slaughtered many of the men whom she did not love, out of a vagary of fun. Most of the people here hold their revels in graveyards. Peter stuffed the skin of one of his favorite servants, a tall fellow, and put him in a museum. Paul issued a ukase against shoestrings and round hats. He was fond of colors, and had fantastic hues painted on bridges and gates. It is hardly mirthful to make an eagle out of gun-flints and swords, or portray a group in heaven of Russians looking down on Jews, Germans, and Negroes. But this is Muscovite merriment. In the Moscow markets the slaughtered animals are stuffed with sawdust and look odd. It is said of the Emperor Paul that he dug up the bones of those who murdered his father to pulverize them and blow them to the winds. He arrested an Englishman for not taking off his hat to royalty, and ordered him to wear magnifying glasses. This was jolly but not exceptional, for the Russian is not adept in making genial fun. The climate is not genial. The drosky is an odd-looking fleet sort of cab, which barely seats two. It is near the ground, and if it upsets, it is safer than when it is going. Its speed over the boulders is immense. Its driver is good and good-humored. The carts, wagons, drays, as well as droskies, have a peculiar harness for the horse. The eminent characteristic of the establishment is a sort of harness or yoke, about 4 or 5 feet above the animal's shoulders. This is not peculiar to Russia, but it is here developed in a higher degree. It rests on the shafts, and somehow, as I believe, loquor non inexpertus, the horse has freer motion and an easier draught under this yoke. It does not strain him about the vitalities like our harness. He seems to run loosely as under a canopy of green, though many of the yokes are thus painted with emblems and owners' names on them. While watching a caravan of these yokes which do not oppress, I had occasion to look through a long line of them, 50 in number, carrying the rye flour in sacks across the city, and discovered another peculiarity. There is a stout rope from the horse's shoulders to the front axle, which extends some 2 feet out of the hub to hold these extra traces. The strain seemed to be upon these traces as much as upon the shafts, and just as I was driving in a hurried way, for our driver was dashing at the usual pace, one of our wheels came off and rolled a rod, and down we were. Thanks to the good gray team and some promptitude, we escaped harm, while sympathies all about from the gathered crowd showed that there was much kindness upon the street. What sights to our unaccustomed eyes are on every side as we drive! Little Tartar children dressed in green, the soldiers with heavy coats and long spears from the tribes of the Don, the Cossack of history, hussars of red, gay uniform, Caucasian soldiers with dresses as gay as the Spahis of Algiers, with the various large-breeched natives in top boots or with red shirts only covered by a dark vest, add to the spectacle. The avenues are wide and lined with high yellow buildings, palaces, and government edifices, all proportionate to the immense empire of the 2 continents. The signs look quaint with their peculiar lettering, and the houses, which rarely have doors in front, are unusual in their aspect. The sheet iron roofs painted green and red, the police in their green uniform and sword, the rivers and canals full of strange craft darting about in active business, some from far inland, laden with grain, and some bearing passengers over the Khiva and under its bridges. All these odd pictures contribute to keep us on the alert. We drive along the Khiva, whose splendid avenues and quays are one. They are lined by the same yellow buildings where the families of the royal house reside. Then we cross the Khiva on a pontoon bridge called the Troutsen, from which a splendid view is had of the spreading waters of the river, bounded at one end by the elegant edifice of the Commercial Exchange. In winter the river is used for races upon the ice. Then we turn into Alexandria Park and admire the villas of the merchant princes upon the lagoons into which the Khiva is divided. From the rounding point we perceive the Finland Gulf, Kronstadt, and Peterhof, and all the points which we passed on our route hither. Then we turn into the Zoological Gardens, where white bears and young cubs, wolves and walruses, along with thousands of pleasure seekers, together enjoy the brilliant mimic scenes till midnight. There we found, for 15 cents only, a splendid theater outdoors, and famous dogs and monkeys performing, followed by a ballet and pantomime, in which Greeks and Turks play parts, and in which the heroes and heroines of the former are lifted through a gorgeous display of many-colored lights into clouds of glory, amidst the cheers of the populace, which never forgets that Turkey is its natural foe, and that Constantinople is its natural, if not national, capital. Upon our drive we noticed some fine triumphal arches, copied after the classic models and those of other countries, and other monuments, but none equals the superb Alexander Column, erected in 1832. It is a solid shaft of red granite, the greatest monolith of the world. It is based on an enormous block of red granite. There is an angel on the summit. The monument is 154 feet high, and has a noble and inspiring grace and grandeur. Other statues to Peter and Catherine, besides statues to soldiers and poets, make every square of this grand city monumental. There is also an equestrian statue of Nicholas. The horse is like that of General Jackson's in Lafayette Square, Washington, and stands upon his hind legs only. It is so much more elegantly and gracefully posed that I could not but compare it to the disadvantage of our own favorite charger. On no day have we failed to find something about Peter the Great. In the Summer Gardens there is an old palace, where are sacred relics of his handiwork, such as chairs, cabinets, and Chinese designs. The kitchen and bathroom have tiles of the old Dutch style, which he greatly affected. The chimney is as huge as the room. Within is a prison, where he is said to have kept his personal enemies, without benefit of habeas corpus or clergy. It looks gloomy, and the grating seems to be peculiarly adapted to a jail, but it is not very likely that Peter would have enjoyed such society in his own favorite home. The drives in the parks are beautiful. Therein is a lovely palace where lived the Princess Dagmar before she became Empress. The armory here forms a museum of wonderful interest, for it has gifts of untold value from Spain to Persia and beyond. Every kind of gun, sword, and dagger is here, and those from the conquered sheiks and khans of Asia shine resplendent in jewels by the mass. The saddle-cloths from the Orient, and especially the presents from the Shah of Persia, are the richest known to any collection in the world. Among the manifold things here to be seen are the lock and key found near the site of the Temple of Jerusalem, the jewelry of the harem of the Khan of Khiva, a wonderful collection for female adornment, Chevalier Bayard's cuirass, a spear which opens after it enters the body, an alarm clock which shoots off a gun to awaken the sleeper, the flags taken in the Hungarian insurrection of 1849, the baton of Shamil, the Circassian chief who fought Russia so many years, the emeralds by the quantity which the Shah of Persia sent to the Tsar, the horse furniture of the Indian sheiks, and a circular knife which they used to hurl, which cut your head off before you could say your little prayer. And as a proper apex to this collection of curious gifts and gems, worth alone 60 millions of rubies, the sword of Mazeppa, the brave hetman of the Poles, who will never cease to ride through histrionic and historic dangers on that fierce, untamed charger of the desert. If you would find in full perfection the richest in all respects of all the palaces in the world, I suppose the Winter Palace would be that superlative edifice. Since the attempt to blow it up as the royal people were about to dine, it has been closed. I made an effort through Colonel Hoffman, our charge d'affaires, to obtain an entrance for the Americans now stopping here, but vainly. Recent events forbade. The Tsar himself will not go into it again. It is shut for 2 years. This was a disappointment, but it was partly compensated for by admission to the Hermitage, which is a part or a neighbor to the Winter Palace. But the Hermitage seems to be enough for all our time. All the masters, old and young, native and foreign, are in profusion here, as well as specimens of the exhaustless mineral glories of Russia and Siberia in every form of carved beauty and tasteful grace. Museums of ancient statuary, coins, jewels, and intaglios, illustrating every age and phase of history, and, as a climax of interest, the relics of the city of Kerch, and other palaces in the Greek colonies of 2,000 years ago, now in southern Russia, are here. This exhibition supplements General Cesnola's Cyprian Antiquities, and would add fresh interest to our home museum. Upon these Greek relics are found such dresses, worn by the ancient Scythians, as our drosky drivers now wear, and bas-reliefs on these old vases show horses managed exactly as my former Ohio constituent, Rary, used to quell the worst cruisers of the equestrian world. But, as a small American boy remarked at the end of our 6 hours' promenade through these corridors, we feel 2,000 years old ourselves. We have traveled so much and so far. Do you ask, is Peter the Great to be found at the Hermitage? Surely he is everywhere. Here are his lathes, tools, and knives, and plaques, or discs of copper and ivory cut by his own hand. Here, too, is his measuring staff, which was a foot taller than any one in our party, and that of his valet a foot taller than Peter. How could he be such a warrior, statesman, mechanic, and architect, ruling such an immense and incongruous people so well, and make so many knickknacks with his own hand and out of his own mechanical contrivance? This conundrum puzzles the brain. We are curious to know the secret of Peter's power, and of the glamour of grandeur around this giant of Muscovite history and modern civilization. The staircase of this palace of the Hermitage has no equal in its size and proportion. Outside there are immense, black, colossal porphyry figures, bearing up the portico, each an Atlas itself. They are emblems of the 80 millions of subjects which from every rank uphold this extended empire. With its 60 millions of farmers, now free, its 7 millions of villagers, its 1 million of gentry, nobles, and officers, and its 4 millions of military men and their families, it would seem that the vast edifice of the Russian power would be stable, supported by such Atlantean shoulders. Is it really so? Time will tell. For the welfare of all, it is to be wished that there was more comfort and elevation among these vast masses of men. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6. Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by BettyB. A Mecca Pilgrim in Disguise by Richard F. Burton. In the autumn of 1852, I offered my services to the Royal Geographical Society of London for the purpose of removing that opprobrium to modern adventure, the huge white blot which in our map denotes the eastern and central regions of Arabia. On the evening of April 3, 1853, I left London, and upon reaching Suez about 3 months later, left there for Jeddah, the port of Mecca. Immense was the confusion on the eventful day of our departure. Suppose us standing on the beach on the morning of a fiery July day, carefully watching our hurriedly packed goods and chattels surrounded by a mob of idlers who are not too proud to pick up waifs and strays, while pilgrims rush about apparently mad, and friends are weeping, acquaintances vociferating adieus, boatmen demanding fees, shopmen claiming debts, women shrieking and talking with inconceivable power, children crying. In short, for an hour or so we were in the thick of a human storm. To confound confusion, the boatmen have moored their skiff half a dozen yards away from the shore, lest the porters should be unable to make more than double their fare from the pilgrims. When on the water, the pilgrims offer this prayer: O Allah, O exalted, O almighty, O all-pitiful, O all-powerful, thou art my God, and sufficeth to me the knowledge of it. Glorified be the Lord, my Lord, and glorified be the faith, my faith. Thou givest victory to whom thou pleasest, and thou art the glorious, the merciful. We pray thee for safety in our goings forth and in our standing still, in our words and our designs, in our dangers of temptation and doubts, and the secret designs of our hearts. Subject unto us this sea, even as thou didst subject the deep to Moses, and as thou didst subject the fire to Abraham, and as thou didst subject the iron to David, and as thou didst subject the wind and the devils and genii, and mankind to Solomon, and as thou didst subject to the moon and Ilbarak to Mohammed, upon whom be Allah's mercy and his blessing. And subject unto us all the seas in earth and heaven, in the visible and in thine invisible worlds, the sea of this life and the sea of futurity. O thou who reignest over everything, and unto whom all things return. Khayar, Khayar. We traveled through a country fantastic in its desolation, a mass of huge hills, barren plains, and desert vales. Even the sturdy acacias here failed, and in some places the camel grass could not find earth enough to take root in. The road wound among mountains, rocks, and hills of granite, over broken ground flanked by huge blocks and boulders, piled up as if man's art had aided nature to disfigure herself. Vast clefts seemed like scars on the hideous face of earth. Here they widened into dark caves. There they were choked up with glistening drift sand. Not a bird or a beast was to be seen or heard. Their presence would have argued the vicinity of water, and though my companions opined that Bedouins were lurking among the rocks, I decided that these Bedouins were the creatures of their fears. Above, a sky like polished blue steel, with a tremendous blaze of yellow light, glared upon us, without the thinnest veil of mist or cloud. The distant prospect, indeed, was more attractive than the near view, because it borrowed a bright azure tinge from the intervening atmosphere. But the jagged peaks and the perpendicular streaks of shadow down the flanks of the mountainous background showed that no change for the better was yet in store for us. We traveled that night up a dry river course in an easterly direction, and at early dawn found themselves in an ill-famed gorge called Shuab el Hajj, the Pilgrim's Pass. The loudest talkers became silent as we neared it, and their countenances showed apprehension written in legible characters. Presently, from the high, precipitous cliff on our left, thin blue curls of smoke, somehow or other they caught every eye, rose in the air, and instantly afterwards rang the loud, sharp cracks of the hillmen's matchlocks, echoed by the rocks on the right. My shugduf had been broken by the camels falling during the night, so I called out to Mansour that we had better splice the framework with a bit of rope. He looked up, saw me laughing, and with an ejaculation of disgust disappeared. A number of Bedouins were to be seen swarming like hornets over the crests of the rocks, boys as well as men carrying huge weapons and climbing with the agility of cats. They took up comfortable places in the cutthroat eminence and began firing upon us with perfect convenience to themselves. The height of the hills and the glare of the rising sun prevented my seeing objects very distinctly, but my companions pointed out to me places where the rock had been scarped, and a kind of breastwork of rough stones, the Sangah of Afghanistan, piled up as a defense, and a rest for the long barrel of the matchlock. It was useless to challenge the Bedouins to come down and fight us upon the plain like men, and it was equally unprofitable for our escort to fire upon a foe ensconced behind stones. We had, therefore, nothing to do but to blaze away as much powder and to veil ourselves in as much smoke as possible. The result of the affair was that we lost 12 men, besides camels and other beasts of burden. Though the bandits showed no symptoms of bravery, and confined themselves to slaughtering the enemy from their hilltop, my companions seemed to consider this questionable affair a most gallant exploit. Half an hour after leaving the Wadi el Akik, or Blessed Valley, we came to a huge flight of steps, roughly cut in a long broad line of black scoriaceous basalt. This is called the Muduraj, or flight of steps over the western ridge of the so-called El Haratayn. It is holy ground, for the Prophet spoke well of it. Arrived at the top, we passed through a lane of black scoria, with steep banks on both sides, and, after a few minutes, a full view of the city suddenly opened on us. We halted our beasts as if by word of command. All of us descended, in imitation of the pious of old, and sat down, jaded and hungry as we were, to feast our eyes with a view of the holy city. The prayer was, "O Allah, this is the Haram, sanctuary of the Prophet. Make it to us a protection from hellfire and a refuge from eternal punishment. O, open the gates of thy mercy, and let us pass through them to the land of joy." As we looked eastward, the sun arose out of the horizon of low hills, blurred and dotted with small tufted trees, which gained a giant stature from the morning mists, and the earth was stained with gold and purple. Before us lay a spacious plain, bounded in front by the undulating ground of Nejd. On the left was a grim barrier of rocks, the celebrated Mount Ohad, with a clump of verdure and a white dome or two nestling at its base. Rightward, broad streaks of lilac-colored mists were thick with gathered dew. They are pierced and thinned by the morning rays, stretched over the date groves and the gardens of Khiva, which stood out in emerald green from the dull tawny surface of the plain. Below, at the distance of about 2 miles, lay El Medina. At first sight it appeared a large place, but a closer inspection proved the impression to be an erroneous one. Passing through muddy streets — they had been freshly watered before evening time — I came suddenly upon the Prophet's Mosque. Like that at Mecca, the approach is choked up by ignoble buildings, some actually touching the holy enceinte, others separated by a lane compared with which the road around St. Paul's is a Vatican Square. There is no outer front, no general aspect of the Prophet's Mosque; consequently, as a building it has neither beauty nor dignity. And entering the Bab el Rahmah, the Gate of Pity, by a diminutive flight of steps, I was astonished at the mean and tawdry appearance of a place so universally venerated in the Moslem world. It is not like the Meccan mosque, grand and simple, the expression of a single sublime idea. The longer I looked at it, the more it suggested the resemblance of a museum of second-rate art, a curiosity shop, full of ornaments that are not accessories, and decorated with pauper splendor. Our days in Medina were spent thus. At dawn we arose, washed, prayed, and broke our fast upon a crust of stale bread, before smoking a pipe and drinking a cup of coffee. Then it was time to dress, to mount, and to visit the Haram in one of the holy places outside the city. Returning before the sun became intolerable, we sat together, and with conversation, shishas, and chabuks, coffee and cold water perfumed with mastich smoke, we whiled away the time till our ariston, an early dinner, which appeared at the primitive hour of 11 a.m. The meal was served in the majis on a large copper tray sent from the upper apartments. Ejaculating Bismillah, the Moslem grace, we all sat around it and dipped equal hands in the dishes set before us. We had usually unleavened bread, different kinds of meat and vegetable stews, and at the end of the first course, plain boiled rice eaten with spoons. Then came the fruits, fresh dates, grapes, and pomegranates. After dinner I used invariably to find some excuse, such as the habit of a kalula, midday siesta, or the being a Sadawi, or person of melancholy temperament, to have a rug spread in the dark passage, and there to lie reading, dozing, smoking, or writing, all through the worst part of the day from noon to sunset. Then came the hour for receiving and paying visits. The evening prayers ensued, either at home or in the haram, followed by our supper, another substantial meal like the dinner, but more plentiful of bread, meat, vegetables, rice, and fruits. In the evening we sometimes dressed in common clothes and went to the café. Sometimes, on festive occasions, we indulged in a late supper of sweetmeats, pomegranates, and dried fruits. Usually we sat upon mattresses spread upon the ground in the open air at the shika's door, receiving evening visits, chatting, telling stories, and making merry, till each, as he felt the approach of the drowsy god, sank down into his proper place and fell asleep. My companions and I joined the caravan from Damascus. The day's march was peculiarly Arabian. It was a desert peopled only with echoes, a place of death for what little there is to die in it, a wilderness where, to use my companion's phrase, there is nothing but He, Allah. Nature, scalped, flayed, discovered her anatomy to the gazer's eye. The horizon was a sea of mirage. Gigantic sand columns whirled over the plain, and on both sides of our road were huge piles of bare rock, standing detached upon the surface of sand and clay. Here they appeared in oval lumps, heaped up with a semblance of symmetry. There a single boulder stood, with its narrow foundation based upon a pedestal of low dome-shaped rock. All are of a pink coarse-grained granite, which flakes off in large crusts under the influence of the atmosphere. On the morning of Sunday, September 11th, 1853, about 1 a.m., I was aroused by general excitement. "Mecca! Mecca!" cried some voices. I looked out from my litter. There at last it lay, the bourne of my long and weary pilgrimage, realizing the plans and hopes of many and many a year. The mirage medium of fancy invested the huge catafalque and its gloomy pall with peculiar charms. There were no giant fragments of hoar antiquity as in Egypt, no remains of graceful and harmonious beauty as in Greece and Italy, no barbaric gorgeousness as in the buildings of India. Yet the view was strange, unique, and how few have looked upon the celebrated shrine. I may truly say that, of all the worshippers who clung weeping to the curtain, or who pressed their beating hearts to the stone, none felt for the moment a deeper emotion than did the Hadji from the far north. It was as if the poetical legends of the Arab spoke truth, and that the waving wings of angels, not the sweet breeze of morning, were agitating and swelling the black covering of the shrine. But, to confess humbling truth, theirs was the high feeling of religious enthusiasm, mine was the ecstasy of gratified pride. For a long time I stood looking in despair at the swarming crowd of Bedouin and other pilgrims that besieged the Black Stone. Our boy Mohammed was equal to the occasion. During our circuit he had displayed a fiery zeal against heresy and schism, by foully abusing every Persian in his path, and the inopportune introduction of hard words into his prayers made the latter a strange patchwork. He might, for instance, be repeating, "And I take refuge with thee from ignominy in this world," when, "O thou rejected one, son of the rejected," would be the interpolation addressed to some long-bearded Khorasani, and in that to come, "O hog and brother of a hoggess," and so he continued, till I wondered that no one dared to turn and rend him. After vainly addressing the pilgrims, of whom nothing could be seen but a mosaic of occiputs and shoulder blades, the boy Mohammed collected about half a dozen stalwart Meccans, with whose assistance, by sheer strength, we wedged our way into the thin and light-legged crowd. The Bedouins turned round upon us like wild cats, but they had no daggers. The season being autumn, they had not swelled themselves with milk for 6 months, and they had become such living mummies that I could have managed single-handed half a dozen of them. After thus reaching the stone, despite popular indignation, testified by impatient shouts, we monopolized the use of it for at least 10 minutes. Whilst kissing it, and rubbing hands and forehead upon it, I narrowly observed it, and came away persuaded that it is a big aerolite. On September 12th we mounted the litter and set out for Arafat, the Mount of Wrestling in prayer. Arafat is about a 6 hours' march, or 12 miles on the Taif road, due east of Mecca. We arrived there in a shorter time, but our weary camels during the last third of the way frequently threw themselves upon the ground. Human beings suffered more. Between Muna and Arafat I saw no less than 5 men fall down and die upon the highway. Exhausted and moribund, they had dragged themselves out to give up the ghost where it departs to instant beatitude. The spectacle showed how easy it is to die in these latitudes. Each man suddenly staggered, fell as if shot, and, after a brief convulsion, lay still as marble. The corpses were carefully taken up and carelessly buried that same evening in a vacant space among the crowds encamped upon the Arafat plain. Nothing can be more picturesque than the view the mountain affords of the blue peaks behind, and the vast encampment scattered over the barren yellow plain below. On the north lay the regularly pitched camp of the guards that defend the unarmed pilgrims. To the eastward was the sheriff's encampment with the bright mahmals and the gilt knobs of the grander pavilions, whilst on the southern and western sides the tents of the vulgar crowded the ground, disposed in dowers or circles for penning cattle. After many calculations, I estimated the number to be not less than 50,000 of all ages and sexes. The ceremony of Rami, or stoning the great devil, is a curious sight. The Shaitan el-Kabir is a stone pillar backed by a wall. As the ceremony must be performed on the first day by all pilgrims between sunrise and sunset, and as the fiend was malicious enough to appear in a rugged pass, the crowd makes the place dangerous. On one side of the road, which is not 40 feet broad, stood a row of shops belonging principally to barbers. On the other side is the rugged wall of the pillar, with a chevaux de frise of Bedouins and naked boys. The narrow space was crowded with pilgrims, all struggling like drowning men to approach as near as possible to the devil. It would have been easy to run over the heads of the mass. Among them were horsemen with rearing chargers, Bedouins on wild camels, and grandees on mules and asses with outrunners were breaking away by assault and battery. I had read Ali Bey's self-felicitations upon escaping this place with only 2 wounds in the left leg, and had duly provided myself with a hidden dagger. The precaution was not useless. Scarcely had my donkey entered the crowd than he was overthrown by a dromedary, and I found myself under the stamping and roaring beast's stomach. By a judicious use of the knife I avoided being trampled upon, and lost no time in escaping from a place so ignobly dangerous. Finding an opening at last, we approached within about 5 cubits of the place, and holding each stone between the thumb and forefinger of the ring hand, cast it at the pillar, exclaiming, "In the name of Allah, and Allah is Almighty, I do this in hatred of the fiend and to his shame." The 7 stones being duly thrown, we retired, and entering the barber's booth, took our places upon one of the earthen benches around it. This was the time to remove the ihram, or pilgrim's garb, and to return to ilal, the normal state of el-Islam. The barber shaved our heads, and after trimming our beards and cutting our nails, made us repeat these words: "I propose loosening my ihram according to the practice of the Prophet, whom may Allah bless and preserve. O Allah, make unto me in every hair a light, a purity, and a generous reward. In the name of Allah, and Allah is Almighty." At the conclusion of his labor, the barber politely addressed to us a Naiman, "Pleasure to you," to which we as ceremoniously replied, "Allah give thee pleasure." Later, upon returning to the city from the sacrifice of sheep in the valley of Muna, we bathed, and when noon drew nigh, we repaired to the Haram for the purpose of hearing the sermon. Descending to the cloisters below the Bab el Ziyadah, I stood wonderstruck by the scene before me. The vast quadrangle was crowded with worshippers sitting in long rows, and everywhere facing the central black tower. The showy colors of their dresses were not to be surpassed by a garden of the most brilliant flowers, and such diversity of detail would probably not be seen massed together in any other building upon earth. The women, a dull and somber-looking group, sat apart in their peculiar place. The Pasha stood on the roof of Zemzem, surrounded by guards in Nizam uniform. Where the principal ulema stationed themselves the crowd was thicker, and in the more auspicious spots naught was to be seen but a pavement of heads and shoulders. Nothing seemed to move but a few dervishes, who, censer in hand, sidled through the rows and received the unsolicited alms of the faithful. Apparently in the midst, and raised above the crowd by the tall pointed pulpit, whose gilt spire flamed in the sun, sat the preacher, an old man with snowy beard. The style of headdress called talasan covered his turban, which was white as his robes, and a short staff supported his left hand. Presently he arose, took the staff in his right hand, pronounced a few inaudible words, and sat down again on one of the lower steps, whilst a muezzin, at the foot of the pulpit, recited the call to sermon. Then the old man stood up and began to preach. As the majestic figure began to exert itself, there was a deep silence. Presently a general Amin was intoned by the crowd at the conclusion of some long sentence, and at last, towards the end of the sermon, every third or fourth word was followed by the simultaneous rise and fall of thousands of voices. I have seen the religious ceremonies of many lands, but never, nowhere, aught so solemn, so impressive as this spectacle. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. The Holy City by Elliot Warburton. The road from Jaffa has been for 4,000 years the highway between Jerusalem and the western plains that border on the sea, and its slippery rocks are so round and smooth as to render firm footing difficult. Chariots never could have been used here, and it would be impossible for cavalry to act, or even to advance against a hostile force. The scenery resembled that of the wildest glens of Scotland, only that here the grey crags were thickly tufted with aromatic shrubs, and instead of the pine, the sycamore, the olive, and the palm shaded the mountain's side. We passed by the village of Jeremiah and the Terebinthine Vale. In the last we recognized the scene of David's combat with Goliath, and its little brook still sparkles here as freshly as when he picked thence pebbles to smite the Philistine. Generally speaking, the river beds were as dry as the path we trod, and this was the only stream but one that I saw between Jaffa and the Jordan. A large caravan was assembled on its banks, with all its picturesque variety of laden camels, mules with gay trappings, mountain cavaliers with turban and embroidered vests, veiled women on donkeys, half-naked Arabs with long spears, dwellers in cities with dark caftan or furred pelisse. All, however various their nation, profession, or appearance, were eagerly quaffing the precious stream, or waiting under the shadow of a high rock for the caravan to proceed. Hills became more and more precipitous as we approached Jerusalem. Most of them were of a conical form and terraced to their summit. Yet on these steep acclivities the strenuous labor of the Israelite had formerly grown corn, wine, and oil, and on the terraces that remained uninjured the few present inhabitants still plant wheat and vineyards and olive groves. There was no appearance of water, except the inference that might be drawn of wells within the few villages that hung on the mountain's side. The pathway continued as rough as ever, while we wound through the rocky defiles leading to the upper plains, but it was much more frequented, and I had joined a large and various company for the sake of listening to their talk about the city that now absorbed every other interest. At each acclivity we surmounted we were told that the next would reveal to us the object of our destination, and at length, as we emerged upon a wide and sterile plain, the leading pilgrims sank upon their knees. The most contagious shout of enthusiasm I ever heard burst from each traveler and every man of that large company, Arab, Italian, Greek, and Englishman, exclaimed each in his own tongue, El Quds, Jerusalema, Heliopolis, the Holy City. It was indeed Jerusalem, and had the Holy City risen before us in its palmiest days of magnificence and glory, it could not have created deeper emotion or been gazed at more earnestly or with intenser interest. Apart from all associations, the first view of Jerusalem is a most striking one. A brilliant and uncheckered sunshine has something mournful in it when all that it shines upon is utterly desolate and drear. Not a tree or green spot is visible. No sign of life breaks the solemn silence. No smile of nature's gladness ever varies the stern scenery around. The flaming, monotonous sunshine above and the pale, distorted, rocky wastes beneath realize but too faithfully the prophetic picture. Thy sky shall be brass, and the land shall be iron. To the right and left, as far as the eye can reach, vague undulations of colorless rocks extend to the horizon. A broken and desolate plain in front is bounded by a wavy, battlemented wall, over which towers frown and minarets peer, and mosque domes swell, intermingled with church turrets and an indistinguishable mass of terraced roofs. High over the city, to the left, rises the Mount of Olives, and the distant hills of Moab, almost mingling with the sky, afford a background to the striking picture. I had always pictured to myself Jerusalem as standing upon lofty hills and visible from afar. It is, on the contrary, on the edge of the wide platform by which we approached from Jaffa, and is commanded by the Mount of Olives, the hill of Scopus, and other eminences, from which it is divided by the deep and narrow ravines called the Valley of Jehoshaphat and the Valley of Hinnom. These ravines meet in the form of a Y, the lower part of which describes the precipitous glen through which the brook Kidron flows in winter to the Dead Sea. The site of the city is in itself unique. Selected originally from the strength of its position only, it offers none of the features usually to be found surrounding the metropolis of a powerful people. No river nor any stream flows by it. No fertility surrounds it. No commerce seems able to approach its walls. No thoroughfare of nations finds it in the way. It seems to stand apart from the world, exempt from its passions, its ambitions, and even its prosperity. Like the high priest who once ministered in its temple, it stands solitary and removed from all secular influences, and receives only those who come to worship at its mysteries. All the other cities of the earth are frequented by votaries of gain, science, luxury, or glory. Zion offers only privations to the pilgrim's body, solemn reflections for his thoughts, awe for his soul. Her palaces are ruins, her hostels are dreary convents, her chief boast and triumph is a tomb. The greater part of the time I passed at Jerusalem I was as solitary as in the desert. In the cool of the evening I used to ride up the Mount of Olives, or explore the glens and caverns, once the refuge places of the prophets, now the resort of robbers and outlaws. If I had been reconnoitering for Titus, I could not have made myself more familiar with every feature of the doomed city than solitude and curiosity conspired to make me during those frequent rambles. Toward noon I was driven by the heat to take shelter in my apartments, which I shall describe as affording a specimen of the houses of Jerusalem. I passed only one night in the dreary hospice of the Terra Santa, and the next evening found myself, on my return from a distant ride, the tenant of Abu Habib in the Via Dolorosa. He was a portly old Christian, very like Lablache in the garb of Figaro, but that a long robe of brown silk enveloped his person, and a capacious turban his broad brow. He could speak but few words of Italian, and the gesticulations with which he endeavored to express some difficult emotion in Arabic were irresistibly ludicrous. He piqued himself on his cookery, and was continually inventing some new abomination of grease and rice to tempt my appetite. There was a hospitality about the old fellow, notwithstanding his reputed avaricious propensities, that prevented me from ever scrutinizing his bills. If he made the most of his guests in one respect, he also did it in every other. My servant was quite superseded in the culinary department. As soon as I rose in the morning, it was Abu Habib who presented my coffee. When I came in from riding, pipe and coffee were handed by Abu Habib, and in a few moments rissoles in vine leaves, or pieces of pilan in cucumbers, with a broiled fowl and a flask of vino d'oro, were presented by Abu Habib. If I clapped my hands throughout the day, the same portly figure presented itself. If I fell asleep on the divan, I found him fanning away the flies. At dinner he was at once cook and butler. In the evening he was killing chickens while he whistled a tune, or plucking them as he chanted some unintelligible old song. He even climbed the housetop to offer my pipe, and at length actually took to grooming my horses. The entrance to this house of hospitality was by a narrow flight of stone steps leading out of the Via Dolorosa. A door opened thence into a courtyard where my horses were stabled in an enclosure and picketed to the wall by the fetlock. A corridor, in which there were doors leading to a kitchen on one side and sleeping rooms on the other, connected this outer with an inner court, shaded by a few lemon and cypress trees. In this were my apartments, consisting of a sleeping room and a large wainscoted chamber, surrounded with a divan and diversified with a variety of shelves, presses, and cupboards. Opposite were the sleeping apartments of my host, his buxom wife, and her blooming sister. These women seemed to lead a life of perfect idleness, for the indefatigable Abu Habib was all in all, and monopolized all the offices of the establishment, even to dressing. In more senses than one, a young son of his was the plague of the household. My host was civil and humble, even to servility, but the female members of his family appeared to be as free from constraint as they were from forwardness. During a short but severe illness they attended me with the greatest kindness, and afterward gave me lessons in Arabic, and folding turbans, and other Eastern accomplishments. It was pleasant when evening fell, as I lay on the divan and looked upon the clear bright sky, against which the cypresses trembled in the night breeze, to hear the low, sweet, plaintive voices in which these Eastern women sang the songs of their historic land. Hebron was their native place, and they were Christians, though they had never heard of the Bible, but the name of the Koran was familiar to them. Their dress in the house consisted of a close-fitting tunic, buttoned from beneath the bosom for some distance down, thence open to allow free motion to their limbs, that were clothed with very full, loose trousers, tied at the ankle and falling over the slippered foot. The bosom was generally open, or but partly enclosed by the crape garment within. A light turban or a handkerchief of Damascus silk covered the head, from which rich hair flowed free, or was plaited into two long braids. In the streets the Christian women wear the yashmak, or veil, across the face, as the Moslems do, but in the house it is entirely laid aside. The women of all religions pass much of their time on the housetops, peeping through the circular tiles that are built into a wall so as to admit the air yet conceal the inhabitants of each roof. I rode forth to make a circuit of the city, to walk round about her and mark well her battlements. Sadly has all changed since this proud challenge was spoken, yet the walls are still towering and imposing in their effect. They vary in height from 20 to 60 feet, according to the undulations of the ground, and are everywhere in good repair. The columns and architraves are as old as at least the Roman conquered city, that are worked into these walls instead of ruder stones, bear eloquent testimony to the different nature of their predecessors. A bridle path leads close to their base all around. The valleys of Hinnom and Jehoshaphat yawn suddenly beneath them on the west, south, and north, separating them from Mount Gihon, the hill of evil counsel, and the Mount of Olives. These hills are utterly barren and lonely as fear can make them. Though within gunshot of the city, robberies are here committed with impunity, and few people venture to leave the walls without being well armed and attended. The deep gloom of the valley of Hinnom, the sterility of all around, the silence and desolation so intense yet so close to the city, the sort of memory with which I could trace each almost familiar spot, from the tower of Hippicus to the hill of Scopas, made this the most interesting excursion I ever undertook. Now we look down upon the pool and valley of Gihon from the summit of Mount Zion, now upon the vale of Hinnom with the pool of Siloam and Aceldama beyond the brook, now over Mount Moriah with the valley of Jehoshaphat beneath, and the village of Siloam on the opposite side, scattered along the banks where Kidron used to flow. Then, passing through the Turkish cemetery and over the brook Kidron, we come to the venerable garden of Gethsemane, in which, say the legends, still stand the olive trees that sheltered Christ. This garden is only a small grove, occupying perhaps 2 acres of ground, but it is one of the best authenticated scenes of interest about Jerusalem. From it a steep and rocky path leads to the 3 summits of the Mount of Olives, on the loftiest of which stands the Church of the Ascension. An Armenian priest admitted me into the sacred enclosure, motioned to a little monk to lead about my horse, and led the way in silence to the roof of the church. From hence is the most interesting, if not the most striking view in the world. From such a summit might the great leader of the people have viewed the land, which was to be the reward of their desert wanderings. From it is laid bare every fiber of the great heart of Palestine. The atmosphere is like a crystal lens, and every object in the holy city is as clear as if it lay within a few yards instead of a mile's distance. Each battlement upon those war-worn walls, each wildflower that clusters over them, the dogs prowling about the waste places among the ruins and cactus and cypress, the turbaned citizens slowly moving in the streets, all these are recognizable almost as clearly as the prominent features of the city. The eminence called Mount Moriah lies nearest to our view, just above the narrow valley of Jehoshaphat. The city wall passes over the center of it, embracing a wide enclosure studded with cypresses and cedars, in the center of which stands the magnificent Mosque of Omar. This is of a very light, fantastic architecture, bristling with points and little spires and minarets, many of which have gilded crescents that flash and gleam in the sunshine, while the various groups of Moslems, seated on bright carpets or slowly wandering among the groves, give life and animation to the scene. The mosque occupies the site of the temple, and is held holy by the Moslem as the place where Abraham offered Isaac to be a sacrifice. To the left of the mosque enclosure within the walls is a space covered with rubbish and jungles of the prickly pear, then part of the hill of Zion and David's Tower. To the right of the enclosure is the pool of Bethesda, beyond which St. Stephen's Gate affords entrance to the Via Dolorosa, a steep and winding street along which Christ bore the cross in his ascent to Calvary. To the right of the street and toward the north stands the hill of Acra, on which Salem, the most ancient part of the city, was built, they say, by Melchizedek. This hill is enclosed by the walls of the modern town, but the hill of Bezetha lies yet farther to the right, and was enclosed within the walls that the Romans stormed. Beyond Bezetha stands the hill of Scopas, wherefrom Titus gazed upon Jerusalem the day before its destruction, and wept for the sake of the beautiful city. Beneath us is the Garden of Gethsemane, the valley of Hinnom with its Tophet, and the vale of Jehoshaphat with its brook Kidron, which meets the waters of Siloam at the well of Job. The tombs of the kings of Nehemiah, of Absalom, and of the judges lie before us. The caves of the prophets everywhere pierce the rocks that have so often resounded to the war cry of the Chaldean, the Roman, the Saracen, and the Crusader. Beyond the city spreads the vale of Rephaim, with Bethlehem in the distance. Every rock and hill and valley that is visible bears some name that is rung in history. And then the utter desolation that everywhere prevails, as if it was all over with that land, and the rocks had indeed fallen, and the hills indeed had covered the mighty, the beautiful, and the brave, who once dwelt there in prosperity and peace. No flocks, no husbandmen, nor any living thing is there, except a group of timid travelers, turbaned figures and veiled women, and a file of camels, winding along the precipitous pathway under the shadow of the palm tree. Descending from the Mount of Olives, I re-entered the city by St. Stephen's Gate, where Turkish soldiers constantly keep guard. Turning to the left, I visited the Pool of Bethesda and then wandered slowly over the Via Dolorosa, in which is pointed out each spot where the Saviour fell under the burden of the cross, as he bore it to Calvary along this steep and rugged way. In after days I impatiently traversed the squalid city, with a monk for my guide, in search of its various localities of traditionary sanctity. But I will not ask the reader to stoop to such a labor. My monkish cicerone pointed out to me where Dives lived, where Lazarus lay, where the cock crowed or roosted that warned Peter of his crime, and even where the Blessed Virgin used to wash her son's linen. It is difficult to speak of such things gravely, and yet I would not have one light feeling or expression intermingled with the solemn subjects of which this chapter attempts to treat. The character of the city within corresponds with that of the country without, most of it very solitary and silent. Echo only answers to your horse's tread, and frequent waste places, among which the wild dog prowls, convey an indescribable impression of desolation. It is not those waste places alone that give such an air of loneliness to the city, but many of the streets themselves, dark, dull, and mournful looking, seem as if the Templars' armed tread was the last to which they had resounded. The bazaars and places of business are confined to one small quarter of the city. Everywhere else you generally find yourself alone. No one is even there to point out your way, and you come unexpectedly upon the Pool of Bethesda, or wander among the vaulted ruins of the Hospitallers' courts, without knowledge. The remains of the ancient city that meet your eye are singularly few. Here and there a column is let into the wall, or you find that the massive and uneven pavement is of costly marble. But, except the pools of Hezekiah and Bethesda, the town of Hippicus, and some few other remains preserved on account of their utility, there is little of art to connect the memory with the past. The chief place of interest in Jerusalem is the Holy Sepulchre, whose site I believe to be as real as the panorama that the priests have gathered around it must needs be false. You descend by a narrow lane and a flight of steps into a small enclosure, where a guard of Turkish soldiers is stationed to keep peace among the Christians. After paying tribute to this infidel police, you enter into a large circular hall, supported by a colonnade of 18 pillars and surrounded by a large dome, in the center of which is a pavilion containing the Holy Sepulchre. The whole of this church has been so frequently described that I shall only mention that within its walls are collected a panorama of all the events that took place at the crucifixion, the place where Christ was scourged, the hole in the rock where the cross stood, the fissure where the rock was rent in twain, the place where the soldiers cast lots for the garments, the stone whereon the body was anointed, and lastly, the grave wherein it was laid. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright MABIE. The Great Ruins of Bashan by J. L. Porter. From the first moment of my arrival in Damascus, I felt an intense desire to visit the ancient kingdom of Bashan. The ancient cities and even the villages of western Palestine have been almost annihilated, with the exception of Jerusalem, Hebron, and 2 or 3 others. Not one stone has been left upon another. In some places, we can scarcely discover the spot where a noted city stood, so complete has been the desolation. Even in Jerusalem itself, Only a very few vestiges of the ancient buildings remain: the Tower of David, portions of the wall of the temple area, and one or two other fragments, just enough to form the subject of dispute among antiquaries. The state of Bashan is totally different. It is literally crowded with towns and large villages, and, though the vast majority of them are deserted, they are not ruined. I have more than once entered a deserted city in the evening, taken possession of a comfortable house, and spent the night in peace. Many of the houses in the ancient cities of Bashan are as perfect as if finished only yesterday. The walls are sound, the roofs unbroken, the doors and even the window shutters in their places. Let not my readers think that I am transcribing a passage from the Arabian Nights. I am relating sober facts. I am simply telling what I have seen and what I propose more fully to describe. But how, you ask me, can we account for the preservation of ordinary dwellings in a land of ruins? If one of our modern English cities were deserted for a millennium, there would scarcely be a fragment of a wall standing. The reply is easy enough. The houses of Bashan are not ordinary houses. Their walls are from 5 to 8 feet thick, built of large squared blocks of basalt. The roofs are formed of slabs of the same material, hewn like planks and reaching from wall to wall. The very doors and window shutters are of stone, hung upon pivots projecting above and below. Some of these ancient cities have from 2 to 500 houses still perfect, but not a man to dwell in them. On one occasion, from the battlements of the castle of Salka, I counted some 30 towns and villages, dotting the surface of the vast plain, many of them almost as perfect as when they were built. And yet for more than 5 centuries there has not been a single inhabitant in one of them. On a bright and balmy morning in February, we defiled from the east gate of Damascus, rode for half an hour among the orchards that skirt the old city, and then, turning to the left, struck out, along a broad beaten path through the open fields in a southeasterly direction. The leader was a wild-looking figure. His dress was a red cotton tunic or shirt fastened round the waist by a broad leather girdle. Over it was a loose jacket of sheepskin, the wool inside. His feet and legs were bare. On his head was a flame-colored handkerchief, fastened above by a coronet of black camel's hair, which left the ends in long fringe to flow over his shoulders. He was mounted on an active shaggy pony with a pad for a saddle and a hair halter for a bridle. Before him, across the back of his little steed, he carried a long rifle, his only weapon. Immediately behind him, on powerful Arab horses, were 3 men in Western costume. One of these was the rider. Next came an Arab, who acted as dragoman, or rather courier, and 2 servants on stout hacks brought up the rear. On gaining the beaten track, our guide struck into a sharp canter. The great city was soon left far behind, and on turning we could see its tall white minarets shooting up from the somber foliage and thrown into bold relief by the dark background of anti-Lebanon. The plain spread out on each side, smooth as a lake, covered with the delicate green of the young grain. Here and there were long belts and large clumps of dusky olives, from the midst of which rose the gray towers of a mosque or the white dome of a saint's tomb. On the south, the plain was shut in by a ridge of bare black hills, appropriately named Jebel el Aswad, the Black Mountains, while away on the west, in the distance, Hermon rose in all its majesty, a pyramid of spotless snow. From whatever point one sees it, there are few landscapes in the world which, for richness and soft, enchanting beauty, can be compared with the plain of Damascus. After riding about 7 miles, during which we passed straggling groups of men, some on foot, some on horses and donkeys, and some on camels, most of them dressed like our guide, and all hurrying on in the same direction as ourselves, we reached the eastern extremity of the Black Mountains, and found ourselves on the sides of a narrow green vale, through the center of which flows the river Pharpar. A bridge here spans the stream, and beyond it, in the rich meadows, the Haran caravan was being marshaled. Up to this point the road is safe, and may be traveled almost at any time. But on crossing the Awaj we enter the domains of the Bedouin, whose law is the sword and whose right is might. Our further progress was liable to be disputed at any moment. The attacks of the Bedouin, when made, are sudden and impetuous, and resistance, to be effectual, must be prompt and decided. During the winter season this eastern route is in general pretty secure, as the Arab tribes have their encampments far distant on the banks of the Euphrates, or in the interior of the desert, but the war between the Druze and the government, which had just been concluded, had drawn these daring marauders from their customary haunts, and they endured the rain and snow of the Syrian frontier in the name of plunder. All seemed fully aware of this, and appeared to feel, here as elsewhere, that the hand of the Ishmaelite is against every man. Consequently, stragglers hurried up and fell into the ranks. Bales and packages on mules and camels were rearranged and more carefully adjusted. Muskets and pistols were examined, and cartridges got into a state of readiness. Armed men were placed in something like order along the sides of the file of animals, and a few horsemen were sent on in front to scour the neighboring hills and the skirts of the great plain beyond, so as to prevent surprise. A number of Druze, who here joined the caravan, and were easily distinguished by their snow-white turbans and bold manly bearing, appeared to take the chief direction in these warlike preparations, though, as the caravan was mainly made up of Christians, one of these, called Musa, was the nominal leader. It was a strange and exciting scene, and one would have thought that an attempt to reduce such a refractory and heterogeneous multitude of men and animals to anything like order would be absolutely useless. Some of the camels and donkeys, breaking loose, scattered their loads over the plain, and spread confusion all around them. Others growled, kicked, and brayed. Drivers shouted and gesticulated. Men and boys ran through the crowd, asking for missing brothers and companions. Horsemen galloped from group to group, entreating and threatening by turns. At length, however, the order was given to march. It passed along from front to rear, and the next moment every sound was hushed. The very beasts seemed to comprehend its meaning, for they fell quietly into their places, and the long files, now 4 and 5 abreast, began to move over the grassy plain with a stillness that was almost painful. The sun went down, and the short twilight was made still shorter by heavy clouds which drifted across the face of the sky. A thick rain began to fall, which made the prospect of a night march or a bivouac equally unpleasant. Still I rode on through the darkness, striving to dispel gloomy forebodings by the stirring memory of Bashan's ancient glory, and the thought that I was now treading its soil and on my way to the great cities founded and inhabited 4,000 years ago by the giant Rephaim. Before the darkness set in, Musa had pointed out to me the towers of 3 or 4 of these cities rising above the rocky barrier of the Liha. How I strained my eyes in vain to pierce the deepening gloom. Now I knew that some of them must be close at hand. The sharp ring of my horse's feet on pavement startled me. This was followed by painful stumbling over loose stones and the twisting of his limbs among jagged rocks. The sky was black overhead, the ground black beneath. The rain was drifting in my face so that nothing could be seen. A halt was called, and it was with no little pleasure that I heard the order given for the caravan to rest till the moon rose. "Is there any spot," I asked of an Arab at my side, "where we could get shelter from the rain?" "There is a house ready for you," he answered. "A house? Is there a house here?" "Hundreds of them. This is the town of Barak." We were conducted up a rugged winding path, which seemed, so far as we could make out in the dark and by the motion of our horses, to be something like a ruinous staircase. At length the dark outline of high walls began to appear against the sky, and presently we entered a paved street. Here we were told to dismount and give our horses to the servants. An Arab struck a light, and, inviting us to follow, passed through a low gloomy door into a spacious chamber. I looked with no little interest round the apartment of which we had taken such unceremonious possession, but the light was so dim, and the walls, roof, and floor so black, that I could make out nothing satisfactorily. Getting a torch from one of the servants, I lighted it and proceeded to examine the mysterious mansion. For, though drenched with rain and wearied with a 12 hours' ride, I could not rest. I felt an excitement such as I never before had experienced. I could scarcely believe in the reality of what I saw and what I heard from my guides in reply to eager questions. The house seemed to have undergone little change from the time its old master had left it, and yet the thick nitrous crust on its floor showed that it had been deserted for long ages. The walls were perfect, nearly 5 feet thick, built of large blocks of hewn stones without lime or cement of any kind. The roof was formed of large slabs of the same black basalt, lying as regularly and jointed as closely as if the workmen had only just completed them. They measured 12 feet in length, 18 inches in breadth, and 6 inches in thickness. The ends rested on a plain stone cornice projecting about a foot from each side wall. The chamber was 20 feet long, 12 wide, and 10 high. The outer door was a slab of stone 4.5 feet high, 4 wide, and 8 inches thick. It hung on pivots formed of projecting parts of the slab, working in sockets in the lintel and threshold, and, though so massive, I was able to open and shut it with ease. At one end of the room was a small window with a stone shutter. An inner door, also of stone, but of finer workmanship, and not quite so heavy as the other, admitted to a chamber of the same size and appearance. From it a much larger door communicated with a third chamber, to which there was a descent by a flight of stone steps. This was a spacious hall, equal in width to the 2 rooms, and about 25 feet long by 20 high. A semicircular arch was thrown across it, supporting the stone roof, and a gate so large that camels could pass in and out opened on the street. The gate was of stone, and it appeared to have been open for ages. Here our horses were comfortably installed. Such were the internal arrangements of this strange old mansion. It had only 1 story, and its simple massive style of architecture gave evidence of a very remote antiquity. On a large stone which formed the lintel of the gateway there was a Greek inscription, but it was so high up and my light so faint that I was unable to decipher it, though I could see that the letters were of the oldest type. It is probably the same which was copied by Burckhardt, and which bears a date apparently equivalent to the year B.C. 306. Owing to the darkness of the night and the shortness of our stay, I was unable to ascertain from personal observation either the extent of Burak or the general character of its buildings, but the men who gathered around me when I returned to my chamber had often visited it. They said the houses were all like the one we occupied, only some smaller and a few larger, and that there were no great buildings. Burak stands on the northeast corner of the Laha, and was thus one of the frontier towns of ancient Argob. It is built upon rocks, and encompassed by rocks so wild and rugged as to render it a natural fortress. After a few hours' rest, the order for march was again given. We found our horses at the door, and mounting at once, we followed Musa. The rain had ceased, the sky was clear, and the moon shone brightly, half revealing the savage features of the environs of Burak. I can never forget that scene. Huge masses of shapeless rocks rose up here and there, among and around the houses, to the height of 15 and 20 feet, their summits jagged and their sides all shattered. Between them were pits and yawning fissures as many feet in depth, while the flat surfaces of naked rock were thickly strewn with huge boulders of basalt. The narrow, tortuous road by which Musa led us out was in places carried over chasms, and in places cut through cliffs. An ancient aqueduct ran alongside of it, which in former days conveyed a supply of water from a neighboring winter stream to the tanks and reservoirs from which the town gets its present name, Burak, the tanks. These aqueducts appear to have been constructed as follows. A shaft was sunk to the depth of 10 to 20 feet at a spot where it was supposed water might be found. Then a tunnel was excavated on the level of the bottom of the shaft and in the direction of the town to be supplied. At the distance of about 100 yards, another shaft was sunk, connecting the tunnel with the surface, and so The work was carried on until it was brought close to the city, where a great reservoir was made. Some of these aqueducts are nearly 20 miles in length, and even if no living springs should exist along their whole course, they soon collect in the rainy season sufficient surface water to supply the largest reservoirs. Springs are rare in Bashan. It is a thirsty land, but cisterns of enormous dimensions, some open, others covered, are seen in every city and village. Scrambling through, or rather over, a ruinous gateway, we entered the city of Bathayana. A wide street lay before us, the pavement perfect, the houses on each side standing, streets and lanes branching off to the right and left. There was something inexpressibly mournful in riding along that silent street, and looking in through half-open doors to one after another of those desolate houses, with the rank grass and weeds in their courts, and the brambles growing in festoons over the doorways, and branches of trees shooting through the gaping rents in the old walls. The ring of our horses' feet on the pavement awakened the echoes of the city and startled many a strange tenant. Owls flapped their wings around the gray towers. Daws shrieked as they flew away from the housetops. Foxes ran in and out among the shattered dwellings, and 2 jackals rushed from an open door and scampered off along the street before us. One of the houses in which I rested for a time might almost be termed a palace. A spacious gateway, with massive folding doors of stone, opened from the street into a large court. On the left was a square tower some 40 feet in height. Round the court and opening into it were the apartments, all in perfect preservation, and yet the place does not seem to have been inhabited for centuries. Greek inscriptions on the principal buildings prove that they existed at the commencement of our era, and in the whole town I did not see a solitary trace of Mohammedan occupation, so that it has probably been deserted for at least 1,000 years. Salka is one of the most remarkable cities in Palestine. It has been long deserted, and yet, as nearly as I could estimate, 500 of its houses are still standing, and from 300 to 400 families might settle in it at any moment without laying a stone or expending an hour's labor on repairs. The circumference of the town and castle together is about 3 miles. Besides the castle, a number of square towers, like the belfries of churches, and a few mosques appear to be the only public buildings. The castle occupies the summit of a steep conical hill, which rises to the height of some 300 feet, and is the southern point of the mountain range of Bashan. Round the base of the hill is a deep moat, and another still deeper encircles the walls of the fortress. The building is a patchwork of various periods and nations. The foundations are Jewish, if not earlier. Roman rustic masonry appears about them, and over all is lighter Saracenic work, with beautifully interlaced inscriptions. The exterior walls are not much defaced, but the interior is one confused mass of ruins. The view from the top is wide and wonderfully interesting. It embraces the whole southern slope of the mountains, which, though rocky, are covered from bottom to top with artificial terraces and fields divided by stone fences. Wherever I turned my eyes, towns and villages were seen. On the section of the plain between south and east, I counted 14 towns, all of them, so far as I could see with my telescope, habitable, like Salka, but entirely deserted. From this one spot I saw upward of 30 deserted towns. Not only is the country, plain and hillside alike, checkered with fenced fields, but groves of fig trees are here and there seen, and terraced vineyards still clothe the sides of some of the hills. These are neglected and wild, but not fruitless. Mahmoud tells us that they produce great quantities of figs and grapes, which are rifled year after year by the Bedouins in their periodical raids. Nowhere on earth is there such a melancholy example of tyranny, rapacity, and misrule as here. Fields, pastures, vineyards, houses, villages, cities, all alike deserted and waste. Even the few inhabitants that have hidden themselves among the rocky fastnesses and mountain defiles drag out a miserable existence, oppressed by robbers of the desert on the one hand and robbers of the government on the other. I could not but remark, while wandering through the streets and lanes of Kerea, the biblical Kerioth, that the private houses bear the marks of the most remote antiquity. The few towers and temples, which inscriptions show to have been erected in the first centuries of the Christian era, are modern in comparison with the colossal walls and massive stone doors of the private houses. The simplicity of their style, their low roofs, the ponderous blocks of roughly hewn stone with which they are built, the great thickness of the walls, and the heavy slabs which form the ceilings, all point to a period far earlier than the Roman age, and probably even antecedent to the conquest of the country by the Israelites. Moses makes special mention of the strong cities of Bashan and speaks of their high walls and gates. He tells us, too, in the same connection, that Bashan was called the land of the giants, or Rephaim, leaving us to conclude that the cities were built by giants. Now, the houses of Kerioth and other towns of Bashan appear to be just dwellings as a race of giants would build. The walls, the roofs, but especially the ponderous gates, doors, and bars, are in every way characteristic of a period when architecture was in its infancy, when giants were masons, and when strength and security were the grand requisites. I measured a door in Kerioth. It was 9 feet high, 4½ feet wide, and 10 inches thick, one solid slab of stone. I saw the folding doors of another town in the mountains, still larger and heavier. Time produces little effect on such buildings as these. The heavy stone slabs of the roofs resting on the massive walls make the structure as firm as if built of solid masonry, and the black basalt used is almost as hard as iron. These houses are the only specimens in the world of the ordinary private dwellings of remote antiquity. The monuments, designed by the genius and reared by the wealth of imperial Rome, are fast moldering to ruin in this land. Temples, palaces, tombs, fortresses, are all shattered, or prostrate in the dust, but the simple, massive houses of the Rephaim are in many cases as perfect as if completed only yesterday. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Ascent of Mount Ararat by James Bryce. About 1 a.m. we got off, 13 in all, and made straight across the grassy hollows for the ridges which trend up toward the great cone, running parallel in a west-northwesterly direction, and enclosing between them several long, narrow depressions hardly deep enough to be called valleys. The Kurds led the way, and at first we made pretty good progress. The Cossacks seemed fair walkers, though less stalwart than the Kurds. The pace generally was better than that with which Swiss guides start. However, we were soon cruelly undeceived. In 25 minutes there came a steep bit, and at the top of it they flung themselves down on the grass to rest. So did we all. Less than half a mile farther, down they dropped again, and this time we were obliged to give the signal for resuming the march. In another quarter of an hour they were down once more, and so it continued for the rest of the way. Every 10 minutes walking (it was seldom steep enough to be called actual climbing) was followed by 7 or 8 minutes of sitting still, smoking and chattering. How they did chatter! It was to no purpose that we continued to move on when they sat down, or that we rose to go before they had sufficiently rested. They looked at one another, so far as I could make out by the faint light, and occasionally they laughed, but they would not and did not stir till such time as pleased themselves. We were helpless. Impossible to go on alone. Impossible also to explain to them the reason why every moment was precious, for the man who had acted as interpreter had been obliged to stay behind at Sardar Bulak, and we were absolutely without means of communication with our companions. One could not even be angry, had there been any use in that, for they were perfectly good-humored. It was all very well to beckon them, or pull them by the elbow, or clap them on the back. They thought this was only our fun, and sat still and chattered all the same. When it grew light enough to see the hands of a watch, and mark how the hours advanced while the party did not, we began for a second time to despair of success. About 3 a.m. there suddenly sprang up from behind the Median mountains the morning star, shedding a light such as no star ever gave in these northern climes of ours, a light that almost outshone the moon. An hour later it began to pale in the first faint flush of yellowish light that spread over the eastern heaven, and first the rocky masses above us, then little Ararat, throwing behind him a gigantic shadow, then the long lines of mountains beyond the Araxes became revealed, while the wide Araxes plain still lay dim and shadowy below. One by one the stars died out as the yellow turned to a deeper glow that shot forth in long streamers, the rosy fingers of the dawn from the horizon to the zenith. Cold and ghostly lay the snows on the mighty cone, till at last there came upon their topmost slope, 6,000 feet above us, a sudden blush of pink. Swiftly it floated down the eastern face and touched and kindled the rocks just above us. Then the sun flamed out, and in a moment the Araxes Valley and all the hollows of the savage ridges we were crossing were flooded with overpowering light. It was nearly 6 o'clock, and progress became easier now that we could see our way distinctly. The Cossacks seemed to grow lazier, halting as often as before and walking less briskly. In fact, they did not relish the exceeding roughness of the jagged lava ridges, along whose tops or sides we toiled. I could willingly have lingered here myself, for in the hollows, wherever a little soil appeared, some interesting plants were growing, whose similarity to and difference from the Alpine species of Western Europe alike excited one's curiosity. Time allowed me to secure only a few. I trusted to get more on the way back, but this turned out to be impossible. As we scrambled along a ridge above a long, narrow, winding glen filled with loose blocks, one of the Kurds suddenly swooped down like a vulture from the height on a spot at the bottom, and began peering and grubbing among the stones. In a minute or two he cried out and the rest followed. He had found a spring, and by scraping in the gravel had made a tiny basin out of which we could manage to drink a little. Here was a fresh cause of delay. Everybody was thirsty, and everybody must drink. Not only the water, which, as we afterwards saw, trickled down hither under the stones from a snow bed 700 feet higher, but the water mixed with some whiskey from a flask my friend carried, which even in this highly diluted state the Cossacks took too heartily. When at last we got them up and away again, they began to waddle and straggle. After a while 2 or 3 sat down and plainly gave us to see they would go no farther. By the time we had reached a little snow bed whence the now strong sun was drawing a stream of water, and halted on the rocks beside it for breakfast, there were only 2 Cossacks and the 4 Kurds left with us, the rest having scattered themselves about somewhere lower down. We had no idea what instructions they had received, nor whether, indeed, they had been told anything except to bring us as far as they could, to see that the Kurds brought the baggage, and to fetch us back again, which last was essential for Jaafar's peace of mind. We concluded, therefore, that if left to themselves they would probably wait our return, and the day was running on so fast that it was clear there was no more time to be lost in trying to drag them along with us. Accordingly, I resolved to take what I wanted in the way of food and start at my own pace. My friend, who carried more weight and had felt the want of training on our way up, decided to come no farther, but wait about here and look out for me toward nightfall. We noted the landmarks carefully: the little snow bed, the head of the glen covered with reddish masses of stone and gravel, and high above it, standing out of the face of the great cone of Ararat, a bold peak, or rather projecting tooth of black rock, which our Cossacks called the monastery, and which, I suppose, from the same fancied resemblance to a building, is said to be called in Tatar Tak Kalisa, the church rock. It is doubtless an old cone of eruption, about 13,000 feet in height, and is really the upper end of the long ridge we have been following, which may perhaps represent a lava flow from it, or the edge of a fissure which at this point found a vent. It was an odd position to be in, guides of two different races, unable to communicate either with us or with one another, guides who could not lead and would not follow, guides one half of whom were supposed to be there to save us from being robbed and murdered by the other half, but all of whom, I am bound to say, looked for the moment equally simple and friendly, the swarthy Iranian as well as the blue-eyed Slav. At 8 o'clock I buckled on my canvas gaiters, thrust some crusts of bread, a lemon, a small flask of cold tea, 4 hard-boiled eggs, and a few meat lozenges into my pocket, bade good-bye to my friend, and set off. Rather to our surprise, the 2 Cossacks and one of the Kurds came with me, whether persuaded by a pantomime of encouraging signs or simply curious to see what would happen. The ice axe had hugely amused the Cossacks all through. Climbing the ridge to the left and keeping along its top for a little way, I then struck across the semicircular head of a wide glen, in the middle of which, a little lower, lay a snow bed over a long steep slope of loose broken stones and sand. This slope, a sort of talus or screen, as they say in the Lake Country, was excessively fatiguing from the want of firm foothold, and when I reached the other side I was already so tired and breathless, having been on foot since midnight, that it seemed almost useless to persevere farther. However, on the other side I got upon solid rock, where the walking was better, and was soon environed by a multitude of rills bubbling down over the stones from the stone slopes above. The summit of little Ararat, which had for the last 2 hours provokingly kept at the same apparent height above me, began to sink, and before 10 o'clock I could look down upon its small flat top, studded with lumps of rock, but bearing no trace of a crater. Mounting steadily along the same ridge, I saw at a height of over 13,000 feet, lying on the loose blocks, a piece of wood about 4 feet long and 5 inches thick, evidently cut by some tool, and so far above the limit of trees that it could by no possibility be a natural fragment of one. Darting on it with a glee that astonished the Cossack and the Kurd, I held it up to them and repeated several times the word Noah. The Cossack grinned, but he was such a cheery, genial fellow that I think he would have grinned whatever I had said, and I cannot be sure that he took my meaning, and recognized the wood as a fragment of the true ark. Whether it was really gopher wood, of which material the ark was built, I will not undertake to say, but am willing to submit to the inspection of the curious the bit which I cut off with my ice axe and brought away. Anyhow, it will be hard to prove that it is not gopher wood, and if there be any remains of the ark on Ararat at all, a point as to which the natives are perfectly clear, here rather than the top is the place where one might expect to find them, since in the course of ages they would get carried down by the onward movement of the snow beds along the declivities. This wood, therefore, suits all the requirements of the case. In fact, the argument is for the case of a relic exceptionally strong. The Crusaders who found the Holy Lance at Antioch, the Archbishop who recognized the Holy Coat at Treves, not to speak of many others, proceeded upon slighter evidence. I am, however, bound to admit that another explanation of the presence of this piece of timber on the rocks of this vast height did occur to me, but as no man is bound to discredit his own relic, and such is certainly not the practice of the Armenian Church, I will not disturb my readers' minds or yield to the rationalizing tendencies of the age by suggesting it. Fearing that the ridge by which we were mounting would become too precipitous higher up, I turned off to the left, and crossed a long narrow snow slope that descended between this ridge and another line of rocks more to the west. It was firm, and just steep enough to make steps cut in the snow comfortable, though not necessary, so the ice axe was brought into use. The Cossack who accompanied me, there was but one now, for the other Cossack had gone away to the right some time before, and was quite lost to view. had brought my friend's alpenstock and was developing a considerable capacity for wielding it. He followed nimbly across, but the Kurd stopped on the edge of the snow and stood peering and hesitating, like one who shivers on the plank at a bathing place, nor could the jeering cries of the Cossack induce him to venture on the treacherous surface. Meanwhile, we who had crossed were examining the broken cliff which rose above us. It looked not exactly dangerous, but a little troublesome, as if it might want some care to get over or through. So after a short rest I stood up, touched my Cossack's arm, and pointed upward. He reconnoitered the cliff with his eye and shook his head. Then, with various gestures of hopefulness, I clapped him on the back and made as if to pull him along. He looked at the rocks again and pointed to them, stroked his knees, turned up and pointed to the soles of his boots, which certainly were suffering from the lava, and once more solemnly shook his head. This was conclusive, so I conveyed to him by pantomime that he had better go back to the bivouac where my friend was, rather than remain here alone, and that I hoped to meet him there in the evening, took an affectionate farewell, and turned toward the rocks. There was evidently nothing for it but to go on alone. It was 10:30 o'clock, and the height about 13,600 feet, little Ararat now lying nearly 1,000 feet below the eye. Not knowing how far the ridge I was following might continue passable, I was obliged to stop frequently to survey the rocks above, and erect little piles of stone to mark the way. This not only consumed time, but so completely absorbed the attention that for hours together I scarcely noticed the marvelous landscape spread out beneath, and felt the solemn grandeur of the scenery far less than many times before on less striking mountains. Solitude at great heights, or among majestic rocks or forests, commonly stirs in us all deep veins of feeling, joyous or saddening, or more often of joy and sadness mingled. Here the strain on the observing senses seemed too great for fancy or emotion to have any scope. When the mind is preoccupied by the task of the moment, imagination is checked. This was a race against time, in which I could only scan the cliffs for a route, refer constantly to the watch, husband my strength by morsels of food taken at frequent intervals, and endeavor to conceive how a particular block or bit of slope which it would be necessary to recognize would look when seen the other way in descending. All the way up this rock slope, which proved so fatiguing that for the fourth time I had almost given up hope, I kept my eye fixed on its upper end to see what signs there were of crags or snowfields above. But the mist lay steadily at the point where the snow seemed to begin, and it was impossible to say what might be hidden behind that soft white curtain. As little could I conjecture the height I had reached by looking around, as one so often does on mountain ascents, upon other summits, for by this time I was thousands of feet above little Ararat, the next highest peak visible, and could scarcely guess how many thousands. From this tremendous height it looked more like a broken obelisk than an independent summit 12,800 feet in height. Clouds covered the farther side of the great snow basin and were seething like waves about the savage pinnacles, the towers of the Jinn Palace, which guard its lower margin, and past which my upward path had lain. With mists to the left and above, and a range of black precipices cutting off all view to the right, there came a vehement sense of isolation and solitude, and I began to understand better the awe with which the mountain silence inspires the Kurdish shepherds. Overhead the sky had turned from dark blue to an intense bright green, a color whose strangeness seemed to add to the weird terror of the scene. It wanted barely an hour to the time when I had resolved to turn back, and as I struggled up the crumbling rocks, trying now to right and now to left, where the foothold looked a little firmer, I began to doubt whether there was strength enough left to carry me an hour higher. At length the rock slope came suddenly to an end, and I stepped out upon the almost level snow at the top of it, coming at the same time into the clouds which naturally clung to the colder surfaces. A violent west wind was blowing, and the temperature must have been pretty low, for a big icicle at once enveloped the lower half of my face, and did not melt till I got to the bottom of the cone 4 hours afterward. Unluckily, I was very thinly clad, the stout tweed coat reserved for such occasions having been stolen on a Russian railway. The only expedient to be tried against the piercing cold was to tighten in my loose light coat by winding around the waist a Spanish faja, or scarf, which I had brought up to use in case of need as a neck wrapper. Its bright purple looked odd enough in such surroundings, but as there was nobody there to notice, appearances did not much matter. In the mist, which was now thick, the eye could pierce only some 30 yards ahead, so I walked on over the snow 5 or 6 minutes, following the rise of its surface, which was gentle, and fancying there might still be a good long way to go. To mark the backward track, I trailed the point of the ice axe along behind me in the soft snow, for there was no longer any landmark, all was cloud on every side. Suddenly, to my astonishment, the ground began to fall away to the north. I stopped. A puff of wind drove off the mists on one side, the opposite side to that by which I had come, and showed the Araxes plain at an abysmal depth below. It was the top of Ararat. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. The Lost City of Petra by Johann Ludwig Burckhardt. South of the Dead Sea, at about 16 hours' distance from the extremity of that body of water, is the valley of Arabah, running in almost a straight line, declining to the west as far as Aqaba, at the extremity of the eastern branch of the Red Sea. The existence of this valley appears to have been unknown to ancient as well as to modern geographers, although it is a very remarkable feature in the geography of Syria and Arabia Petraea, and is still more interesting for its productions. In this valley of the Jordan, the manna is still found. It drops from the sprigs of several trees, but principally from the garab. It is collected by the Arabs, who make cakes of it and who eat it with butter. They call it asal beiruk, or the honey of Beirut. Indigo, gum arabic, and the silk tree called ashyar, whose fruit encloses a white, silky substance from which the Arabs twist their matches, grow in this valley. I was particularly desirous of visiting Wadi Musa, of the antiquities of which I had heard the country people speak in terms of great admiration, and from thence I had hoped to cross the desert in a straight line to Cairo. But my guide was afraid of the hazards of a journey through the desert, and insisted on my taking the road to Aqaba, the ancient Ezion Geber, at the extremity of the eastern branch of the Red Sea, where he said we might join some caravan and continue our route toward Egypt. I wished, on the contrary, to avoid Aqaba, as I knew that the Pasha of Egypt kept there a numerous garrison to watch the movements of the Wahhabis and of his rival the Pasha of Damascus. A person, therefore, like myself, coming from the latter place, without any papers to show who I was or why I had taken that circuitous route, would certainly have roused the suspicions of the officer commanding at Aqaba, and the consequences might have been dangerous to me among the savage soldiery of that garrison. The road from Shobak to Aqaba lies to the east of Wadi Musa, and to have quitted it out of mere curiosity to see the wadi would have looked suspicious in the eyes of the Arabs. I therefore pretended to have made a vow to slaughter a goat in honor of Harun, Aaron, whose tomb I knew was situated at the extremity of the valley, and by this stratagem I thought that I should have the means of seeing the valley on my way to the tomb. To this my guide had nothing to oppose. The dread of drawing down upon himself by resistance the wrath of Harun completely silenced him. I hired a guide to Eldj to conduct me to Harun's tomb, and paid him with a pair of old horseshoes. He carried the goat and gave me a skin of water to carry, as he knew there was no water in the wadi below. In following the rivulet of Eldjy westward, the valley soon narrows again, and it is here that the antiquities of Wadi Musa, Petra, begin. Of these I regret that I am not able to give a very complete account. But I knew well the character of the people around me. I was without protection in the midst of a desert where no traveler had ever before been seen, and a close examination of these works of the infidels, as they are called, would have excited suspicions that I was a magician in search of treasures. I should at least have been detained and prevented from prosecuting my journey to Egypt, and in all probability should have been stripped of the little money which I possessed, and, what was of infinitely more value to me, of my journal. Future travelers may visit the spot under the protection of an armed force. The inhabitants will become more accustomed to the researches of strangers, and the antiquities of Wadi Musa will then be found to rank among the most curious works of ancient art. The approach to Wadi Musa is a ravine, in places only 12 feet wide, and with rocky walls 100 feet high. Along this ravine are the famous ruin of Petra, the Kushna or Treasury of Pharaoh, and a theater, both cut in the solid rock. The floor of the valley within, about 2 miles wide, is strewn with ruins. Near the west end of Wadi Musa are the remains of a stately edifice, of which part of the wall is still standing. The inhabitants call it Kasir bint Faroun, or the palace of Pharaoh's daughter. In my way I had entered several sepulchres, to the surprise of my guide, but when he saw me turn out of the footpath towards the Kasir, he exclaimed, "I see now clearly that you are an infidel, who has some particular business among the ruins of the city of your forefathers, but depend upon it that we shall not suffer you to take out a single para of all the treasures hidden therein, for they are in our territory and belong to us." I replied that it was mere curiosity that prompted me to look at the ancient works, and that I had no other view in coming there than to sacrifice to Haroun. But he was not easily persuaded, and I did not think it prudent to irritate him by too close an inspection of the palace, as it might have led him to declare on our return his belief that I had found treasures, which might have led to a search of my person and to the detection of my journal, which would most certainly have been taken from me as a book of magic. It was of no avail to tell them to follow me and see whether I searched for money. Their reply was, "Of course you will not dare to take it out before us, but we know that if you are a skillful magician you will order it to follow you through the air to whatever place you please." The sun had already set when we arrived on the plain. It was too late to reach the tomb, and I was excessively fatigued. I therefore hastened to kill the goat in sight of the tomb, at a spot where I found a number of heaps of stones placed there in token of as many sacrifices in honor of that saint. While I was in the act of slaying the animal, my guide exclaimed aloud, "O Haroun, look upon us! It is for you we slaughter this victim. O Haroun, be content with our good intentions, for it is but a lean goat. O Haroun, smooth our paths, and praise be to the Lord of all creatures." This he repeated several times, after which he covered the blood that had fallen to the ground with a heap of stones. We then dressed the best part of the flesh for our supper as expeditiously as possible, for the guide was afraid of the fire being seen, and of its attracting thither some robbers. On our return we crossed the valley of Araba, ascended on the other side of it the barren mountain of Bashan, and entered the desert called El Tih, which is the most barren and horrid tract of country I have ever seen. Black flints cover the chalky or sandy ground, which in most places is without any vegetation. The tree which produces the gum arabic grows in some spots, and the tamarisk is met with here and there, but the scarcity of water forbids much extent of vegetation, and the hungry camels are obliged to go in the evening for whole hours out of the road in order to find some withered shrubs upon which to feed. During 10 days' forced marches we passed only 4 springs or wells, of which only one, at about 8 hours east of Suez, was of sweet water. The others were brackish or sulphurous. We passed at a short distance to the north of Suez, and arrived at Cairo by the Pilgrim road. I left Hadda disguised as a Mussulman pilgrim to Mecca. My guide, who knew nothing further respecting me than that I had business with the Pasha at Taif, that I performed all the outward observances of a Moslem pilgrim, and that I had been liberal to him before our departure, asked me the reason of his having been ordered to take me by the northern road. I replied that it was probably thought shorter than the other. That is a mistake, he replied. The Mecca road is quite as short and much safer, and if you have no objection we will proceed by that. This was just what I wished, though I had taken care not to betray any anxiety on the subject, and we accordingly followed the great road, in company with the other travelers. Res el Khorah is the most beautiful spot in the Hedjah, and more picturesque and delightful than any spot I had seen since my departure from Lebanon in Syria. The top of Jebel Khorah is flat, but large masses of granite lie scattered over it, the surface of which, like that of the granite rocks near the second cataract of the Nile, is blackened by the sun. Several small rivulets descend from this peak and irrigate the plain, which is covered with verdant fields and large shady trees on the side of the granite rocks. To those who have known only the dreary and scorching sands of the lower country of the Hedjah, the scene is as surprising as the keen air which blows here is refreshing. Many of the fruit trees of Europe are found here: figs, apricots, peaches, apples, the Egyptian sycamore, almonds, pomegranates, but particularly vines, the produce of which is of the best quality. After passing through this delightful district for about half an hour, just as the sun was rising, when every leaf and blade of grass diffused a fragrance as delightful to the smell as was the landscape to the eye, I halted near the largest of the rivulets, which, although not more than 2 paces across, nourishes upon its banks a green alpine turf such as the mighty Nile, with all its luxuriance, can never produce in Egypt. At the northeast corner of the Kaaba, near the door, is the famous black stone. It forms a part of the sharp angle of the building at 4 or 5 feet above the ground. It is an irregular oval of about 7 inches in diameter, with an undulating surface, composed of about a dozen smaller stones of different sizes and shapes, well joined together with a small quantity of cement, and perfectly smoothed. It looks as if the whole had been broken into many pieces by a violent blow, and then united again. It is very difficult to determine accurately the quality of this stone, which has been worn to its present surface by the millions of touches and kisses it has received. It appeared to me like a lava, containing several small extraneous particles of a whitish and of a yellowish substance. Its color is now a deep reddish brown, approaching to black. It is surrounded on all sides by a border composed of a substance which I took to be a close cement of pitch and gravel, of a similar but not quite the same brownish color. This border serves to support its detached pieces. It is of 2 or 3 inches in breadth, and rises a little above the surface of the stone. Both the border and the stone itself are encircled by a silver band, broader below than above, and on the 2 sides, with a considerable swelling below, as if a part of the stone were hidden under it. The lower part of the border is studded with silver nails. In the procession to Mount Ararat, every pilgrim issued from his tent to walk over the plains and take a view of the busy crowds assembled there. Long streets of tents, fitted up as bazaars, furnished all kinds of provisions. The Syrian and Egyptian cavalry were exercised by their chiefs early in the morning, while thousands of camels were seen feeding on the dry shrubs of the plain all around the camp. The Syrian Hajj was encamped on the south and southwest side of the mountain, an isolated mass of granite about 200 feet high, the Egyptian on the southeast. Around the house of the Sherif, Yahya himself was encamped with his Bedouin troops, and in its neighborhood were all the Hejaz people. Muhammad Ali and Soleiman, Pasha of Damascus, as well as several of their officers, had very handsome tents, but the most magnificent of all was that of the wife of Muhammad Ali, the mother of Funsun Pasha and Ibrahim Pasha, who had lately arrived from Cairo for the Hajj, with a truly royal equipage, 500 camels being necessary to transport her baggage from Jeddah to Mecca. Her tent was in fact an encampment, consisting of a dozen tents of different sizes, inhabited by her women, the whole enclosed by a wall of linen cloth 800 paces in circuit, the single entrance to which was guarded by eunuchs in splendid dresses. Around this enclosure were pitched the tents of the men who formed her numerous suite. The beautiful embroidery on the exterior of this linen palace, with the varied colors displayed in every part of it, constituted an object which reminded me of some descriptions in the familiar Arabian tales of the 1001 Nights. When the preacher began his sermon, the two pashas, with their whole cavalry drawn up in 2 squadrons behind them, took their post in the rear of the deep line of camels of the Hajis, to which those of the people of the Hejaz were also joined, and here they waited in solemn and respectful silence till the conclusion of the sermon. Further removed from the preacher was the Sherif Yahya, with his small body of soldiers, distinguished by several green standards carried before him. The 2 mammals, or holy camels, which carry on their backs the high structure that serves as the banner of their respective caravans, made way with difficulty through the ranks of camels that encircled the southern and eastern sides of the hill opposite to the preacher, and took their station, surrounded by their guards, directly under the platform in front of him. The preacher, or khatib, who is usually the khadid of Mecca, was mounted upon a finely caparisoned camel, which had been led up to the steps, it being traditionally said that Mohammed was always seated when he addressed his followers, a practice in which he was imitated by all the caliphs who came to the Hajj, and who from thence addressed their subjects in person. The Turkish gentleman of Constantinople, however, unused to camel riding, could not keep his seat so well as the hardy Bedouin prophet, and the camel, becoming unruly, he was soon obliged to alight from it. He read his sermon from a book in Arabic which he held in his hands. At intervals of every 4 or 5 minutes he paused, and stretched forth his arms to implore blessings from above, while the assembled multitudes around and before him waved the skirts of their ihrams over their heads and rent the air with shouts of Lebek, Allah, Huma, Lebek. Here we are at thy bidding, O God. During the wavings of the ihrams, the skirts of the mountain, thickly crowded as it was by the people in their white garments, had the appearance of a cataract of water, while the green umbrellas with which several thousand Hajis sitting on their camels below were provided bore some resemblance to a verdant plain. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. The Ride to Khiva by Frederick G. Burnaby. Having once resolved to go to Central Asia, the next question was how to execute my intention, and, on returning to England from Africa, I eagerly read every book that could be found and which seemed likely to give any information about the country which I proposed to visit. Van Berry's Travels, Abbott's From Herat to Khiva, and Magehan's Campaigning on the Oxus were each in turn studied, and, judging by the difficulties that the gallant correspondent of the New York Herald had to overcome before he carried his project of reaching Khiva into execution, I felt convinced that the task I had laid out for myself was anything but an easy one. The time of year in which I should have to attempt the journey was another obstacle to the undertaking, for my leave of absence from my regiment would not begin until December. I had already, in previous journeys through Russia, discovered what the term cold really means in that country, and judging from the weather experienced by Captain Abbott when traveling in the month of March in a latitude a good deal to the south of that which seemed to me the most practicable, I felt convinced that careful preparations must be made for a ride through the steppes in midwinter, or that I should inevitably be frozen. The cold of the Kirghiz desert is a thing unknown, I believe, in any other part of the world, or even in the Arctic region. An enormous expanse of flat country, extending for hundreds of miles and devoid of everything save snow and salt lakes, and here and there sac savol, a species of bramble tree, would have to be traversed on horseback ere Khiva could be reached. The winds in those parts of Asia are unknown to the inhabitants of Europe, who, when they grumble at the so-called east wind, can little imagine what that wind is like in those countries which lie exposed to the full fury of its first onslaught. For there you meet with no warm ocean to mollify its rigor, no tree, no rising land, no hills or mountains to check it in its course, and it blows on uninterruptedly over a vast snow and salt-covered track, until, absorbing the saline matter, it cuts the faces of those exposed to its gusts with a sensation more like the application of the edge of a razor than anything else to which it can be likened. There was, beside this, something else to be taken into consideration. I was well aware that no assistance could be expected from the Russian authorities, who might not content themselves by indirectly throwing obstacles in my way, but might even stop me by sheer force if they found all others fail. The account of the prohibitory order which I had seen published in the Pall Mall Gazette was, I had every reason to believe, correct, and should I not find, after crossing the Ural River and entering Asia, that my long sleigh journey had been all to no purpose, and have to retrace my steps through European Russia? These were my first impressions on arriving in England, but on talking the matter over with some Russians of my acquaintance, they assured me that I was entirely mistaken; that, on the contrary, the authorities of St. Petersburg would readily permit English officers to travel in Central Asia, and it was observed that the order to which I had alluded referred only to merchants or people who tried to smuggle contraband goods into the recently annexed Khanates. A few months later I had the honor of making the acquaintance of His Excellency Count Shuvaloff, the Russian ambassador in London, and formerly the head of the secret police at St. Petersburg. He was excessively kind and promised to do what he could to further my plans. But in answer to a straightforward question as to whether I should be permitted to travel in Russian Asia or not, his reply was, "My dear sir, that is a subject about which I cannot give you any answer, but on arriving at St. Petersburg, the authorities there will be able to afford you every possible information." It was a diplomatic answer, one which bound the Count to nothing, and I went away charmed with the tact and affability of the Russian ambassador. Apparently there was nothing to be learned officially from Russian sources, but unofficially, one by one, many little bits of information crept out. I now learned that General Milutin, the Minister of War at St. Petersburg, was personally very opposed to the idea of an English officer traveling in Central Asia, particularly in that part which lies between the boundaries of British India and Russia. According to him, a Russian traveler, a Mr. Pacino, had not been well treated by the authorities in India, and this gentleman had not been permitted to enter Afghanistan, and in consequence General Milutin did not see why he should allow an Englishman to do what was denied to a Russian subject. Another peculiarity which I remarked in several Russians whose acquaintance I had at that time the honor of making, it may here be not out of place to mention. This was their desire to impress upon my mind the great advantage it would be for England to have a civilized neighbor like Russia on her Indian frontier; and when I did not take the trouble to dissent from their views, for it is a waste of breath to argue with Russians about this question, how eager they were for me to impress their line of thought upon the circle of people with whom I was the more immediately connected. Of course, the arguments brought forward were based upon purely philanthropic motives, upon Christianity and civilization. They said that the two great powers ought to go together hand in glove, that there ought to be railways all through Asia, formed by Anglo-Russian companies, that Russia and England had every sympathy in common which should unite them, that they both hated Germany and loved France, that England and Russia could conquer the world, and so on. It was a line of reasoning delightfully Russian, though I was not so rude as to differ from my would-be persuaders, and lent an attentive ear to all their eloquence. I could not help thinking that the mutual sympathy between England and Germany is much greater than that between England and Russia, that the Greek faith, as practiced by the lower orders in Russia, is pure paganism in comparison with the Protestant religion which exists in Prussia and Great Britain, that Germany and Great Britain are natural allies against Russia or any other power aggressively disposed toward them, that Germans and Englishmen who are well acquainted with Russia understand by the term Russian civilization something diametrically opposite to what is attributed to it by those people who form their ideas of Muscovite progress from the few Russians whom they meet abroad, and that the Honduras Railway would be a paying concern to its English shareholders in comparison with an Anglo-Russian line to be constructed in Central Asia with English capital and Russian directors. The time was wearing on. November was drawing to a close. My leave of absence would begin on the first day of the following month, and on that day I must begin my travels. Preparations were rapidly made. Under the advice of Captain Allen Young, of Arctic fame, I ordered a huge waterproof and consequently airproof bag of prepared sailcloth. The bag was 7 feet and a half long and 10 feet around. A large aperture was left on one side, and the traveler could thus take up his quarters inside and sleep well protected from the cold winds. The bag would also be useful in many other ways, and I found it of great convenience for every other person save the one for which it was originally intended. The manufacturer, not calculating on the enormous dimensions an individual assumes when enveloped in furs, had not made the aperture large enough, and the consequence was that the difficulties when I attempted to take a header into the recess of my sleeping apartment were almost insurmountable, and only on one occasion, and when clad somewhat more lightly than usual, I succeeded in effecting an entrance. 4 pairs of the thickest Scotch fishing stockings were also ordered, and jerseys and flannel shirts of a texture to which people in this country are but little accustomed. Then came a suit of clothes made by Messrs. Quinet of Regent Street, and in which they assured me it would be impossible to feel cold. The clothes, I must admit, were exceptionally well made and well suited to be worn under a sheepskin attire, but I cannot wish my worst enemy a greater punishment than forcing him to sleep out on the steps in winter time with cloth attire, no matter how thick. Fur or skins of some kind must be worn, or without this precaution the traveler, should he once close his eyes, will undergo a great risk of never opening them again. 2 pairs of boots lined with fur were also taken, and for physic, with which it is as well to be supplied when traveling in out-of-the-way places, some quinine and Cockle's pills, the latter a most invaluable medicine, and one which I have used on the natives of Central Africa with the greatest possible success. In fact, the marvelous effects produced upon the mind and body of an Arab sheik who was impervious to all native medicines, when I administered to him 5 Cockle's pills, will never fade from my memory. And a friend of mine, who passed through the same district many months afterward, informed me that my fame as a medicine man had not died out, but that the marvelous cure was even then a theme of conversation in the bazaar. So far as I could learn from the books which related to Central Asia, there would be but little game and nothing particular in the shape of sport, so I determined not to take a rifle when the cartridges would have considerably added to the weight of my luggage, the prime object being to travel as light as possible. However, as it was well to have some sort of gun in the event of falling in with wild fowl, which I had been told abounded in some places, I took a favorite old No. 12 small bore and some cartridges made up with No. 5 shot and ball, in the event of falling in with any bears or wolves, while a regulation revolver with about 20 cartridges made up my defensive arsenal in the event of an attack from the Turkomans. The next thing to be thought of was a cooking apparatus, and if I had taken the advice of many kind friends, I should have traveled with a batterie de cuisine, sufficient for the wants of Mr. Sawyer himself. but canteens could not be thought of for a moment, on account of the extra weight, so I limited myself to 2 soldiers' mess tins and admirable little utensils that are too, whether for cooking over a spirit lamp or on a fire, and far superior to any of the more costly and cumbersome articles, especially invented to get out of order and perplex the traveler. A trooper's hold-all, with the accompanying knife, fork, and spoon, completed my kit, and with the thermometer, barometer, and pocket sextant by way of instruments, I was ready to start. Even this amount of luggage was much more than was desirable, and when placing the baggage for my journey, consisting of the sleeping sack, a pair of saddle bags, railway bag, and gun, into the scales, I found that it weighed exactly 85 pounds. An officer in the Foot Guards, my friend K, wished very much to accompany me in my journey, and he would have been a most cheery and agreeable companion, as he was accustomed to travel and capable of roughing it to any amount. But as he was ignorant of Russian, and by this time I was thoroughly aware of the difficulties that would most likely be thrown in my way, and of the little chance I had of getting to Khiva alone, I was compelled at the last moment, with great reluctance, to decline his proposal. On the track again, but this time alone in my apartment, till I was joined by an official whose business it was to inspect the line between Moscow and Ryayan. His chief object was to find out if any unnecessary delays took place at the different stations on this railway, a number of complaints having been lately made about the unpunctuality of the trains. It was supposed to be the station master's fault, and that these officials, being slack in the performance of their duties, were the main cause of the delay. I could easily find them out, remarked the inspector, if it were not for the confounded telegraph, but that beats me, for the rogues are all in collusion the one with the other, and as soon as ever they see me on the platform, they telegraph the intelligence to their brethren down the line. It appeared that there used formerly to be a great deal of fraud committed on the railway companies in Russia by the guards of the trains, who would ask a passenger, when about to take his ticket at the booking office, "What class are you going by?" If by the first or second, the guard would say, "Take a third-class ticket. Give me a few rubles, and I will let you go first class, as I am guard of the train by which you will travel." But, according to the inspector, this system of roguery has now been put down, and the result is a better return on the railway capital, although up to the present time the lines have been anything but remunerative to investors. From the inspector I found out that I ought to have taken my ticket to Sizerin, which was the terminus of the line in the direction of Orenburg, but that it was too late now to pay the difference, and that I must wait till we arrived at Penza, when I should just have time to get a new ticket and relabel my luggage. It was a bitter cold night in spite of all our furs, and at Ryayan, where it was necessary to wait an hour and to change trains, a fellow traveler, a Russian nobleman, who had got into the carriage at an intermediate station, was very indignant with the stoker whose business it was to keep up the fire, and repeatedly called him the son of an animal, the culprit trembling and crying out as if he were under the lash of a whip. It will take a good many years thoroughly to eliminate the old spirit of serfdom in Russia, although the law has long ceased to exist, and the men who have been brought up as slaves find it difficult to get rid of a feeling of awe when they are in the presence of their superiors. Perhaps it is as well that things follow on in this groove, for it would be a bitter day for Russia should the socialistic and nihilistic tendencies which are being developed in her larger towns become extended amidst her rural population. At the present moment the love for the emperor predominates over every feeling but one amidst the peasantry, and this devotion to their father, as he is termed, is well deserved, for the Emperor Alexander underwent an enormous personal risk when, at one stroke of the pen, he did away with slavery in his dominions. It was a step which required great moral courage on the part of its originator, and few emperors would have risked mortally offending the upper classes of the country, even to do an act of justice to the lower. Probably the only influence which could be brought to bear upon a peasant's mind to such an extent that I believe it would counterbalance his affection for the Czar is the religious one. In perhaps no country in the world has this element so powerful a sway as in Russia. In religion, coupled with superstition, lay a power which could even thwart the wishes of the Emperor Nicholas himself, and the ecclesiastical hierarchy is certainly more powerful than the Tsar. Hitherto the two dominant influences have gone hand in glove together, and it is as well that it should be so, for any rupture between them would inevitably lead to a revolution. In the waiting room at Riajsk, waiters were hurrying about with glasses of scalding tea, which were eagerly called for by the traveler. In fact, the amount of this beverage that a Russian can drink is somewhat astonishing to the stranger, and the traditional washerwoman of our country, whose capabilities in this respect are supposed to be unrivaled, would have no chance whatever if pitted against a subject of the Tsar. A large samovar, a brass urn, stood on the refreshment table, the water being kept to boiling point, not by a funnel as in England, but by a funnel which fitted into the center of the urn, and was filled with red-hot charcoal. Economy was evidently the order of the day with some of the travelers, for instead of putting the sugar into their glasses, they would take a lump in their mouths and thus sweeten the scalding draught. I took advantage of our delay at Riajsk and walked through the other waiting rooms. These were crammed with third-class passengers. It was a strange sight to see the mixture of different nationalities, which, huddled together like sheep, lay in different attitudes on the floor. Here a Tartar merchant, his head covered with a small yellow fez, while a long party-colored gown and a pair of high boots completed his attire, was fast asleep in a corner. A woman, her face covered with a thick white veil, lay folded in his arms, while a child, enveloped in a bundle of rags, was playing with the fur cap of its parent. Next to them, a man, whose peculiarly shaped nose showed a distinct relationship to the tribe of Israel, was breathing hard through his nasal organ. From time to time he clutched convulsively at a small leather bag, which, half hidden beneath a greasy-looking black coat, was even in his dreams a source of anxiety. Peasants in every posture, their well-knit frames clad in untanned leather, which was tightly girt about their loins with narrow leather belts, studded with buttons of brass and silver, re-echoed the Hebrew's melody. An old Baccharan, in flowing robes, sat listlessly, with his legs twisted up under him, beside the stove. He appeared to be under the influence of opium, and was possibly dreaming of celestial houris and bliss to come, while a smart-looking lad, perhaps his son, judging from the likeness between them, had withdrawn a little from the rest of the throng, apparently not very well pleased by his vicinity to the Russian peasants. The Mohammedans of Central Asia have certainly one great advantage over the moujik, and that is their love for water. Indeed, if the Russian peasant could only be persuaded to be a little more particular in his ablutions, it would be conducive, if not to his own comfort, at least to that of his fellow travelers. Superstition and dirt are twin brothers in Russia, and I have frequently observed that the more particular a peasant is in his adoration of the various idols, obradis, which are prominently displayed on the threshold of every cottage, the more utterly he is forgetful of the advantages of soap and water. At Penza I had barely time to secure another ticket to Sizeran, where my railway traveling would terminate, and presently found myself in a large saloon carriage. Here almost every seat was taken, and the porters had piled upon them some railway bags and parcels belonging to passengers traveling in another carriage. These articles had been put in while the owners were in the waiting room, the object being to diminish the length of the train. This was attained, but at the cost of considerable discomfort to the travelers, who were eagerly searching for their lost property by the dim light of a smoky tallow dip. In the course of conversation with one of the party, a tall and very stout middle-aged man, I discovered that my shortest route to Orenburg would be through Samara. He said that he was going to the last mentioned town, and proposed that we should hire a troika, a 3-horse sleigh, and travel together. I readily embraced the offer, when, after a few hours more traveling, we stepped out on the platform of the station at Sizeran. Here my companion was evidently well known, for the railway officials and porters respectfully saluted him and hastened to bring our luggage to the waiting room. I must say that I was surprised to find so good a refreshment room so far from the capital, as, with but very short halts for the purpose of changing trains, we had been traveling for more than 60 hours, and all this time in the direction of Asia, on nearing which you expect at each stride to leave civilization farther and farther in your wake. But the buffet at Sizeran left nothing to be desired, and in a very short time as good a breakfast was supplied as could be obtained in any French restaurant. We now had to think over the preparations for our sleigh journey, and, after a little bargaining, my companion made arrangements with a farmer in the neighborhood to supply us with a sleigh and relays of horses as far as Samara. The distance is about 85 miles, and there is no regular government postal station between the two towns. "You had better put on plenty of clothes," was the friendly caution I received from my companion as I entered the dressing room, "for the thermometer marks 20° below zero, rumor, and there is a wind. People in this country who have never experienced a Russian winter have little idea of the difference even a slight breeze makes when the mercury stands low in the thermometer, for the wind then cuts through you, furs and all, and penetrates to the very bones. Determining to be on my guard against the frost, I dressed myself, as I thought, as warmly as possible, and so as to be utterly impervious to the elements. First came 3 pairs of the thickest stockings, drawn up high above the knee, and over them a pair of fur-lined low shoes, which in their turn were inserted into leather galoshes, my limbs being finally deposited in a pair of enormous cloth boots, the latter reaching up to the thigh. Previously I had put on some extra thick drawers and a pair of trousers, the astonishment of the foreman of Messrs. Kine's establishment. "Lord love you, sir," being his remark when I tried them on, "no cold can get through them trousers anyhow." I must confess that I rather chuckled as my legs assumed Herculean proportions, and I thought that I should have a good laugh at the wind, no matter how cutting it might be. But Aeolus had the laugh on his side before the journey was over. A heavy flannel undershirt and shirt covered by a thick wadded waistcoat and coat encased my body, which was further enveloped in a huge shuba, or fur pelisse, reaching to the heels, while my head was protected by a fur cap and vaslik, a sort of cloth headpiece of a conical shape, made to cover the cap, and having 2 long ends which tie round the throat. Being thus accoutred in all my armor, I sallied forth to join my companion, who, an enormous man naturally, now seemed a very Colossus of Rhodes in his own winter attire. How people would have laughed if they could have seen us in Piccadilly in our costumes. "I think you will do," said my friend, scanning me well over, "but you will find your feet get very cold for all that. It takes a day or so to get used to this sleigh traveling, and though I am only going a little beyond Samara, I shall be uncommonly glad when my journey is over." He was buckling on his revolver, and as we were informed that there were a great many wolves in the neighborhood, I tried to do the same, but this was an impossibility. The man who made the belt had never foreseen the gigantic proportions my waist would assume when clad in this Russian garb. I was obliged to give it up in despair, and contented myself by strapping the weapon outside my saddlebags. For provisions for possibly a 36 hours' journey, and as nothing could be bought to eat on the road, I provided myself with some cutlets and chicken, which fitted capitally into the mess tins, while my companion agreed to furnish the tea and bread, the former an article without which no true Russian will ever travel. He had not much baggage with him, and my own was reduced to as little as possible, but we soon discovered that it was impossible to stow away the luggage in the first sleigh that had been brought for our inspection, for when my railway bag, saddle bags, cartridge box, gun, and sleeping sack had been put inside and were well covered with straw, I essayed to sit upon them, but found that there was too little distance from the improvised seat to the roof, and my back was nearly bent double in consequence. "Bring out another sleigh," said my friend. "How the wind cuts, does it not?" he continued, as the breeze, whistling against our bodies, made itself felt in spite of all the precautions we had taken. The vehicle now brought was broader and more commodious than the previous one, which, somewhat in the shape of a coffin, seemed specially designed so as to torture the occupants, particularly if, like my companion and self, they should happen to be endowed by nature with that curse during a sleigh journey. However desirable appendages they may be when in a crowd, long legs. 3 horses abreast, their coats white with pendant icicles and hoarfrost, were harnessed to the sleigh. The center animal was in the shafts, and had his head fastened to a huge wooden head collar, bright with various colors. From the summit of the head collar was suspended a bell, while the 2 outside horses were harnessed by cord traces to splinter bars attached to the sides of the sleigh. The object of all this is to make the animal in the middle trot at a brisk pace, while his 2 companions gallop, their necks arched round in a direction opposite to the horse in the center, this poor beast's head being tightly reined up to the head collar. A well turned out troika, with 3 really good horses, which get over the ground at the rate of 12 miles an hour, is a pretty sight to witness, particularly if the team has been properly trained, and the outside animals never attempt to break into a trot, while the one in the shafts steps forward with high action. But the constrained position in which the horses are kept must be highly uncomfortable to them, and one not calculated to enable a driver to get as much pace out of his animals as they could give him if harnessed in another manner. Off we went at a brisk pace, the bell dangling from our horse's head collar and jingling merrily at every stride of the team. The sun rose high in the heavens. It was a bright and glorious morning in spite of the intense cold, and the amount of oxygen we inhaled was enough to elevate the spirits of the most dyspeptic of mankind. Presently, after descending a slight declivity, our Jehu turned sharply to the right, then came a scramble and a succession of jolts and jerks as we slid down a steep bank, and we found ourselves on what appeared to be a broad, high road. Here the sight of many masts and shipping which, bound in by the iron fetters of a relentless winter, would remain embedded in the ice till the ensuing spring, showed me that we were on the Volga. It was an animated spectacle, this frozen highway, thronged with peasants, who strode beside their sledges, which were bringing cotton and other goods from Orenburg to the railway. Now a smart troika would dash by us, its driver shouting as he passed, when our Jehu, stimulating his steeds by loud cries and frequent applications of the whip, would vainly strive to overtake his brother coachman. Old and young alike seemed like octogenarians, their short thick beards and mustaches being white as hoarfrost from the congealed breath. According to all accounts the river had not been long frozen. Until very recently steamers laden with corn from southern Russia had plied between Sizeran and Samara. The price of corn is here 40 kopecks, the pood of 40 pounds, while the same quantity at Samara could be purchased for 18 kopecks. An iron bridge was being constructed a little farther down the Volga. Here the railroad was to pass, and it was said that in 2 years' time there would be railway communication, not only between Samara and the capital, but even as far as Orenburg. Presently the scenery became very picturesque as we raced over the glistening surface, which flashed like a burnished cuirass beneath the rays of the rising sun. Now we approach a spot where seemingly the waters from some violent blast or other had been in a state of foam and commotion, when a stern frost transformed them into a solid mass. Pillars and blocks of the shining and hardened element were seen, modeled into 1,000 quaint and grotesque patterns. Here a fountain, perfectly formed with Ionic and Doric columns, was reflecting 1,000 prismatic hues from the diamond-like stalactites which had attached themselves to its crest. There a huge obelisk, which, if of stone, might have come from ancient Thebes, lay half buried beneath a pile of fleecy snow. Farther on we came to what might have been a Roman temple, or vast hall in the palace of a Caesar, where many half-hidden pillars and monuments erected their tapering summits above the piles of the debris. The wind had done in that northern latitude what had been performed by some violent pre-Adamite agency in the Berber desert. Take away the ebon blackness of the stony masses which have been cast forth from the bowels of the earth, and replace them on a smaller scale by the crystal forms I have faintly attempted to describe, and the resemblance would be striking. We were now fast nearing Khiva, which could be just discerned in the distance, but was hidden, to a certain extent, by a narrow belt of tall, graceful trees. However, some richly painted minarets and high domes of colored tiles could be seen towering above the leafy groves. Orchards, surrounded by walls 8 and 10 feet high, continually met the gaze, and avenues of mulberry trees studded the landscape in all directions. The 2 Khivans rode first. I followed, having put on my black fur pelisse instead of the sheepskin garment, so as to present a more respectable appearance on entering the city. Nazar, who was mounted on the horse that stumbled, brought up the rear. He had desired the camel driver to follow in the distance with the messenger and the caravan, my servant being of opinion that the number of our animals was not sufficient to impress deeply the Khivans with my importance, and that on this occasion it was better to ride in without any caravan than with the small one I possessed. We now entered the city, which is of oblong form, and surrounded by 2 walls. The outer one is about 50 feet high. Its basement is constructed of baked bricks, the upper part being built of dried clay. This forms the first line of defense, and completely encircles the town, which is about a quarter of a mile within the wall. 4 high wooden gates, clamped with iron, barred the approach from the north, south, east, and west, while the walls themselves were in many places out of repair. The town itself is surrounded by a second wall, not quite so high as the one just described, and with a dry ditch, which is now half filled with ruined debris. The slope which leads from the wall to the trench had been used as a cemetery, and hundreds of sepulchres and tombs were scattered along some undulating ground just within the city. The space between the first and second walls is used as a marketplace, where cattle, horses, sheep, and camels are sold, and where a number of carts were standing, filled with corn and grass. Here an ominous-looking cross-beam had been erected, towering high above the heads of the people with its bare, gaunt poles. This was the gallows on which all people convicted of theft are executed, murderers being put to death in a different manner, having their throats cut from ear to ear in the same way that sheep are killed. This punishment is carried out by the side of a large hole in the ground, not far from the principal street in the center of the town. But I must here remark that the many cruelties stated to have been perpetrated by the present Khan previous to the capture of his city did not take place. Indeed, they existed only in the fertile Muscovite imagination, which was eager to find an excuse for the appropriation of a neighbor's property. On the contrary, capital punishment was inflicted only when the laws had been infringed, and there is no instance of the Khan having arbitrarily put any one to death. The 2 walls above mentioned appear to have made up the defenses of the city, which was also armed with 16 guns. These, however, proved practically useless against the Russians, as the garrison fired only solid shot, not being provided with shell. The Khan seemed to have made no use whatever of the many enclosed gardens in the vicinity of the city during the Russian advance, as, if he had, and firmly contested each yard of soil, I much doubt whether the Czar's troops could have ever entered the city. It is difficult to estimate the population of an Oriental city by simply riding around its walls. So many houses are uninhabited, and others again are densely packed with inhabitants. However, I should say, as a mere guess, that there are about 25,000 human beings within the walls of Khiva. The streets are broad and clean, while the houses belonging to the richer inhabitants are built of highly polished bricks and colored tiles, which lend a cheerful aspect to the otherwise somewhat somber color of the surroundings. There are 9 schools. The largest, which contains 130 people, was built by the father of the present Khan. These buildings are all constructed with high, colored domes, and are ornamented with frescoes and arabesque work, the bright aspect of the cupolas first attracting the stranger's attention on his nearing the city. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. The Taj Mahal by Joseph Moore. Delhi, the capital of the extinct Mughal Empire, is the Mecca of the East. What a train of thought is suggested by its very name! With a history dating back to the mythical period of the early Aryans, it was destroyed 7 times and as often rose again to dominion and grandeur. Here the Pathans of Ghuzni, under Muhammad Giri, founded A.D. 1193 the Moslem Empire of India, and 2 centuries later, 1398, the ruthless Tamerlane came with his fanatical hordes to burn, plunder, and drench the streets with blood. Next, the Sultan Baber, the descendant of Zengis Khan and Tamerlane, crossed the Indus and established the Mughal throne, 1526, in the conquered city. This memorable dynasty continued to flourish with only one interruption, and with increasing luster, for 180 years, under a succession unprecedented in Indian history of 6 sovereigns distinguished by their gallantry in the field and, with one exception, by their ability in the cabinet. This galaxy of successful, though cruelly rapacious and utterly unprincipled rulers consists of Baber, Humayun, Akbar, Jahangir, Shah Jahan, and Aurangzeb. About these names cluster the relics of the power and splendor of the great Moguls. The superb monuments of dazzling extravagance by which travelers are chiefly drawn to the imperial seats of Delhi and Agra. Modern Delhi is the work of the Emperor Shah Jahan, 1627 to 1658, a monarch celebrated for the splendor of his tastes, for the order of his finances, and for his love of building. As the new city approached completion, he left Agra, whither the great Akbar had removed his court, and Delhi again became the Mogul capital. The fort, or citadel, which contains the palace, now partly destroyed, the exquisite marble gem known as the Pearl Mosque, the luxurious baths, and the lavish pavilions of state, is the finest in India. Its gateways are in themselves imposing structures, and the lofty, castellated walls of red sandstone describe a circuit of more than a mile. Within the enclosure of the city are the famous Shalimar Gardens, now called the Queen's, beyond which the inmates of the Zenana, or harem, never passed. The culmination of all this magnificence is reached in the Diwan-e-Khas, or Hall of Private Audience, which overlooks the river Jumna and the plain. This edifice is of marble, open at the sides and supported by massive square columns, the whole being adorned with mosaics of costly stones and inlaid gold. Adjoining it are the private apartments of the sovereign, where the pierced marble screens, wrought in floral designs, are of startling richness. In this hall stood the renowned Peacock Throne, which was plundered by the Persians, a mass of solid gold flanked by 2 peacocks with distended tails, all studded with diamonds and rubies, sapphires, emeralds, and pearls. The value of this wonder was estimated at 6 crores, or 60 millions of rupees, nominally $30 millions. On the cornices of the marble platform which bore the throne is the Persian inscription which Thomas More introduced so effectively in The Light of the Harem. And oh, if there be an Elysium on earth, it is this, it is this. Shah Jahan was not long permitted to enjoy the grandeur he had created. During an illness which brought him to the point of death, his 4 sons became involved in a bitter conflict for the succession, and so far had it been carried by the time of his recovery that he was unable to resume his authority. The bold and subtle Aurangzeb overpowered all resistance, dethroned his father, and imprisoned the fallen monarch in the fort at Agra. There he spent the remaining 7 years of his life, within sight of that sublime mausoleum, the Taj, which he had reared to the memory of the adored wife of his youth. Despite this heartless act, to which he added the death of his brothers, Aurangzeb lived to reign almost half a century, 1658 to 1707, and to wage a war of intolerance for 25 years. But the close of his career was tortured by suspicion, gloom, and remorse, and after his death the strained empire began to decline. Lalla Rookh was the daughter of this cruel prince, and it was from the gate of the fort already noticed that she set out upon the journey to reach her future husband in the Vale of Cashmere. The day of her departure was as splendid as sunshine and pageantry could make it. The bazaars were all covered with the richest tapestry, hundreds of gilded barges upon the Jumna floated with their banners shining in the water, while through the streets groups of children went strewing the most delicious flowers around. And as Aurungzebe stood to take a last look from his balcony, the procession moved slowly on the road to Lahore. Although Ireland's sweetest lyrist never visited the East, the scene he pictures may have been enacted at Delhi a century before his generation. But if his studies of forgotten writers have not prompted him to exaggerate, as in many instances, how completely has everything changed! Not a shred of the pomp he sketches is now to be seen. Delhi is yet the revered center of the 40 millions of Moslems in India. Their cathedral mosque, the Jumna Mosjid, is the most imposing religious edifice in the peninsula. It is built of red stone and stands on an elevated terrace, approached by a lofty flight of steps. Upon passing any of the 3 gates, we enter an immense paved quadrangle, with a marble reservoir in the middle, and surrounded by a cloistered colonnade. The mosque itself, on the western side of the enclosure, is surmounted by 3 bulbous domes of white marble, flanked by 2 high minarets constructed of alternate vertical stripes of marble and red sandstone. The whole, says Ferguson, forms a group intelligible at the first glance, and, as an architectural object, possesses a variety of outline and play of light and shade which few buildings can equal. Delhi has now less than 200,000 population, but it once had almost 2,000,000. The remains of the cities which preceded the present one are strewn in profusion over the neighboring plain, covering a distance of nearly 60 square miles. Temples and mosques, tombs and palaces, walls and forts, are here crumbling and falling unheeded and deserted. In the midst of this decay is the magnificent Qutub Minar, the loftiest independent tower on the globe, excepting the Washington Monument. Although it has stood nearly 700 years, time has scarcely marred this noble achievement of Pathan architecture, unquestionably one of the wonders of the medieval world. It far surpasses either the Campanile of Florence or the Giralda of Seville, while the Tower of the Kremlin, probably the highest in Europe, is unworthy of comparison because of its inferior construction. We spent 2 days in exploring this vast area of ruins, and marveled at the infinite waste which man has committed in the name of religion and through vain efforts to perpetuate his own memory. The moral of this sumptuous wreck, the fabrics of wealth wrung from the poor, is written in the eternal law of nations that the era of luxury is the herald of decline. A conquered race, dragging out a most abject existence, peoples this land of fabled riches, and the vacant thrones of the tyrant Moguls, symbols of a paradise lost, stand in the gorgeous halls of state, waiting for old mortality to inscribe them with the words of Milton. They themselves ordained their fall. As we rolled away from Delhi and crossed the Jumna Bridge, the young crescent faintly illuminated the snowy domes of the immaculate Pearl Mosque. In the distance we could distinguish the tall memorial column on the commanding ridge, from which British guns thundered their command to the mutineers to yield the stolen city. When the train halted for a moment on the bridge, we caught the martial notes of the English bugler within the embattled citadel of the splendor-loving Shah Jahan. The exquisite marble balcony in which the great Moguls sat to review their legions was vacant, and the parade plain beneath as silent and peaceful as the shallow, winding Jumna. Lahore, the present capital of the Punjab, holds an important place in Mogul history, and the plain which surrounds it, like that of Delhi, is marked with the ruins of its departed greatness. It was the chosen residence of the Emperor Jehangir, whose splendid mausoleum, richly decorated with mosaics, stands on the opposite banks of the river Ravi from the city. Before his accession to the throne, this prince was called Selim, the name under which he appears in Lalla Rookh as the estranged lover of Noor Mahal, the light of the harem. But history presents a different story of this couple from that woven by the poet's fancy. Jehangir, who was a drunkard and of cruel instincts, already had 4 wives when he fell in love with the beautiful Noor Mahal. She was the daughter of a Persian adventurer named Itmadud Dowlah, who afterward became prime minister of the empire. The great Akbar, father of the prince, interfered and dispatched the girl to Bengal, where she married one Shir Ufgun. When Akbar died, Jehangir sent for the object of his affection. Her husband naturally objected to the transfer, so he was put to the sword to remove the difficulty. The lady was then brought to Agra, where the emperor awaited her, but she indignantly refused his advances. This was the "something light as air" which Moore, with rosy imagination, has transformed into a mere lover's tiff upon the occasion of the Feast of Roses in the Shalimar Gardens at Kashmir. The lady's ambition, however, shortly allayed her scornful anger, and obscured the memory of her murdered husband. She wedded the sanguinary suitor, and was raised to the throne as the favorite empress. At this time she was a woman of middle age. In addition to these realisms, the veil of romance in which Moore has enveloped her is further rent by the fact that she was a virago and given to unscrupulous political intrigue. On the other hand, it must be stated that husband and wife were very devotedly attached to each other. When the emperor died, he was profoundly mourned by Noor Mahal, who reared the costly tomb in which she was afterwards laid by his side. One relic of that storied past yet exists in all its luxurious beauty: Shah Jahan's House of Joy, the Shalimar Gardens. We wandered through the orange groves and erotic retreats of this Elysium, picturing in our imagination the days of history and of song, when the marble pavements were trodden by the houris of the zenana, and the 500 fountains, strung in endless vista, terrace upon terrace, threw their sparkling jets into the sunshine to greet the august presence of the Great Mogul. When we arrived at Agra, the great Mohammedan festival of the Moharram was at its height. In the bazaars, the shops of the Moslems and of many of the Hindus were closed, and the streets thronged with people in gay holiday attire. Nautch girls, wives, and daughters, all decked with the showy trinkets of the East, filled the windows and balconies, waiting for the culminating pageant of the day. As the procession approached, the crowd surged toward its head, and the excitement became intense. Agra is essentially a Mogul city, and nowhere are the wealth and splendor of that oppressive dynasty evinced to a greater degree than in its sumptuous monuments. Here Akbar located his capital and built the imposing citadel which overhangs the Jumna. Within its crenellated walls, a mile and a half in circuit, stand the architectural gems, some in a condition of ruin, which attest the magnificence of the imperial court. After passing the massive gateway of the enclosure, itself a fortress, and crossing a garden, we come to the hall of public audience. Next we enter the zenana, where the beauty of the East was once gathered, and then the luxurious baths, all lavishly adored, which resemble the cool retreats and sprinkling fountains of the Alhambra. One of these chambers and its passages, called the Palace of Glass, are decorated with little mirrors, similar to the room at Amber. The hall of private audience consists of 2 pavilions, smaller than the one at Delhi and more of the Hindu style, but almost as richly finished. Here we found the black throne of Akbar, upon which we coiled ourselves in Oriental fashion, without, however, feeling like a great Mogul. Then followed the elegant private apartments of the emperor, and pavilions, kiosks, and balconies overlooking the river, 70 feet below, all of snowy marble, with exquisite fretted lattices of the same material and inlaid with mosaics of precious stones. Near by is the immaculate Pearl Mosque, which is much larger than its queenly namesake at Delhi. Although purely Saracenic in style, this edifice depends for its exalted effect upon absolute simplicity of outline and graceful proportion, eschewing almost all ornament. The whole is of white marble, from the pavement of the court to the three crowning domes. Silvery bubbles which have rested a moment on its walls, and which the next breeze will sweep away. Even while the fort was in process of construction, Akbar was engaged in rearing a stupendous summer establishment about 20 miles from Agra. The ruins of this city, for such it is, are within a walled park, 7 miles in circumference, embracing the present villages Phulapur and Sikri. The plateau of a long, rocky hill in the center of the enclosure was selected for the court, and upon this site arose a prodigal array of stately piles. Red sandstone is the prevailing material, but considerable marble was also used. Many of these structures are yet intact, while others exist in a state of partial decay. According to the statements of early travelers, Akbar once intended this most noble city for his seat of government. Scarcely, however, was it completed before he quitted the place for sanitary reasons. Palaces and mosques, zenanas and baths, walls and towers, tombs and gateways, pavilions, courts, and halls, built with the money and the labor of his subjects, were thus abandoned to neglect and decline. This transitory paradise seems to have owed its creation to the advice of a fakir, or holy mendicant, named Sheikh Salim, whose marble tomb stands in the quadrangle of the mosque, to commemorate the birth of the child that became the Emperor Jahangir. Legend has interwoven its story with the history of this event, but in whatever light it may be viewed, we must conclude that Akbar either abetted a fraud or yielded to the baldest superstition. But with all his faults, Akbar was the greatest prince that ever sat on the throne of the Moguls. Although constantly at war, he never lost a battle. During his reign, the dominion of the empire was vastly extended, and wise reforms were successfully introduced. While a Mohammedan by birth and education, he was tolerant of all religions. At one time he inclined to a belief in Christ when he married the alleged Christian lady, the Miriam of Whittier's exquisite poem, whose tomb is pointed out near his own superb mausoleum at Secundra, a short drive from Agra. He invited Hindus to accept civil and military offices and chose 2 wives of that faith. Akbar's efforts to establish religious equality led him to devise an eclectic creed which sought to unite the followers of Christ, of Zoroaster, of Brahma, and of Mohammed. In this impossible task he naturally encountered failure, and the abnormal system died with its founder. Every department of his court was sustained upon a scale of splendor before unknown in India. Under him and his successors, Agra blended the magnificence of the palaces of Nineveh and the temples of Babylon with the enchantments of the sylvan Elysium of Kashmir. Yet after the recital of all this wondrous grandeur, the crowning glory of Agra and of India remains to be told. The incomparable Taj Mahal, that peerless marvel of love, of skill, of patience, of beauty, of treasure, and of power, the faultless, dazzling mausoleum which Shah Jahan raised to the memory of his beautiful, idolized court, in accordance with a promise made beside her deathbed. As a last request, she begged of him a memorial befitting a queen. In response, he vowed to rear above her remains a sepulchre that the world should hold matchless. More than 2 centuries have elapsed since this shrine of affection was completed. Attracted by its fame, in that period travelers from every clime have journeyed to Agra to behold the jeweled wonder. Man is critical either from instinct or pedantry, but not a single voice has yet denied that Shah Jahan has redeemed the fullest measure of his pledge. Entering a magnificent gateway, we find ourselves in a garden which rivals the charms of Shalimar. Before us stretches a lengthy avenue of the trembling cypress, along the middle of which a row of fountains toss their slender jets high into the stilly air, a superb vista 1/3 of a mile long. At the extreme end, partially obscured by the abundant foliage, rises the Taj, so white and dazzling that it seems to be the source of the sunlight which crowns it like an aureole. Approaching it, we mount a broad terrace of red sandstone, upon which are two mosques of the same material, one on each side. From this base we ascend to a smaller platform of polished marble, whereon four towering minarets, snowy and graceful, dart upward from the corners. In the center of this fitting pedestal stands the Taj, radiant and of spotless white. The edifice is square, but as the corners are truncated it might also be called octagonal. Surrounding it is a symmetrical bulbous dome, flanked by four lesser bulbs raised on delicate pavilions. A lofty arched entrance and twin pairs of smaller arches pierce each of the four identical facades, adding an air of lightness and plasticity to faultless proportions. The walls of the exterior, not less than within, are lavishly embellished with inlaid vines and flowering texts from the Moslem scriptures. Indeed, it is credibly stated that the entire Koran is thus placed upon the mausoleum. Everywhere the finish is that of a jewel case, in supreme forgetfulness of toil or treasure. We enter the rotunda and stand thrilled by a beauty and solemnity which pass all expression. Lost in admiration, we unconsciously speak, and instantly the garden echo catches up the note and carries it round and round the lofty vault, calling it back softer and softer, as if not to wake the dead, until it fades into profound silence. Windows of marble lace temper the light within, harmonizing it with the religious sentiment which pervades the tomb. Directly beneath the dome is the cenotaph of the Empress, covered with mosaics of flowers and foliage, wrought in turquoise and jasper, carnelian and sard, chalcedony and agate, lapis lazuli and jade, bloodstone onyx and heliotrope. Beside it is that of the Emperor, similarly adorned. Surrounding them is a screen of marble filigree, elaborate and delicate beyond all conception. In a vault below the central hall is the inlaid sarcophagus which contains the ashes of the Lady of the Taj, Mumtaz-e-Mahal, the exalted one of the harem. There, also, close to the bride of his youth, rests the faithful Shah Jahan, deathless love joined for evermore. We came by moonlight to this sanctuary when all was silent save the rippling of the Jumna, which flows by its side, and, walking around the shimmering pile, confessed that the rare genius of the calm building finds its way unchallenged to the heart. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Sacred Haunts of Palestine by A. W. Kinglake. We crossed the Golden Horn in a cake. As soon as we had landed, some woebegone-looking fellows were got together and laden with our baggage. Then on we went, dripping and sloshing, and looking very like men that had been turned back by the Royal Humane Society for being incurably drowned. Supporting our sick, we climbed up shelving steps and threaded many windings, and at last came up into the main street of Petra, humbly hoping that we might not be judged guilty of the plague, and so be cast back with horror from the doors of the shuddering Christians. Such was the condition of the little troop which 15 days before had filed away so gaily from the gates of Belgrade. 2 attacks of fever and a northeasterly storm had thoroughly spoiled our looks. The interest of Messeri with the house of Giuseppini was too powerful to be denied, and at once, though not without fear and trembling, we were admitted as guests. Even if we don't take a part in the chant about mosques and minarets, we can still yield praises to Stamboul. We can chant about the harbor. We can say and sing that nowhere else does the sea come so home to a city. There are no pebbly shores, no sandbars, no slimy river beds, no black canals, no locks nor docks to divide the very heart of the place from the deep waters. If, being in the noisiest mart of Stamboul, you would stroll to the quiet side of the way amidst those cypresses opposite, you will cross the fathomless Bosporus. If you would go from your hotel to the bazaars, you must pass by the bright blue pathway of the Golden Horn that can carry 1,000 sail of the line. You are accustomed to the gondolas that glide among the palaces of St. Mark, but here at Stamboul it is 120 gunship that meets you in the street. Venice strains out from the steadfast land, and in old times would send forth the chief of the state to woo and wed the reluctant sea. But the stormy bride of the Doge is the bowing slave of the Sultan. She comes to his feet with the treasures of the world. She bears him from palace to palace. By some unfailing witchcraft she entices the breezes to follow her, and fan the pale cheek of her lord. She lifts his armed navies to the very gates of his garden. She watches the wall of his serail. She stifles the intrigues of his ministers. She quiets the scandals of his court. She extinguishes his rivals and hushes his wives, all one by one. So vast are the wonders of the deep. I caught one glimpse of the old heathen world. My habits of studying military subjects had been hardening my heart against poetry. Forever staring at the flames of battle, I had blinded myself to the lesser and finer lights that are shed from the imaginations of men. In my reading at this time, I delighted to follow from out of Arabian sands the feet of the armed believers, and to stand in the broad manifest storm tract of Tartar devastation, and thus, though surrounded at Constantinople by scenes of much interest to the classical scholar, I had cast aside their associations like an old Greek grammar, and turned my face to the shining Orient, forgetful of old Greece and all the pure wealth she left to this matter-of-fact ridden world. But it happened to me one day to mount the high grounds overhanging the streets of Pera. I sated my eye with the pomps of the city and its crowded waters, and then I looked over where Scutari lay half veiled in her mournful cypresses. I looked yet farther and higher, and saw in the heavens a silvery cloud that stood fast and still against the breeze. It was pure and dazzling white as might be the veil of Cytherea, yet touched with such fire as though from beneath the loving eyes of an immortal were shining through and through. I knew the bearing, but had enormously misjudged its distance and underrated its height, and so it was as a sign and a testimony, almost as a call from the neglected gods, that now I saw and acknowledged the snowy crown of the Mysian Olympus. I crossed the plain of Esdraelon and entered among the hills of beautiful Galilee. It was at sunset that my path brought me to sharply around into the gorge of a little valley, and close upon a gray mass of dwellings that lay happily nestled in the lap of the mountain. There was only one shining point still touched with the light of the sun, who had set for all besides, a brave sign this to holy Sharif, and the rest of my Moslem men, for the one glittering summit was the head of a minaret, and the rest of the seeming village that had veiled itself so meekly under the shades of evening was Christian Nazareth. Within the precincts of the Latin convent there stands the great Catholic church which encloses the sanctuary, the dwelling of the Blessed Virgin. This is a grotto of about 10 feet either way, forming a little chapel or recess, and reached by descending steps. It is decorated with splendor. On the left hand a column of granite hangs from the top of the grotto to within a few feet of the ground. Immediately beneath, another column of the same size rises from the ground as if to meet the one above, but between this and the suspended pillar there is an interval of more than a foot. These fragments once formed the single column on which the angel leant when he spoke and told to Mary the mystery of her awful blessedness. Hard by, near the altar, the Holy Virgin was kneeling. I had been journeying, cheerily indeed, for the voices of my followers were ever within my hearing, but yet, as it were, in solitude, for I had no comrade to whet the edge of my reason or wake me from my noonday dreams. I was left all alone to be taught and swayed by the beautiful circumstances of Palestine, traveling, by the clime and the land and the name of the land, with all its mighty import, by the glittering freshness of the sward and the abounding masses of flowers that furnished my sumptuous pathway, by the bracing and fragrant air that seemed to poise me in my saddle, and to lift me along as a planet appointed to glide through space. And the end of my journey was Nazareth, the home of the Blessed Virgin. In the first dawn of my manhood, The old painters of Italy had taught me their worship of the beauty that is more than mortal, but those images all seemed shadowy now, and floated before me so dimly, the one overcasting the other, that they left me no one sweet idol on which I could look, and look again, and say, Maria mia. Yet they left me more than an idol, they left me, for to them I am wont to trace it, a faint apprehension of beauty, not compassed with lines and shadows. They touched me, forgive, proud Marie of Anjou, they touched me with a faith in loveliness transcending mortal shapes. I came to Nazareth, and was led from the convent to the sanctuary. So as I went, I trod tenderly, not looking to the right nor to the left, but bending my eyes to the ground. The attending friar served me well. He led me down quietly and all but silently to the Virgin's home. The mystic air was so burnt with the consuming flames of the altar, and so laden with incense, that my chest labored strongly and heaved with luscious pain. There with beating heart the Virgin knelt and listened. I strove to grasp and hold with my riveted eyes some one of the feigned Madonnas, but of all the heaven-lit faces imagined by men, there was none that would abide with me in the very sanctuary. Impatient of vacancy, I grew madly strong against nature, and if by some awful spell, some impious rite I could— O most sweet religion, that bid me fear God and be pious, and yet not cease from loving, religion and gracious custom commanded me that I fall down loyally, and kiss the rock that blessed Mary pressed. With the half consciousness, with the semblance of a thrilling hope that I was plunging deep, deep into my first knowledge of some most holy mystery, or of some new rapturous and daring sin, I knelt and bowed down my face till I met the smooth rock with my lips. Neither old Sacred himself, nor any of his helpers, knew the road which I meant to take from Nazareth to the Sea of Galilee, and from thence to Jerusalem, so I was forced to add another to my party by hiring a guide. I passed by Cana, and the house of the marriage feast prolonged by miraculous wine. I came to the field in which our Saviour had rebuked the Scotch Sabbath keepers of that period, by suffering his disciples to pluck corn on the Lord's day. I rode over the ground where the fainting multitude had been fed, and they showed me some massive fragments, the relics, they said, of that wondrous banquet, now turned into stone. The petrifaction was most complete. I ascended the height where our Lord was standing when he wrought the miracle. The hill rose lofty enough to show me the fairness of the land on all sides, but I have an ancient love for the mere features of a lake, and so, forgetting all else when I reached the summit, I looked away eagerly to the eastward. There she lay, the Sea of Galilee, less stern than Wast Water, less fair than gentle Windermere. She had still the winning ways of an English lake. She caught from the smiling heavens unceasing light and changeful phases of beauty, and with all this brightness on her face, she yet clung fondly to the dull, he-looking mountain at her side, as if she would soothe him with her finer fancies, touch him with her lighter thought. If one might judge of men's real thoughts by their writings, it would seem that there are people who can visit an interesting locality and follow up continuously the exact train of thought that ought to be suggested by the historical associations of the place. A person of this sort can go to Athens and think of nothing later than the age of Pericles, can live with the Scipios as long as he stays in Rome. I am not thus docile. It is only by snatches and for few moments together that I can really associate a place with its proper history. There, at Tiberias, and along this western shore toward the north, and upon the bosom too of the lake, our Saviour and his disciples. Away flew those recollections, and my mind strained eastward, because that farthest shore was the end of the world that belongs to man the dweller, the beginning of the other and veiled world that is held by the strange race, whose life, like the pastime of Satan, is a going to and fro upon the face of the earth. From those gray hills right away to the gates of Baghdad stretched forth the mysterious desert, not a pale, void, sandy tract, but a land abounding in rich pastures, a land without cities or towns, without any respectable people or any respectable things, yet yielding its 80,000 cavalry to the beck of a few old men. But once more, Tiberias, the plain of Gennesareth, the very earth on which I stood, that the deep low tones of the Saviour's voice should have gone forth into eternity from out of the midst of these hills and these valleys. Aye, aye, but yet again the calm face of the lake was uplifted and smiled upon my eyes with such familiar gaze that the deep low tones were hushed, the listening multitudes all passed away, and instead there came to me a loving thought from over the seas in England, a thought more sweet than gospel to a wilful mortal like this: except at Jerusalem, never think of attempting to sleep in a holy city. Old Jews from all parts of the world go to lay their bones upon the sacred soil, and since these people never return to their homes, it follows that any domestic vermin they may bring with them are likely to become permanently resident, so that the population is continually increasing. No recent census had been taken when I was at Tiberias, but I know that the congregation of fleas which attended at my church alone must have been something enormous. It was a carnal, self-seeking congregation, wholly inattentive to the service which was going on, and devoted to the one object of having my blood. The fleas of all nations were there: the smug, steady, importunate flea from Holywell Street, the pert, jumping puce from hungry France, the wary, watchful pulce with his poisoned stiletto, the vengeful pulga of Castile with his ugly knife, the German Flo with his knife and fork, insatiate, not rising from table, whole swarms from all the Russians, and Asiatic hordes unnumbered, all these were there, and all rejoiced in one great international feast. I could no more defend myself against my enemies than if I had been peine à discrétion in the hands of a French communist. After passing a night like this, you are glad to gather up the remains of your body long, long before morning dawns. Your skin is scorched, your temples throb, your lips feel withered and dried, your burning eyeballs are screwed inward against the brain. You have no hope but only in the saddle and the freshness of the morning air. I calculated that on the preceding day we had nearly performed a 2 days' journey. I concluded that the Dead Sea must be near. In this I was right, for at about 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon I caught a first sight of its dismal face. I went on and came near to those waters of death. They stretched deeply into the southern desert, and before me and all around, as far away as the eye could follow, blank hills piled high over hills, pale, yellow, and naked, walled up in her tomb forever, the dead and damned Gomorrah. There was no fly that hummed in the forbidden air, but instead a deep stillness. No grass grew from the earth, no weed peered through the void sand, but, in mockery of all life, there were trees borne down by Jordan in some ancient flood, and these, grotesquely planted upon the forlorn shore, spread out their grim skeleton arms, all scorched and charred to blackness by the heats of the long silent years. I bathed in the Dead Sea. The ground covered by the water sloped so gradually that I was not only forced to "sneak in," but to walk through the water nearly a quarter of a mile before I could get out of my depth. When at last I was able to attempt to dive, the salts held in solution made my eyes smart so sharply that the pain I thus suffered, joined with the weakness occasioned by want of food, made me giddy and faint for some moments, but I soon grew better. I knew beforehand the impossibility of sinking in this buoyant water, but I was surprised to find that I could not swim at my accustomed pace. My legs and feet were lifted so high and dry out of the lake that my stroke was baffled, and I found myself kicking against the thin air instead of the dense fluid upon which I was swimming. The water is perfectly bright and clear, its taste detestable. After finishing my attempts at swimming and diving, I took some time in regaining the shore, and, before I began to dress, I found that the sun had already evaporated the water which clung to me, and that my skin was thickly encrusted with salts. The enthusiasm that had glowed, or seemed to glow, within me for one blessed moment when I knelt by the shrine of the Virgin at Nazareth was not rekindled at Jerusalem. In the stead of the solemn gloom and the deep stillness rightfully belonging to the Holy City, there was the hum and the bustle of active life. It was the height of the season. The Easter ceremonies drew near. The pilgrims were flocking in from all quarters, and although their objects were partly at least of a religious character, yet their arrivals brought as much stir and liveliness to the city as if they had come up to marry their daughters. The votaries who every year crowd to the Holy Sepulchre are chiefly of the Greek and Armenian churches. They are not drawn into Palestine by a mere sentimental longing to stand upon the ground trodden by our Saviour, but rather they perform the pilgrimage as a plain duty strongly inculcated by their religion. A very great proportion of those who belong to the Greek Church contrive at some time or other in the course of their lives to achieve the enterprise. Many in their infancy and childhood are brought to the holy sites by their parents, but those who have not had this advantage will often make it the main object of their lives to save money enough for this holy undertaking. The pilgrims begin to arrive in Palestine some weeks before the Easter festival of the Greek Church. They come from Egypt, from all parts of Syria, from Armenia and Asia Minor, from Stamboul, from Rumelia, from the provinces of the Danube, and from all the Russias. Most of these people bring with them some articles of merchandise, but I myself believe, notwithstanding the common taunt against pilgrims, that they do this rather as a mode of paying the expenses of their journey than from a spirit of mercenary speculation. They usually travel in families, for the women are of course more ardent than their husbands in undertaking these pious enterprises, and they take care to bring with them all their children, however young. They do this because the efficacy of the rites is quite independent of the age of the votary, and people whose careful mothers have obtained for them the benefit of the pilgrimage in early life are saved from the expense and trouble of undertaking the journey at a later age. The superior veneration so often excited by objects that are distant and unknown shows, not perhaps the wrong-headedness of a man, but rather the transcendent power of his imagination. However this may be, and whether it is by mere obstinacy that they force their way through intervening distance, or whether they come by the winged strength of fancy, quite certainly the pilgrims who flock to Palestine from remote homes are the people most eager in the enterprise, and in number, too, they bear a very high proportion to the whole mass. The great bulk of the pilgrims makes its way by sea to the port of Jaffa. A number of families will charter a vessel among them, all bringing their own provisions. These are of the simplest and cheapest kind. On board every vessel thus freighted, there is, I believe, a priest who helps the people in their religious exercises, and tries, and fails, to maintain something like order and harmony. The vessels employed in the service are usually Greek brigs or brigantines and schooners, and the number of passengers stowed in them is almost always horribly excessive. The voyages are sadly protracted, not only by the land-seeking, storm-flying habits of the Greek seamen, but also by the endless schemes and speculations forever tempting them to touch at the nearest port. The voyage, too, must be made during winter, in order that Jerusalem may be reached some weeks before the Greek Easter. When the pilgrims have landed at Jaffa, they hire camels, horses, mules, or donkeys, and make their way as well as they can to the holy city. The space fronting the Church of the Holy Sepulchre soon becomes a kind of bazaar, or rather perhaps reminds you of an English fair. On this spot the pilgrims display their merchandise, and there, too, the trading residents of the place offer their goods for sale. I have never, I think, seen elsewhere in Asia so much commercial animation as upon this square of ground by the church door. The money changers seem to be almost as brisk and lively as if they had been within the temple. When I entered the church, I found a babel of worshippers. Greek, Roman, and Armenian priests were performing their different rites in various nooks and corners, and crowds of disciples were rushing about in all directions, some laughing and talking, some begging, but most of them going around in a regular and methodical way to kiss the sanctified spots, and speak the appointed syllables, and lay down the accustomed coin. If this kissing of the shrines had seemed as though it were done at the bidding of enthusiasm, or of any poor sentiment, even feebly approaching to it, the sight would have been less odd to English eyes. But as it was, I felt shocked at the sight of grown men thus steadily and carefully embracing the sticks and the stones, not from love or from zeal, else God forbid that I should have blamed, but from a calm sense of duty. They seemed to be not working out, but transacting the great business of salvation. A Protestant, familiar with the Holy Scriptures, but ignorant of tradition and the geography of modern Jerusalem, finds himself a good deal mazed when he first looks for the sacred sites. The Holy Sepulchre is not in a field without the walls, but in the midst, and in the best part of the town, under the roof of the great church which I have been talking about. It is a handsome tomb of oblong form, partly subterranean and partly above ground, and closed in on all sides, except the one by which it is entered. You descend into the interior by a few steps, and there find an altar with burning tapers. This is the spot held in greater sanctity than any other in Jerusalem. When you have seen enough of it, you feel perhaps weary of the busy crowd, and inclined for a gallop. You ask your dragoman whether there will be time before sunset to send for horses and take a ride to Mount Calvary. Mount Calvary, Signor? Eccolo! It is upstairs, on the first floor. In effect, you ascend, if I remember rightly, just 13 steps, and then you are shown the now golden sockets in which the crosses of our Lord and the two thieves were fixed. All this is startling, but the truth is that the city, having gathered around the sepulchre, the main point of interest, has gradually crept northward, and thus in great measure are occasioned the many geographical surprises that puzzle the Bible Christian. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre comprises very compendiously almost all the spots associated with the closing career of our Lord. Just there on our right he stood and wept. By the pillar on your left he was scourged. On the spot just before you he was crowned with the crown of thorns. Up there he was crucified, and down here he was buried. A locality is assigned to even the minutest event connected with the recorded history of our Savior. Even the spot where the cock crew when Peter denied his master is ascertained and surrounded by the walls of an Armenian convent. I went to see and to explore the pyramids. Familiar to one from the days of early childhood are the forms of the Egyptian pyramids, and now as I approached them from the banks of the Nile, I had no print, no picture before me, and yet the old shapes were there. There was no change. They were just as I had always known them. I straightened myself in my stirrups and strove to persuade my understanding that this was real Egypt, and that those angles which stood up between me and the West were of harder stuff, and more ancient than the paper pyramids of the green portfolio. Yet it was not till I came to the base of the Great Pyramid that reality began to weigh upon my mind. Strange to say, the bigness of the distinct blocks of stones was the first sign by which I attained to feel the immensity of the whole pile. When I came and trod, and touched with my hands, and climbed, in order that by climbing I might come to the top of one single stone, then, and almost suddenly, a cold sense and understanding of the pyramid's enormity came down, overcasting my brain. Now try to endure this homely, sick nursish illustration of the effect produced upon one's mind by the mere vastness of the Great Pyramid. When I was very young, between the ages I believe of 3 and 5 years, as I was then of delicate health, I was often in time of night the victim of a strange kind of mental oppression. I lay in my bed perfectly conscious and with open eyes, but without power to speak or to move, and all the while my brain was oppressed to distraction by the presence of a single and abstract idea, the idea of solid immensity. It seemed to me in my agonies that the horror of this visitation arose from its coming upon me without form or shape, that the close presence of the direst monster ever bred in hell would have been 1,000 times more tolerable than that simple idea of solid size. My aching mind was fixed and riveted down upon the mere quality of vastness, 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 and was not permitted to invest with it any particular object. If I could have done so, the torment would have ceased. When at last I was roused from this state of suffering, I could not, of course, in those days, knowing no verbal metaphysics and no metaphysics at all, except by the dreadful experience of an abstract idea, I could not, of course, find words to describe the nature of my sensations, and even now I cannot explain why it is that the forced contemplation of a mere quality, distinct from matter, should be so terrible. Well, now my eyes saw and knew, and my hands and my feet informed my understanding, that there was nothing at all abstract about the Great Pyramid. It was a big triangle, sufficiently concrete, easy to see, and rough to the touch. It could not of course affect me with the peculiar sensation I have been talking of, but yet there was something akin to that old nightmare agony in the terrible completeness with which a mere mass of masonry could fill and load my mind. And time, too, the remoteness of its origin, no less than the enormity of its proportions, screens an Egyptian pyramid from the easy and familiar contact of our modern minds. At its base the common earth ends, and all above is a world, one not created of God, not seeming to be made by men's hands, but rather the sheer giant work of some old dismal age weighing down this younger planet. Fine sayings! But the truth seems to be, after all, that the pyramids are quite of this world, that they were piled up into the air for the realization of some kingly crotchets about immortality, some priestly longing for burial fees, and that as for the building, they were built like coral rocks by swarms of insects, by swarms of poor Egyptians who were not only the abject tools and slaves of power, but who also ate onions for the reward of their immortal labors. The pyramids are quite of this world. I of course ascended to the summit of the Great Pyramid and also explored its chambers, but these I need not describe. The first time that I went to the pyramids of Giza, there was a number of Arabs hanging about in its neighborhood, and wanting to receive presents on various pretenses. Their sheik was with them. There was also present an ill-looking fellow in soldier's uniform. This man on my departure claimed a reward, on the ground that he had maintained order and decorum amongst the Arabs. His claim was not considered valid by my dragoman, and was rejected accordingly. My donkey boys afterward said they had overheard this fellow propose to the sheik to put me to death whilst I was in the interior of the Great Pyramid, and to share with him the booty. Fancy a struggle for life in one of those burial chambers, with acres and acres of solid masonry between oneself and the daylight! I felt exceedingly glad that I had not made the rascal a present. I visited the very ancient pyramids of Abu Kur and Saqqara. There are many of these, differing the one from the other in shape as well as size, and it struck me that taken together they might be looked upon as showing the progress and perfection, such as it is, of pyramidical architecture. One of the pyramids at Saqqara is almost a rival for the full-grown monster at Giza. Others are scarcely more than vast heaps of brick and stone, and these last suggested to me the idea that after all the pyramid is nothing more nor less than a variety of the sepulchral mound so common in most countries, including, I believe, Hindustan, from whence the Egyptians are supposed to have come. Men accustomed to raise these structures for their dead kings or conquerors would carry the usage with them in their migrations, but arriving in Egypt and seeing the impossibility of finding earth sufficiently tenacious for a mound, they would approximate as nearly as might be to their ancient custom by raising up a round heap of stones, in short, conical pyramids. Of these there are several at Saqqara, and the materials of some are thrown together without any order or regularity. The transition from this simple form to that of the square angular pyramid was easy and natural, and it seemed to me that the gradations through which the style passed from infancy up to its mature enormity could plainly be traced at Saqqara. And near the pyramids, more wondrous and more awful than all else in the land of Egypt, there sits the lonely Sphinx. Comely the creature is, but the comeliness is not of this world. The once worshipped beast is a deformity and a monster to this generation, and yet you can see that those lips, so thick and heavy, were fashioned according to some ancient mold of beauty, some mold of beauty now forgotten, forgotten because that Greece drew forth Cytherea from the flashing foam of the Aegean, and in her image created new forms of beauty, and made it a law among men that the short and proudly wreathed lip should stand for the sign and the main condition of loveliness through all generations to come. Yet still there lives on the race of those who were beautiful in the fashion of the elder world, and Christian girls of Coptic blood will look on you with a sad, serious gaze, and kiss your charitable hand with the big pouting lips of the very Sphinx. Laugh and mock, if you will, at the worship of stone idols, but mark ye this, ye breakers of images, that in one regard the stone idol bears awful semblance of deity, unchangefulness in the midst of change, the same seeming will and intent for ever and ever inexorable. Upon ancient dynasties of Ethiopian and Egyptian kings, upon Greek and Roman, upon Arab and Ottoman conquerors, upon Napoleon dreaming of an Eastern empire, upon battle and pestilence, upon the ceaseless misery of the Egyptian race, upon keen-eyed travelers, Herodotus yesterday and Warburton today, upon all and more this unworldly Sphinx has watched, and watched like a providence, with the same earnest eyes and the same sad tranquil mien. And we shall die, and Islam will wither away, and the Englishman, striving far over to hold his loved India, will plant a firm foot on the banks of the Nile, and sit in the seats of the faithful, and still that sleepless rock will lie watching and watching the works of the new busy race, with those same sad earnest eyes and the same tranquil mien everlasting. You dare not mock the Sphinx. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Finding Livingstone by Henry M. Stanley. We push on rapidly, lest the news of our coming might reach the people of Bunder Ujiji before we come in sight and are ready for them. We halt at a little brook, then ascend the long slope of a naked ridge, the very last of the myriads we have crossed. This alone prevents us from seeing the lake Tanganyika in all its vastness. We arrive at the summit, travel across and arrive at its western rim, and pause. Reader, the port of Ujiji is below us, embowered in the palms, only 500 yards from us. At this great moment we do not think of the hundreds of miles we have marched, of the hundreds of hills that we have ascended and descended, of the many forests we have traversed, of the jungles and thickets that annoyed us, of the fervid salt plains that blistered our feet, of the hot suns that scorched us, nor of the dangers and difficulties now happily surmounted. Unfurl the flags and load your guns. Aye Wallah Bana, respond the men eagerly. 1, 2, 3, fire. A volley from nearly 50 guns roars like a salute from a battery of artillery. Now, Kirangozi, guide, hold the white man's flag up high and let the Zanzibar flag bring up the rear. And you must keep close together and keep firing until we halt in the marketplace or before the white man's house. You have said to me often that you could smell the fish of the Tanganyika. I can smell the fish of the Tanganyika now. There are fish and beer and a long rest waiting for you. March. Before we had gone 100 yards, our repeated volleys had the effect desired. We had awakened Ujiji to the knowledge that a caravan was coming and that the people were rushing up in hundreds to meet us. The mere sight of the flags informed everyone immediately that we were a caravan. But the American flag borne aloft by gigantic Asmani, one of the porters or carriers, whose face was one vast smile on this day, rather staggered them at first. However, many of the people who now approached us remembered the flag. They had seen it float above the American consulate, and from the masthead of many a ship in the harbor of Zanzibar, and they were soon heard welcoming the beautiful flag with cries of Bendera Kisungu, a white man's flag, Bendera Merikani, the American flag. Then we were surrounded by them, by Wajiji, Wanyamwezi, Wangwana, Warundi, Waguha, Wamanyema, and Arabs, and were almost deafened with shouts of Yambo, Yambo Bana, Yambo Bana, Yambo Bana. To all and each of my men the welcome was given. We were now about 300 yards from the village of Ujiji, and the crowds are dense about me. Suddenly I hear a voice on my right say, "Good morning, sir." Startled at hearing this greeting in the midst of such a crowd of black people, I turned sharply around in search of the man, and see him at my side, with the blackest of faces, but animated and joyous, a man dressed in a long white shirt, with a turban of American sheeting around his woolly head, and I asked, "Who the mischief are you?" "I am Susie, the servant of Dr. Livingstone," said he, smiling and showing a gleaming row of teeth. "What! Is Dr. Livingstone here?" "Yes, sir." "In this village?" "Yes, sir." "Are you sure?" "Sure, sure, sir. Why, I leave him just now." "Good morning, sir," said another voice. "Hello," said I, "is this another one?" "Yes, sir." "Well, what is your name?" "My name is Chuma, sir." "And is the doctor well?" "Not very well, sir." "Where has he been so long?" "In Manyuema." "Now you, Susie, run and tell the doctor I am coming." "Yes, sir." And off he darted like a madman. Soon Susie came running back and asked me my name. He told the doctor I was coming, but the doctor was too surprised to believe him, and when the doctor asked him my name, Susie was rather staggered. But, during Susie's absence, the news had been conveyed to the doctors that it was surely a white man that was coming, whose guns were firing and whose flag could be seen, and the great Arab magnates of Ujiji, Mohammed bin Salih, Said bin Majid, Abid bin Suleiman, Mohammed bin Gharib, and others, had gathered together before the doctor's house, and the doctor had gone out from his veranda to discuss the matter and await my arrival. In the meantime, the head of the expedition had halted, and the kirangozi was out of the ranks, holding his flag aloft, and Selim, the interpreter, said to me, "I can see the doctor, sir. Oh, what an old man! He has got a white beard." And what would I not have given for a bit of friendly wilderness, where unseen I might vent my joy in some mad freak, such as idiotically biting my hand, turning a somersault, or slashing at trees, in order to allay those excited feelings that were well nigh uncontrollable. My heart beats fast, but I must not let my face betray my emotions, lest it should detract from the dignity of a white man appearing under such extraordinary circumstances. So I did that which I thought was the most dignified. I pushed back the crowds, and passing from the rear, walked down a living avenue of people until I came in front of the semicircle of Arabs, in the front of which stood the white man with the gray beard. As I advanced slowly toward him, I noticed that he was pale, looked wearied, wore a bluish cap with a faded gold band round it, had on a red-sleeved waistcoat and a pair of gray tweed trousers. I would have run to him, only I was a coward in the presence of such a mob; would have embraced him, only, he being an Englishman, I did not know how he would receive me, so I did what cowardice and false pride suggested was the best thing, walked deliberately to him, took off my hat, and said, "Dr. Livingstone, I presume?" "Yes," said he, with a kind smile, lifting his hat slightly. I replace my hat on my head, and he puts on his cap, and we both grasp hands, and then I say aloud, "I thank God, doctor, I have been permitted to see you." He answered, "I feel thankful that I am here to welcome you." I turn to the Arabs, take off my hat to them in response to the saluting chorus of Yambos I receive, and the doctor introduces them to me by name. Then, oblivious of the crowds, oblivious of the men who shared with me my dangers, we, Livingstone and I, turn our faces toward his tembe, or hut. He points to the veranda, or rather mud platform under the broad overhanging eaves. He points to his own particular seat, which I see his age and experience in Africa has suggested, namely a straw mat with a goat skin over it, and another skin nailed against the wall to protect his back from contact with the cold mud. I protest against taking this seat, which so much more befits him than me, but the doctor will not yield. I must take it. We are seated, the doctor and I, with our backs to the wall. The Arabs take seats on our left. More than 1,000 natives are in our front, filling the whole square densely, indulging their curiosity, and discussing the fact of two white men meeting at Ujiji, one just come in from Manyuema in the west, the other from Unyanembe in the east. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Up the Mountains of the Moon by Henry M. Stanley. In his lecture, Through the Great Forest, Mr. Stanley said, "I propose to take you through the great forest up to the mountains of the moon, around the Great Lakes and across Africa." We traveled over 6,000 miles. The time occupied was 987 days. The first section of about 1,000 miles was along an unknown country by steamer up the Aruwimi River to a place called Yambuya. The navigation was interrupted by rapids. On foot next for 160 days we went through one unbroken forest. That journey was not through poetic glades, with here and there thrown in a bit of mossy dell, with little or no undergrowth, and free access and an open view into sylvan wilds. You may remember your experiences of last summer when you took an excursion into the woods. There you found a poetic seclusion, a graceful disorder, mossy grounds, trees of familiar kinds, springy turf, bits of picturesque skies, and the sun shedding softened dreams of light upon tree and turf. Ah, the African forest furnishes no such picturesque sights or pleasant glades. Language is too poor to describe it. First, think of the tropics and a climate of humidity and the heat of perpetual summer. You feel, as you enter into this unknown region, the robustness of vegetation. There is a still warm vapor in suffocating volumes. First, you dispense with your upper garments, and then you want to get rid of the rest. The gloom is so great that you can compare it only to the twilight of evening. You see the leafage rising up black and green, impenetrable clumps of trees, some of them reaching a height of 250 feet. There is no symmetry, grace, or softness, but all is wild, uncouth, and awful. At every step you see masses of bewildering undergrowths, a wonderful variety of plants. There's an absence of any sense of decay, rather the sense of the general healthfulness of the plants, and enduring youth, exhaustless wonders. There is no longer any energy among us. We behold everlasting greenness, eternal vitality, and fertility. Above all is a protecting, impenetrable canopy. Sacred trees with leafy crowns tower above us. African mahogany, the unyielding ironwood, the butternut tree, and other varieties too numerous to mention, all united in closest embrace, darken the life below till it is suggestive of mystery and awe. As we march silently, slowly, and painfully on, the forest changes its aspect, and we note the labors of forgotten tribes, and come to swampy grounds. One day our march is very slow through masses of forest wilderness. On the next day we go through a more open section, on the following day through frowning depths, and over ground strewn with dead leaves, worm-eaten trunks, or dried branches. But always and above all tower the primeval woods, the deep shadows unbroken save by the flashes of lightning. On some days the march has to be prolonged beyond the usual hour for halting that has been fixed upon, because of the difficulty of choosing a ground fit for a camp. For we bear with us tons of perishable goods that have to be protected from the floods of rain. But at last a suitable spot is found. The whistle is sounded and the loaded files come up, and one by one they deposit their burdens in due order. Then, when the tents are erected, the camp resounds with the sound of voices. Some men with axes trim the poles of the tents or cut fuel. Some with knives peel the saplings to utilize the bark for bedding. Some dig holes in the ground for tent poles. In about 2 hours a little town will be seen, and 100 fires will blaze, and 100 pots will be sending up clouds of savory steam. The camp is animated and resounds with chatter, all the louder because confined by the four sides of our forest home. After the guards are set around the camp, we feel safe from the surprises of the cannibals, and those who wish are free to wander away. At such a time I have been sensible of the utter poverty of words to describe my surroundings. It is not a time for poetic brooding, but one after another the senses yield to the charm of seclusion. Then I behold a magnificent forest in listening attitude, a great gloom, trees eloquent of antiquity and of venerable brotherhood. I marvel at the age of these giants. Since the period when the nuts dropped from the trees and took root, what generations have passed! Generation after generation, dynasty after dynasty, empire after empire, one national period after another, and the trees grow taller and taller through the centuries, yearly extending in growth, extending in limb, and rising steadily, invincibly upward, indifferent whether their crested tops are illuminated by sunshine, or dripped with rain, or are tossed by the raging tornado of the tropics. That old patriarch yonder, with massive and wrinkled bark, was probably born 1,000 years before the siege of Troy. That hedge you see above you was a shrub in the days of Herod the Great. Even the palm by the river bank, which seems so utterly out of place among the forest kings, probably sprouted first when Columbus started his course across the Atlantic. They are brimming over with vitality. We feel that their vegetable life is incomparable with our own. They stand and have stood while the centuries rolled by, mute and rigid in the gloaming. They are there today in enormous multitudes. The sun shines on their tops with utmost fervor. The mist floods around them with grayish clouds. They will brave the elements in the future with the same peaceful, proud endurance as they have done in the past. The forest there faithfully represents human life in pantomime. That struggle for space, selfish indifference to others may be found there as with us. When the topmost bough is shattered by lightning, another fed by the air and light springs up triumphantly to usurp its place. You can see with what greed others hasten to occupy the opening made by the uniform height and equal growth. I found also that they are subject to diseases, as is humanity. Countless parasites are around the stems and strangle their growth. The ants eat into their boles, and great branches are pushed aside by the elephants, rubbing their sides against them. You will see among them large tumors on their stems. Others falling into decay with age are bleached white by death. The ground underneath consists of the dust of others which are gone. It is carpeted with their dead leaves and strewn with their broken limbs. Scarcely an hour passes but in your neighborhood a tree falls. There is a sound as of an explosion and a shock that shakes the earth, and a branch comes tumbling down with a startling crash. A twig snaps or a leaf falls every second of time. But with this death there is life, for seeds also fall, and as often as a tree dies, another has sprouted, or with the fall of a leaf, another has sprouted. During a year of wanderings we noted 560 hours of rain, which would be about 1 hour of rain for every 15 of dry weather during 12 months. How much sunshine there was we would not say. It seemed to us there was only 1 hour of sun brightness to every hour of night or fog or gloom. We could tell only from the heat in the forests that the sun was out. We could only feel its dry fervor in the clearings, but the effect of this supermoisture is the exceeding vegetation. The trees from summit to branch are clothed with verdure, and wound around by enormous parasites and climbers. The grander trees bear the heaviest and thickest species, which run from 14 to 16 inches in diameter. Those of the largest size reach 1,400 feet, and they continue their serpentine twisting from one limb to another, and finally hang suspended 30 or 40 feet above, like immense anacondas, swinging with every gust. Or they ascend to the branches of other trees until they are lost in the depth above. There are hundreds of them. They are seen in a great network, web-like formation. There is not a sapling or tree, from the infant of 1 year to the holy patriarch of 40 centuries, but is infested with both vegetable and animal parasites. Thin vines and serpent-like creepers all swing solemnly hither and thither under the influence of a strong wind, with countless millions of leaves resting on the great limbs of the trees, embracing the rigid branches, creaking and grinding. You can hardly realize the scene of desolation that is found in the sepulchral gloom of the forests. But when the storm king is in the air above, and every tree seems starting from its sepulchral stillness in a mad dance, and there is a mad massing and warring and rushing through the foliage shades, and the woods bow their heads in agonized grief, try however you may, you cannot help sympathizing with the scene. It is awful and horrible to hear all these sounds in the pitch black night, when the tornado descends on the forests and the elements are accompanied with all their terrors, with blinding brands of lightning and the cannonade of the thunder, when the whole camp is a blaze of blinding light. It is far more frightful when the rain pours over the desolate scene in drowning showers. You can understand now what effect such experiences of tempest and rain and darkness had upon the minds of our people, who knew not where this endless march was leading, as the days grew into weeks and the weeks into long months, and not a soul could enlighten them as to the possible limits of this demon world. All this added to continuous pain from hunger, misery, and sickness, and the dull pangs of sorrow as they tossed their dead companions into the dark river, in the absence of all hope in the future. Gaunt famine smote them dead by the scores. Their limbs were ravaged by rabid ulcers, the stagnant atmosphere poisoning them with its breath, ants and ticks creeping over their bodies, fierce savages jumping upon them with dagger or spears, while they feebly crawled after the caravan, ruthless pygmies lying behind trees shooting their barbed arrows into their bodies, and cannibals attacking them as they gathered over their evening fire. Death cut our people off with revolting treachery, and sudden as lightning stroke. Finally, after 160 days of marching, we emerged from the forest. Then our eyes danced with rapture, for we beheld fresh young grass spreading out into flowery fields and pastures, and then, beyond, round and picturesquely molded hills. Such a sight we hailed with shouts of praise and loud thanksgivings and murmurs of worship, according to our respective faiths. The delicious grass, the warbling of birds, this summer loveliness of the land, and the warm life and beauteous earth reposing in peace were sublime. Our men had dreams of joy, and they called it heaven. Its length was 620 English miles from north to south, and from west to east 520 miles. It comprised 320,000 square miles, the whole equal to 400,000 square miles. In the beginning of 1886, the Arab slave traders had not penetrated very far into this region. The Arabs were for some time deterred from making any serious effort to push into this forest, but the increasing price of ivory and the scarcity of it subsequently inspired them with greater efforts. In May, 1887, they had gained a footing in Etura. Separating from one another, they built 3 stations down the Etura, about 100 miles apart, one at the Leda, forming the apex of a triangle, the base line of which was 50 miles away. They then began killing the aborigines and appropriating or looting whatever property they found. Within 5 months they cut a swath 227 miles long and in width about 180 English miles. Not one village had been left standing. Their plantain groves had become so many jungles. The aborigines had either been destroyed or were hidden in the darkest recesses of the forests. This is the reason why, in 1887, our expedition suffered so terribly from hunger. Were you able to take a bird's eye view of the forests, the native clearings would have appeared like so many circular bits of pale green. There were no tracks, and we possessed only one steel boat for the river, and part of the journey, therefore, had to be made by forcing a way through the bush. If that was too thick, we scattered through the underbrush, but we had bill hook and cutter in constant exercise. The first month in the bush we progressed very slowly. When finally, after many months' labors, we reached a track, our pace was increased to 1 3/4 miles an hour. As the column stretched in file over a considerable length of ground, the pioneers had to slash away a broad blaze on a tree every few yards. It was most difficult to distinguish the track, but by the time the whole of the column had passed over it, the trail was pretty clear. Some days, however, when I would be leading a river party, the pioneers would lose all trace of it. They would leave the river and, relying too much on their knowledge of woodland, try to cut a straight course. Thus they frequently lost their way, and for hours the caravan would be wandering in the woods while the river party would be anxiously waiting for them. On one occasion the parties were separated 6 days. As we drew nearer the eastern limits the nature of our difficulties changed. we followed native paths. Then the voices of the foremost men would be heard bawling out the character of their troubles, one by one: skewers below, ants, red ants on the march, a tangling root, 'ware skewers, mushy mud with no bottom, wasps. These warnings, while they served to prevent us from falling into pitfalls, retarded the march. If I were to enumerate the names of the various tribes whose territories we traversed, there would be general hilarity, I fear, in an American audience. The inhabitants of the forest are divided into big people and little people. The taller men are those who own clearings in the forest. The pygmies are unsettled and restless little nomads, who slide about through the woods, and whose temporary camps are generally found 2 or 3 miles outside of the banana plantations. The first are very like other Africans, but much browner than the dwellers in the plains, probably from living so much in the shade. Each tribe has its distinguishing marks, tattooings of some figure or another on the forehead or on the cheeks or chins. Some shave their heads, some wear their hair long or in ringlets. There is no elaborate hairdressing in the forest as lower down along the Congo. Their ornaments consist of crocodile, monkey, or human teeth strung in necklets and anklets and bracelets. Their dress is a clout of dark cloth, a strip 4 feet long. For headwear, these people have a headpiece of basket work adorned with a parrot's red tail feathers. Their weapons are spears, bows and arrows, broad knives, and sometimes a battle axe. These are they who sometimes make great clearings in the woods, and in the midst of a confusion of fallen trees build compact villages. Outside the villages there is a tangle of brushwood, half hidden by plantain groves. The villages swarm with goats and fowls, which now and again furnish the people with food. The natives are addicted to cannibalism, but it must not be supposed that they feed on their own relatives or tribe. Neither is a human victim always easy to secure. The tribes are too far apart, but if a neighboring community, 10 or a dozen miles off, advances, there may possibly be an accident when a body may be secured. I once witnessed the preparations for a cannibal feast. Our men approached the Irwangas village. I fired a shot to warn the chief that we were friendly, and it happened to frighten a party of natives preparing a victim for their repast. In a few seconds our boats were at the bank of the river, and we saw the body of a woman who had been speared in the throat and then washed. The black pots, the bananas were all there, and in a short time everything would have been ready. We found afterward that the woman had been sick and had been left by the Arabs. We had also a Manyuema boy who slipped into the bush to evade the rear guard after a caravan had passed. He advanced slowly toward the camp and had almost reached it when he was sighted by natives and slain almost at the same time that a party of companions was proceeding to his assistance. Finding the body in the path, they carried it into the woods and covered it lightly with leaves, with the intention of returning and burying it. The natives, who had been close observers of what had been done, came up and took it off. In the morning the Manyuemas found only a few bones. During many months of marching in the forest, we captured hundreds of large and small natives. They were very useful in their own districts, giving information about the tribes and showing paths to banana plantations, but once beyond their territory they were of no earthly use, so they were permitted to return to their homes, though in many instances they did not want to be released. My observation and experience led me to the conclusion that morally the forest natives are the lowest of the human race. They have no idea of a God and nothing approaching our soft sensibilities. Their gratitude is so short-lived that it might be compared to that of a fierce bulldog, restrained from throttling you only by devouring a piece of beef just thrown to it. What a number of ghastly death scenes I could describe, resulting from the cruel persistency and devilish malice of these savages. At the same time many of our men in the presence of such dangers exhibited great carelessness. White men displayed more caution, but it was almost impossible to get the others to exercise their faculties of sight, hearing, and judgment. Had the savages generally been as artful as the pygmies, we should all have been lost. But, fortunately, they were themselves thoughtless, although cruel enough to work any mischief upon us. Our scouts frequently came across newly formed pygmy camps, and after a while they learned the art of stalking the vicious little creatures. The first one we thus got hold of was a plump little queen of a pygmy tribe. Around her neck were several polished iron collars with long projecting horns at the end, and down her breast hung curiously made native chains. Around her arms were several rings, and her ankles were protected by scores of rings, so close together that they resembled a compact band. Around her waist was a breechcloth. She must have been about 18 years old, but she was as well developed as a white woman of 25 or 26. Her feet were beautifully formed, the instep arched, the hands small, the fingers slender, and the nails filbert shaped. The face was broad and round, the lips were full, and the large black eyes like those of a young gazelle. The face was singularly impressive, but the eyes were most expressive and seemed to say, "I am much too pretty to be hurt, and I very well know what I am worth." The tender treatment that she received reassured her. She was ultimately consigned to the care of the surgeon, whose gentle manner won her from all thoughts of flight. After a while she became an intelligent cook and a trustworthy servant, and she always bore herself most modestly. In October, 1888, we suddenly pounced on a family of dwarfs, peeling bananas, and succeeded in capturing a full-grown adult and his sister or wife. Before the pair could recover their faculties, they were led to the center of our camp, and hundreds of great burly men thronged to see the strangers. We had among us some tall Soudanese, ranging from 6 feet to 6 feet 4 in height. I observed that the head of the pygmy man reached to about the waist belts of these Soudanese. Both the man and woman were considered agitated, but while they doubted and anxiously wondered what was to be their fate, my mind recurred to the described scene that took place 25 centuries ago, when the 5 young Nasamonian explorers were captured by a band of dwarfs and taken through the Negritian villages. How I wish that I could extract from the representative of this old people some of their traditions. Before a Phoenician bark ever sailed to Britain, these little people were ranging these illimitable forests which stretch westward from the Moon Mountains. In all old maps you will see pygmies printed side by side in bold letters with "the Mountains of the Moon." But the little man who was now the cynosure of the camp, with his grotesque dignity of manhood, his cap of basket work, his noble amplitude of abdomen and narrow chest, had no conception of the respect I entertained for him as the scion of a most ancient ancestry, or surely he would never have trembled for his fate. But in a short time we succeeded in relieving him of his fears by gently chucking him under the chin and administering a friendly slap on the back. His companion, observing how he was treated, also recovered from her fright. Gaining confidence, the little man, as though to repay our kindness, informed us, by the most voluble of sign language, that there was abundance of food 2 days off, that the river we were in search of was only 4 days off, that he knew where bananas grew as big as logs, compared with which the bananas he had been eating when captured were simply contemptibly small. Personally, I am of opinion that this particular pygmy would have made a very good actor, and that in the art of lying it would be difficult to give him points. A few days after this capture another group of pygmies was secured. Among them was a shrewish old woman and a lad so shy that he could not be made to speak. But the old woman talked enough for a whole tribe, and kept up an incessant scolding from morning till night, and exhibited a consummate mastery of pygmy cuss words. Despite her age she was remarkably strong and nimble, and always carried on her back a hamper. Into this her captor would stow away his pots and kettles and other equipments until she became a veritable camel of the forest. When I discovered this, I came to her relief and threw out the contents of her hamper. I received for my pains a rattling expression of gratitude which sounded very much like swear words. As for the shy boy, he got over his shyness and became a pet of the officer who had surprised him. His intelligence and industry made him most valuable, far superior to the average of white servants. We came in time to regard these pygmies as indispensable, and some of them would certainly have been taken with us back to Europe, but after they got out of the forest the changed conditions and the difference in climate proved too much for them. Their little legs could not stand the long marches, and one after another they collapsed. The next most interesting discovery we made was that of the long lost Mountains of the Moon. In my book, Darkest Africa, I have illustrated with small maps our knowledge of Africa derived from the ancients. In these it is clearly shown that ivory hunters and slave traders had reached that region in times past. Information as to it varied. The last traveler there, as now, was regarded as the best informed. This is why the Great Lakes of the interior and the Mountains of the Moon shifted every 100 years or so 10 degrees north or south of the equator. It was in December 1887 that we got a glimpse of the twin cones of Ruwenzori. There are many, doubtless, like myself, who, while gazing upon any ancient work, be it an Egyptian pyramid or sphinx, be it an Athenian Parthenon, Palmyrene Sun Temple, Persepolitan Palace, or even an old English castle, will readily confess to feeling a peculiar emotion at the sight. The venerableness of it, which time only can give, its associations with men long gathered to their fathers, the builders and inhabitants now quite forgotten, appeal to a certain sympathy in the living. For its history there is a vague yearning. Its age awakens something like exultation that we little mortals can build such time-defying structures. But more powerful and higher is that emotion which is roused at the sight of a hoary old mountain like this of Ruwenzori, which we know to be countless thousands of years old. When we think how long it required the melted snow to carve out these ravines, hundreds of fathoms deep, through the rocky cone of the range, or we consider the ages required to spread out the debris from its sides and bosom to cover the Semliki Valley and the Nyanza Plains, we are struck dumb at the immeasurableness of the interval between that age when Ruwenzori rose aloft into being and now. We become possessed with a wholesome awe, and can but feel a cheerful faith that it was good for us to have seen it. Another emotion is that inspired by the thought that in one of the darkest corners of the earth, shrouded by perpetual mist, brooding under the eternal storm clouds, surrounded by darkness and mystery, there has been hidden to this day a giant among mountains, the melting snow of whose tops has been for some 50 centuries most vital to the peoples of Egypt. Imagine to what a god the reverently inclined primal nations would have exalted this mountain, which from such a faraway region as this contributed so copiously to their beneficent and sacred Nile. And this thought of the beneficent Nile brings on another. In fancy we look down along that crooked silver vein to where it disports and spreads out to infuse new life to Egypt near the pyramids, some 4,000 miles away, where we behold populous swarms of men, Arabs, Copts, Fellahs, Negroes, Turks, Greeks, Italians, Frenchmen, English, Germans, and Americans, bustling, jostling, or lounging, and we feel a pardonable pride in being able to inform them for the first time that much of the sweet water they drink, and whose virtues they so often exalt, issues from the deep and extensive snow beds of Ruwenzori, or Ruwenjura, the Cloud King. These too brief views of the superb rain creator or Cloud King, as the Wakanju fondly termed their mist-shrouded mountains, fill the gazer with a feeling as of a glimpse of celestial splendor. While it lasted I observed the rapt faces of whites and blacks set fixed and uplifted in speechless wonder toward that upper region of cold brightness and perfect peace, so high above mortal reach, so tranquil and restful, of such immaculate and stainless purity, that thought and desire of expression were altogether too deep for utterance. What stranger contrast could there be than our own nether world of torrid temperature, eternally green, sappy plants, and never fading luxuriance and verdure, with its savagery and war alarms, and deep stains of blood-red sin, to that lofty mountain king, clad in its pure white raiment of snow, surrounded by myriads of dark mountains, low as bending worshippers before the throne of a monarch, on whose cold white face was inscribed infinity and everlasting. These moments of supreme feeling are memorable for the utter abstraction of the mind from all that is sordid and ignoble, and its utter absorption in the presence of unreachable loftiness, indescribable majesty, constraining it not only reverentially to admire, but to adore in silence, the image of the Eternal. Never can a man be so fit for heaven as during such moments, for however scornful and insolent he may have been at other times, he now has become as a little child, filled with wonder and reverence before what he has conceived to be sublime and divine. We had been strangers for many months to the indulgence of any thought of this character. Our senses, between the hours of sleeping and waking, had been occupied by the imperious and imminent necessities of each hour, which required unrelaxing vigilance and forethought. It is true we had been touched with the view from the mount called Pisgah, of that universal extent of forest, spreading out on all sides but one, to many hundreds of miles. We had been elated into hysteria when, after 5 months' immurement in the depths of forest wilds, we once again trod upon green grass and enjoyed open and unlimited views of our surroundings, luxuriant vales, varying hill forms on all sides, rolling plains, over which the long spring grass seemed to race and leap in gladness before the cooling gale. We had admired the broad sweep and the silvered face of Lake Albert, and enjoyed a period of intense rejoicing when we knew we had reached, after infinite trials, the bourne and limit of our journeyings. But the desire and involuntary act of worship were never provoked, nor the emotion stirred so deeply as when we suddenly looked up and beheld the skyey crests and snowy breasts of Ruwenzori uplifted into an inaccessible altitude, so like what our conceptions might be of a celestial castle, with dominating battlement and leagues upon leagues of unscalable walls. Revisiting the Lake Albert region at later periods, we found that the snow-capped peaks had an exasperating habit of disappearing from view, and it was only in May of 1889 that I finally solved the mystery. Rolling clouds and vapors sometimes blot them out. This is why the natives call them Ruwenzori, which means the Cloud King. The discovery of the snow mountains led to 2 more discoveries, that of the Albert Edward Nyanza and the headwaters of the Alpine Nile, and the confused information given by the priests of Isis in olden times to Egyptian and Greek geographers, furnished by the ivory traders and slave raiders of old, has now been made perfectly clear in all its important details. Day after day we marched, marking the features of this splendid primeval world, revealed for the first time. Now and then we caught glimpses of a multitude of precipitous cliffs which towered some 15,000 feet above. As we approached Albert Edward, we emerged from the forest, and a vast plain stretched before us, covered by immense fields of corn and sugar cane. The natives, black but amiable, collected about us and sought our protection from incursive tribes. They volunteered to be our guides and led us up a vast grassy promontory, where for a day we reveled in pure cold air, and the next day they took us down to the lake, where we tasted the tropics once more. From the eastern shores of Lake Albert, 2 days' climbing brought us to a beautiful region. The people here were divided into 2 tribes, but they were derived, apparently, from a common origin. They were a fine featured race, and the men grew very tall. They lived mainly upon milk and sugar cane, and, unfortunately for their future civilization, they are massed into nations that are ruled by despotic kings. From this country we struck the eastern end of Victoria Nyanza, and by traveling along the shore we discovered a new addition to this lake of 26,900 square miles. We struck the region during its dry season. The grass was sere, chilly winds blew over the uplands, a cold mist frequently obscured the face of the country, and a heavy leaden sky seemed to bear down upon us in a searching cold. Our half-naked people shivered, and one day 5 fell dead in their tracks as though they were shot. They would all have perished had not the officer commanding the rear guard bolted and made great bonfires. During our march to the sea, it had gradually dawned upon us that there was intense political rivalry between England and Germany in Africa, but as our expedition had been solely to relieve Emin, we flattered ourselves that we had nothing to do with these dissensions. Emin was a German, and we accepted German hospitality as a proof of their goodwill. We knew Emin was pliable and yielding. We supposed his gratitude was not very deep, but we thought that nothing could rupture the good feeling that had hitherto existed between us. But the accident at Bagamoya, the first evening after reaching the sea and being embraced by his countrymen, was wholly unexpected, and it gave the Germans on the east coast a fair opportunity. We had abundant proof afterward how beautifully the Germans understood Emin's character. Frenchmen and Italians, perhaps, would have performed their parts far more efficiently without advertising the means employed. Emin, at the banquet in our honor, was joyously grateful to each member of our expedition. He embraced Stairs and Nelson and Jephson, and flung himself on the neck of Park, stood between Wissman and myself, uttering gaily his happy feelings, and then went away and fell over the balcony to the dismay of the company. He was taken to the hospital in an unconscious state. On his recovering consciousness we had a kindly parting, and then the operations of his countrymen began. First, Dr. Park, who had volunteered to attend the sufferer, was made to feel that his presence was irksome. Servants became careless, the food was stinted. If he went to the officers' mess table, the German officers continued to show their strong disapproval of his presence. Then Dr. Park fell ill of a fever, and was conveyed to Zanzibar almost dying. Our letters to Emin were unanswered. If we expressed a desire to visit him at Bagamoya, at once a bulletin came out with a story of his relapse. We tried it 3 times with the same result. The play deepened in interest, and the conclusion was darkly hinted. Having succeeded in relieving himself from obligation to us, our acquaintance was renounced. This incivility was presently fanned by his countrymen into a hot hostility. On coming out of the hospital, Emin published broadcast through Zanzibar the fact that he had severed himself from us, and wrote letters to Germany to the same effect, which his delighted friends made use of. He next sought to quarrel with the Egyptian government. He cabled to Cairo for a small credit at Zanzibar. Sir Evelyn Baring kindly telegraphed back that the British consul at Zanzibar would honor the credit. Emin construed this as an insult. The idea that he, Governor General of the Equatorial Province, should receive drafts through an English consul general. To his old officers and generals, Egyptian and Sudanese, he wrote frankly that he would have nothing to do with them, and declined to pay their accounts, so these soldiers, who had been with him 14 years, were compelled to wait 6 months before getting any money. To General Kasadi, with whom he had lived 8 years like a brother, he turned the cold shoulder. For a whole month he seemed to be negotiating with the British East African Company for employment. Then suddenly he turned and took employment with the Germans. The Germans had triumphed according to their view. They certainly had Emin's nature aright, but I think they would have succeeded better had they managed to leave the victim of their political aspirations with some portion of the common virtues, and without exposing him to the contempt of others not quite so interested in their politics. Dr. Peters and other Germans had raided a broad tract through a territory under the guise of assisting Emin. He reached Uganda and made treaties there. At the same time the poor Pasha, breathing fury against civilization, was returning to the interior to annex the whole of Central Africa for Germany. Meantime, seeing pretty clearly how this was tending, I began that series of speeches in England which ended in stimulating greater attention in Britain to Africa. A friendly agreement was concluded between Great Britain and Germany, wherein hard and fast boundaries were fixed between the possessions of the 2 powers. Both nations expressed themselves as satisfied with the agreement, but I fear that Dr. Peters, homeward bound with his pockets full of treaties, and Emin, pressing forward bent on large annexations, and the Germans of East Africa, whose impetuous policy had been the cause of all this, were but little pleased. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. The Pyramids by Edward D. Clark. We were roused as soon as the sun dawned by Antony, our faithful Greek servant and interpreter, with the intelligence that the pyramids were in view. We hastened from the cabin, and never will the impression made by their appearance be obliterated. By reflecting the sun's rays they appear as white as snow, and of such surprising magnitude that nothing we had previously conceived in our imagination had prepared us for the spectacle we beheld. The sight instantly convinced us that no power of description, no delineation, can convey ideas adequate to the effect produced in viewing these stupendous monuments. The formality of their construction is lost in their prodigious magnitude. The mind, elevated by wonder, feels at once the force of an axiom, which, however disputed, experience confirms, that in vastness, whatsoever be its nature, there dwells solemnity. Another proof of their indescribable power is, that no one ever approached them under other emotions than those of terror, which is another principal source of the sublime. In certain instances of irritable feeling, this impression of awe and fear has been so great as to cause pain rather than pleasure. Hence, perhaps, have originated descriptions of the pyramids which represent them as deformed and gloomy masses, without taste or beauty. Persons who have derived no satisfaction from the contemplation of them may not have been conscious that the uneasiness they experienced was a result of their own sensibility. Others have acknowledged ideas widely different, excited by every wonderful circumstance of character and of situation, ideas of duration almost endless, of power inconceivable, of majesty supreme, of solitude most awful, of grandeur, of desolation, and of repose. Upon August 23, 1802, we set out for the pyramids, the inundation enabling us to approach within less than a mile of the larger pyramid in our germ, or boat. Messrs. Hammer and Hamilton accompanied us. We arrived at Djiza at daybreak, and called upon some English officers, who wished to join our party upon this occasion. From Djiza, our approach to the pyramids was through a swampy country, by means of a narrow canal, which, however, was deep enough, and we arrived without any obstacle at 9 o'clock at the bottom of a sandy slope leading up to the principal pyramid. Some Bedouin Arabs, who had assembled to receive us upon our landing, were much amused by the eagerness excited in our whole party to prove who should first set his foot upon the summit of this artificial mountain. With what amazement did we survey the vast surface that was presented to us when we arrived at this stupendous monument, which seemed to reach the clouds. Here and there appeared some Arab guides upon the immense masses above us, like so many pygmies waiting to show the way to the summit. Now and then we thought we heard voices, and listened, but it was the wind in powerful gusts sweeping the immense ranges of stone. Already some of our party had begun the ascent, and were pausing at the tremendous depth which they saw below. One of our military companions, after having surmounted the most difficult part of the undertaking, became giddy in consequence of looking down from the elevation he had attained, and being compelled to abandon the project. He hired an Arab to assist him in effecting his descent. The rest of us, more accustomed to the business of climbing heights, with many a halt for respiration, and many an exclamation of wonder, pursued our way toward the summit. The mode of ascent has been frequently described, and yet, from the questions which are often proposed to travelers, it does not appear to be generally understood. The reader may imagine himself to be upon a staircase, every step of which, to a man of middle stature, is nearly breast high, and the breadth of each step is equal to its height. Consequently, the footing is secure. And although a retrospect in going up be sometimes fearful to persons unaccustomed to look down from any considerable elevation, yet there is little danger of falling. In some places, indeed, where the stones are decayed, caution may be required, and an Arab guide is always necessary to avoid a total interruption, but upon the whole the means of ascent are such that almost every one may accomplish it. Our progress was impeded by other causes. We carried with us a few instruments, such as our boat compass, a thermometer, a telescope, etc. These could not be trusted in the hands of the Arabs, and they were liable to be broken every instant. At length we reached the topmost tier, to the great delight and satisfaction of all the party. Here we found a platform 32 feet square, consisting of 9 large stones, each of which might weigh about a ton, although they are much inferior in size to some of the stones used in the construction of this pyramid. Travelers of all ages and of various nations have here inscribed their names. Some are written in Greek, many in French, a few in Arabic, one or two in English, and others in Latin. We were as desirous as our predecessors to leave a memorial of our arrival. It seemed to be a tribute of thankfulness due for the success of our undertaking, and presently every one of our party was seen busied in adding the inscription of his name. Upon this area, which looks like a point when seen from Cairo or from the Nile, it is extraordinary that none of those numerous hermits fixed their abode who retired to the tops of columns and to almost inaccessible solitudes upon the pinnacles of the highest rocks. It offers a much more convenient and secure retreat than was selected by an ascetic who pitched his residence upon the architrave of a temple in the vicinity of Athens. The heat, according to Fahrenheit's thermometer at the time of our coming, did not exceed 84 degrees, and the same temperature continued during the time we remained, a strong wind blowing from the northwest. The view from this eminence amply fulfilled our expectation, nor do the accounts which have been given of it, as it appears at this season of the year, exaggerate the novelty and grandeur of the sight. All the region towards Cairo and the delta resembles a sea covered with innumerable islands. Forests of palm trees were seen standing in the water, the inundation spreading over the land where they stood, so as to give them an appearance of growing in the flood. To the north, as far as the eye could reach, nothing could be discerned but a watery surface, thus diversified by plantations and by villages. To the south we saw the pyramids of Saqqara, and upon the east of these smaller monuments of the same kind near to the Nile. An appearance of ruins might indeed be traced the whole way from the pyramids of Djiza to those of Saqqara, as if they had once been connected, so as to constitute one vast cemetery. Beyond the pyramids of Saqqara we could perceive the distant mountains of the Said, and upon an eminence near the Libyan side of the Nile appeared a monastery of considerable size. Toward the west and southwest the eye ranged over the great Libyan desert, extending to the utmost verge of the horizon, without a single object to interrupt the dreary horror of the landscape, except dark floating spots caused by the shadows of passing clouds upon the sand. Upon the southeast side is the gigantic statue of the Sphinx, the most colossal piece of sculpture which remains of all the works executed by the ancients. The French have uncovered all the pedestal of this statue, and all the cumbent or leonine parts of the figure. These were before entirely concealed by sand. Instead, however, of answering the expectations raised concerning the work upon which it was supposed to rest, the pedestal proves to be a wretched substructure of brickwork and small pieces of stone, put together, like the most insignificant piece of modern masonry, and wholly out of character both with respect to the prodigious labor bestowed upon the statue itself and the gigantic appearance of the surrounding objects. Beyond the Sphinx we distinctly discerned, amidst the sandy waste, the remains and vestiges of a magnificent building, perhaps the Serapeum. Immediately beneath our view, upon the eastern and western side, we saw so many tombs that we were unable to count them, some being half buried in the sand, others rising considerably above it. All these are of an oblong form, with sides sloping like the roofs of European houses. A plan of their situation and appearance is given in Pocock's Travels. The second pyramid, standing to the southwest, has the remains of a covering near its vertex, as of a plating of stone which had once invested all its four sides. Some persons, deceived by the external hue of this covering, have believed it to be made of marble, but its white appearance is owing to a partial decomposition affecting the surface only. Not a single fragment of marble can be found anywhere near this pyramid. It is surrounded by a paved court, having walls on the outside and places as for doors or portals in the walls, also an advanced work or portico. A third pyramid, of much smaller dimensions than the second, appears beyond the Sphinx to the southwest, and there are three others, one of which is nearly buried in the sand, between the large pyramid and this statue to the southeast. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Pharaoh's Tomb by Giovanni Battista Belzoni. The burial place of the great city of 100 gates was at the foot of the Libyan mountains on the west of Thebes. Every part of these rocks is cut out by art, in the form of large and small chambers, each of which has its separate entrance, and, though they are very close to each other, it is seldom that there is any interior communication from one to another. I can truly say it is impossible to give any description sufficient to convey the smallest idea of these subterranean abodes and their inhabitants. There are no sepulchres in any part of the world like them. There are no excavations or mines that can be compared to these truly astonishing places, and no exact description can be given of their interior, owing to the difficulty of visiting these recesses. A traveler is generally satisfied when he has seen the large hall, the gallery, the staircase, and as far as he can conveniently go. Besides, he is taken up with the strange works he sees cut in various places and painted on each side of the walls, so that when he comes to a narrow and difficult passage, or to have to descend to the bottom of a well or cavity, he declines taking such trouble, naturally supposing that he cannot see in these abysses anything so magnificent as what he sees above, and consequently deeming it useless to proceed any farther. Of some of these tombs many persons could not withstand the suffocating air, which often causes fainting. A vast quantity of dust rises, so fine that it enters the throat and nostrils, and chokes the throat and mouth to such a degree that it requires great power of lungs to resist it and the strong effluvia of the mummies. This is not all. The entry or passage where the bodies are is roughly cut in the rocks, and the falling of sand from the upper part or ceiling of the passage causes it to be nearly filled up. In some places there is not more than the vacancy of a foot left, which you must contrive to pass through in a creeping posture, like a snail, on pointed and keen stones that cut like glass. After getting through these passages, some of them 200 or 300 yards long, you generally find a more commodious place, perhaps high enough to sit. But what a place of rest, surrounded by bodies, by heaps of mummies in all directions, which, previous to my being accustomed to the sight, impressed me with horror. The blackness of the wall, the faint light given by the candles or torches for want of air, the different objects that were around me seeming to converse with each other, and the Arabs with the torches or candles in their hands, naked and covered with dust, themselves resembling living mummies, absolutely formed a scene that cannot be described. In such a situation I found myself several times, and often returned exhausted and fainting, until at last I became inured to it, and indifferent to what I suffered, except from the dust, which never failed to choke my throat and nose; and though fortunately I am destitute of the sense of smelling, I could taste that the mummies were rather unpleasant to swallow. After the exertion of entering such a place, after a passage of 50, 100, 300, or perhaps 600 yards, nearly overcome, I sought a resting place, found one, and contrived to sit, but when my weight bore on the body of an Egyptian, it crushed it like a bandbox. I naturally had recourse to my hands to sustain my weight, but they found no better support, so that I sank among the broken mummies with a crash of bones, rags, and wooden cases, which raised such a dust as kept me motionless for a quarter of an hour, waiting until it subsided again. I could not move from the place, however, without increasing it, and every step I took crushed a mummy in some part or other. Once I was conducted from such a place to another resembling it through a passage of about 20 feet in length, and no wider than that the body could be forced through. It was choked with mummies, and I could not pass without putting my face in contact with that of some decayed Egyptian. but as the passage inclined downward, my own weight helped me on. However, I could not help being covered with bones, legs, arms, and heads rolling from above me. Thus I proceeded from one cave to another, all full of mummies, piled up in various ways, some standing, some lying, and some on their heads. The purpose of my researches was to rob the Egyptians of their papyri, of which I found a few hidden in their breasts, under their arms, and in the space above the knees, or on the legs, and covered by the numerous folds of cloth that enveloped the mummy. On October 16, 1817, I recommenced my excavations in the valley of Biban el Malouk, and pointed out the fortunate spot which has paid me for all the trouble I took in my researches. Not 15 yards from the last tomb I described, I caused the earth to be opened at the foot of a steep hill, and under a torrent which, when it rains, pours a great quantity of water over the very spot I have caused to be dug. No one could imagine that the ancient Egyptians would make the entrance into such an immense and superb excavation just under a torrent of water, but I had strong reasons to suppose that there was a tomb in that place, from indications I had observed in my pursuit. The Fellahs, who were accustomed to dig, were all of opinion that there was nothing in that spot, as the situation of this tomb differed from that of any other. I continued to work, however, and the next day, the 17th, in the evening, we reached the part of the rock that was cut and formed the entrance. It was 18 feet below ground and led to a corridor I perceived immediately by the painting on the ceiling, and by the hieroglyphics in basso relievo, which were to be seen where the earth did not reach, that this was the entrance to a large and magnificent tomb. At the end of this corridor I came to a staircase 23 feet long and of the same breadth as the corridor, 8 feet 8 inches. The door at the bottom is 12 feet high. From the foot of the staircase I entered another corridor, 37 feet 3 inches long, and of the same width and height as the other, each side sculptured with hieroglyphics in basso relievo, and painted. The ceiling also is finely painted and in pretty good preservation. When we had passed through a little aperture in the wall, we found ourselves in a beautiful hall, 27 feet 6 inches by 25 feet 10 inches, in which were 4 pillars 3 feet square. At the end of this room, which I call the entrance hall, and opposite the aperture, is a large door, from which 3 steps lead down into a chamber with 2 pillars. This is 28 feet 2 inches by 25 feet 6 inches. The pillars are 3 feet 10 inches square. I gave it the name of the drawing room, for it is covered with figures which, though only outlined, are so fine and perfect that you would think they had been drawn only the day before. Returning into the entrance hall, we saw on the left of the aperture a large staircase, which descended into a corridor. It is 13 feet 4 inches long, 7.5 feet wide, and has 18 steps. At the bottom we entered a beautiful corridor, 36 feet 6 inches by 6 feet 11 inches. We perceived that the paintings became more perfect as we advanced farther into the interior. They retained their gloss, or a kind of varnish, over the colors, which had a beautiful effect. The figures are painted on a white ground. At the end of this corridor we descended 10 steps, which I call the small stairs, into another 17 feet 2 inches by 10 feet 5 inches. From this we entered a small chamber, 20 feet 4 inches by 13 feet 8 inches, to which I gave the name of the Room of Beauties, for it is adorned with the most beautiful figures in basso relievo, like all the rest, and painted. When standing in the center of this chamber, the traveler is surrounded by an assembly of Egyptian gods and goddesses. Proceeding farther, we entered a large hall, 27 feet 9 inches by 26 feet 10 inches. In this hall are 2 rows of square pillars, 3 on each side of the entrance, forming a line with the corridors. At each side of this hall is a small chamber. That on the right is 10 feet 5 inches by 8 feet 8 inches. That on the left 10 feet 5 inches by 8 feet 9 inches and a half. This hall I termed the Hall of Pillars. The little room on the right, Isis's room, as in it a large cow is painted, of which I shall give a description hereafter. That on the left, the Room of Mysteries, from the mysterious figures it exhibits. At the end of this hall we entered a large saloon, with an arched roof or ceiling, which is separated from the hall of pillars only by a step, so that the two may be reckoned one. The saloon is 31 feet 10 inches by 27 feet. On the right of the saloon is a small chamber without anything in it, roughly cut, as if unfinished, and without painting. On the left we entered a chamber with two square pillars, 25 feet 8 inches by 22 feet 10 inches. This I called the sideboard room, as it has a projection of 3 feet in form of a sideboard all around, which was perhaps intended to contain the articles necessary for the funeral ceremony. The pillars are 3 feet 4 inches square, and the whole beautifully painted as the rest. At the same end of the room, and facing the hall of pillars, we entered by a large door into another chamber with 4 pillars, one of which has fallen down. This chamber is 43 feet 4 inches by 17 feet 6 inches, the pillars 3 feet 7 inches square. It is covered with white plaster where the rock did not cut smoothly, but there is no painting on it. I named it the Bull's or Apis's room, as we found the carcass of a bull in it, embalmed with asphaltum, and also, scattered in various places, an immense quantity of small wooden figures of mummies, 6 or 8 inches long, and covered with asphaltum to preserve them. There were some other figures of fine earth baked, colored blue, and strongly varnished. On each side of the two little rooms were some wooden statues standing erect, 4 feet high, with a circular hollow inside, as if to contain a roll of papyrus, which I have no doubt they did. We found likewise fragments of other statues of wood and composition. But the description of what we found in the center of the saloon, and which I have reserved till this place, merits the most particular attention, not having its equal in the world, and being such as we had no idea could exist. It is a sarcophagus of the finest oriental alabaster, 9 feet 5 inches long and 3 feet 7 inches wide. Its thickness is only 2 inches, and it is transparent when a light is placed in the inside of it. It is minutely sculptured within and without with several hundred figures, which do not exceed 2 inches in height, and represent, as I suppose, the whole of the funeral procession and ceremonies relating to the deceased, united with several emblems, etc. I cannot give an adequate idea of this beautiful and invaluable piece of antiquity, and can only say that nothing has been brought into Europe from Egypt that can be compared with it. The cover was not there. It had been taken out and broken into several pieces, which we found in digging before the first entrance. The sarcophagus was over a staircase in the center of the saloon, which communicated with a subterranean passage leading downward 300 feet in length. The wall was previously made as smooth as possible, and where there were flaws in the rock, the vacuum was filled up with cement, which, when hard, was cut along with the rest of the rock. Where a figure or anything else was required to be formed, the sculptor appears to have made his first sketches of what was intended to be cut out. When the sketches were finished in red lines by the first artist, another more skillful corrected the errors, if any, and his lines were made in black, to be distinguished from those which were imperfect. When the figures were thus prepared, the sculptor proceeded to cut out the stone all round the figure, which remained in basso relievo, some to the height of half an inch and some much less, according to the size of the figure. For instance, if a figure were as large as life, its elevation was generally half an inch. If the figure were not more than 6 inches in length, its projection would not exceed the thickness of a dollar, or perhaps less. The angles of the figures were all smoothly rounded, which makes them appear less prominent than they really are. The parts of the stone that were to be taken off all around the figure did not extend much farther, as the wall is thickly covered with figures and hieroglyphics, and I believe there is not a space on these walls more than a foot square without some figure or hieroglyphic. The garments and various parts of the limbs were marked by a narrow line, not deeper than the thickness of a half crown, but so exact that it produced the intended effect. When the figures were completed and made smooth by the sculptor, they received a coat of whitewash all over. This white is so beautiful and clear that our best and whitest paper appeared yellowish when compared with it. The painter came next and finished the figure. It would seem as if they were unacquainted with any color to imitate the naked parts, since red is adopted as a standing color for all that meant flesh. There are some exceptions indeed, for in certain instances, when they intended to represent a fair lady by way of distinguishing her complexion from that of the men, they put on a yellow color to represent her flesh. Yet it cannot be supposed that they did not know how to reduce their red paints to a flesh color, for on some occasions, where the red flesh is supposed to be seen through a thin veil, the tints are nearly of the natural color. If we suppose the Egyptians to have been of the same hue as their ancestors, the present Copts, some of whom are nearly as fair as the Europeans. Their garments were generally white, and their ornaments formed the most difficult part, when the artists had to employ red in the distribution of the four colors, in which they were very successful. When the figures were finished, they appear to have laid on a coat of varnish, though it may be questioned whether the varnish were thus applied or incorporated with the color. The fact is that nowhere else except in this tomb is the varnish to be observed, as no place in Egypt can boast of such preservation, nor can the true customs of the Egyptians be seen anywhere else with greater accuracy. Immediately within the entrance into the first passage, on the left hand, are two figures as large as life, one of which appears to be the hero entering into the tomb. He is received by a deity with a hawk's head, on which are the globe and serpent. Both figures are surrounded by hieroglyphics, and, farther on, near the ground, is a crocodile very neatly sculptured. The walls on both sides of this passage are covered with hieroglyphs, which are separated by lines from the top to the bottom, at the distance of 5 or 6 inches from one another. Within these lines the hieroglyphics form their sentences, and it is plainly to be seen that the Egyptians read from the top to the bottom and then recommenced at the top. The ceiling of this first passage is painted with the figure of the eagles. In the front of this first hall, facing the entrance, is one of the finest compositions that was ever made by the Egyptians, for nothing like it can be seen in any part of Egypt. It consists of 4 figures as large as life. The god Osiris sits upon his throne, receiving the homages of a hero who is introduced by a hawk-headed deity. Behind the throne is a female figure as if in attendance on the great god. The whole group is surrounded by hieroglyphics and enclosed in a frame richly adorned with symbolical figures. The winged globe is above, with the wings spread over all, and a line of serpents crowns the whole. The figures and paintings are in such perfect preservation that they give the most correct idea of their ornaments and decorations. On going out of this second chamber into the first hall is a staircase, which leads into a lower passage, the entrance into which is decorated with 2 figures on each side, a male and a female, as large as life. The female appears to represent Isis, having as usual the horns and globe on her head. She seems ready to receive the hero who is about to enter the regions of immortality. The garments of this figure are so well preserved that nothing which has yet been brought before the public can give a more correct idea of Egyptian costumes. The figure of the hero is covered with a veil or transparent linen folded over his shoulder. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures, by Hamilton Wright MABIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. The Great Albert Nyanza, by Sir Samuel Baker. My men appeared in high spirits at the prospect of joining so large a party as this of Mohammed, which mustered about 200 men. At that time I really placed dependence upon the professions of Mohammed and his people. They had just brought Speke and Grant with them, and had received from them presents of a first-class double-barreled gun and several valuable rifles. I had promised not only to assist them in their ivory expeditions, but to give them something very handsome in addition, and the fact of my having upward of 40 men as escort was also an introduction, as they would be an addition to the force, which is a great advantage in hostile countries. Everything appeared to be in good train, but I little knew the duplicity of these Arab scoundrels. At the very moment that they were most friendly, they were plotting to deceive me, and to prevent me from entering the country. They knew that, should I penetrate the interior, the ivory trade of the White Nile would be no longer a mystery, and that the atrocities of the slave trade would be exposed, and most likely be terminated by the intervention of European powers. Accordingly, they combined to prevent my advance and to overthrow my expedition completely. The whole of the men belonging to the various traders were determined that no Englishman should penetrate into the country. Accordingly, they fraternized with my escort and persuaded them that I was a Christian dog, that it was a disgrace for a Mohammedan to serve, that they would be starved in my service, as I would not allow them to steal cattle, that they would have no slaves, and that I should lead them, God knew where, to the sea, from whence Speke and Grant had started. Among my people were 2 blacks, one, Richarn, already described as having been brought up by the Austrian mission at Khartoum, the other a boy of 12 years old, Sa'at. As these were the only really faithful members of the expedition, it is my duty to describe them. Richarn was a habitual drunkard, but he had his good points. He was honest, and much attached to both master and mistress. He had been with me for some months, and was a fair sportsman, and being of an entirely different race from the Arabs, he kept himself apart from them, and fraternized with the boy, Sa'at. Not only was the latter boy trustworthy, but he had an extraordinary amount of moral in addition to physical courage. If any complaint were made, and Sa'at was called as a witness, far from the shyness too often evinced when the accuser is brought face to face with the accused, such was Sa'at's proudest moment, and, no matter who the man might be, the boy would challenge him, regardless of all consequences. We were very fond of this boy. He was thoroughly good, and in that land of iniquity, thousands of miles away from all except what was evil, there was a comfort in having someone innocent and faithful in whom to trust. One morning I had returned to the tent after having, as usual, inspected the transport animals, when I observed Mrs. Baker looking extraordinarily pale, and immediately upon my arrival she gave orders for the presence of the vakeel, head man. There was something in her manner, so different from her usual calm, that I was utterly bewildered when I heard her question the vakeel whether the men were willing to march. Perfectly ready, was the reply. Then order them to strike the tent and load the animals. We start this moment. The man appeared confused, but not more so than I. Something was evidently on foot, but what I could not conjecture. The vakeel wavered, and to my astonishment I heard the accusation made against him that, during the night, the whole of the escort had mutinously conspired to desert me, with my arms and ammunition that were in their hands, and to fire simultaneously at me should I attempt to disarm them. At first this charge was indignantly denied, until the boy Sa'at manfully stepped forward and declared that the conspiracy was entered into by the whole of the escort, and that both he and Richarn, knowing that mutiny was intended, had listened purposely to the conversation during the night. At daybreak the boy reported the fact to his mistress. Mutiny, robbery, and murder were thus deliberately determined, but I promptly dismissed them as mutineers. We now took a different road. My wife and I rode about a quarter of a mile at the head of the party as an advance guard, to warn the caravan of any difficulty. The very nature of the country declared that it must be full of ravines, and yet I could not help hoping against hope that we might have a clear mile of road without a break. The evening had passed, and the light faded. What had been difficult and tedious during the day now became most serious. We could not see the branches of hooked thorns that overhung the broken path. I rode in advance, my face and arms bleeding with countless scratches, while at each rip of a thorn I gave a warning shout, "Thorn!" for those behind, and a cry of "Hole!" for any deep rut that lay in the path. It was fortunately moonlight, but the jungle was so thick that the narrow track was barely perceptible. Thus both camels and donkeys ran against the trunks of trees, smashing the luggage and breaking all that could be broken. Nevertheless, the case was urgent. March we must at all hazards. For a long time we sat gazing at the valley before us, in which our fate lay hidden, feeling thankful that we had thus checkmated the brutal Turks. Not a sound was heard of our approaching camels. The delay was most irksome. There were many difficult places that we had passed through, and each would be a source of serious delay to the animals. At length we heard them in the distance. We could distinctly hear the men's voices, and we rejoiced that they were approaching the last remaining obstacle, that one ravine passed through, and all before would be easy. I heard the rattling of the stones as they drew nearer, and looking toward the ravine, I saw emerge from the dark foliage of the trees within 50 yards of us the hated red flag and crescent leading the Turks' party. We were outmarched. One by one, with scowling looks, the insolent scoundrels filed by us within a few feet without making the customary salaam, neither noticing us in any way except by threatening to shoot the Latuka, our guide, who had formerly accompanied them. At length their leader, Ibrahim, appeared in the rear of the party. He was riding on a donkey, being the last of the line, behind the flag that closed the march. I never saw a more atrocious countenance than that exhibited in this man. A mixed breed, between a Turk sire and an Arab mother, he had the good features and bad qualities of either race: the fine, sharp, high-arched nose and large nostril, the pointed and projecting chin, rather high cheekbones and prominent brow, overhanging a pair of immense black eyes full of expression of all evil. As he approached he took no notice of us, but studiously looked straight before him with the most determined insolence. The fate of the expedition was, at this critical moment, retrieved by Mrs. Baker. She implored me to call him, to insist upon a personal explanation, and to offer him some present in the event of establishing amicable relations. I could not condescend to address the sullen scoundrel. He was in the act of passing us, and success depended upon that instant. Mrs. Baker herself called him. For the moment he made no reply, but upon my repeating the call in a loud key, he turned his donkey toward us and dismounted. I ordered him to sit down, as his men were ahead and we were alone. The following dialogue passed between us after the usual Arab mode of greeting. I said, "Ibrahim, why should we be enemies in the midst of this hostile country? We believe in the same God. Why should we quarrel in this land of heathens, who believe in no God? You have your work to perform, I have mine. You want ivory, I am a simple traveler. Why should we clash? If I were offered the whole ivory of the country, I would not accept a single tusk, nor interfere with you in any way. Transact your business, and don't interfere with me. The country is wide enough for us both. I have a task before me, to reach a great lake, the head of the Nile. Reach it I will, inshallah. No power shall drive me back. If you are hostile, I will imprison you in Khartoum. If you assist me, I will reward you far beyond any reward you have ever received. Should I be killed in this country, you will be suspected. You know the result. The government would hang you on the bare suspicion. On the contrary, if you are friendly, I will use my influence in any country that I discover, that you may procure its ivory for the sake of your master Khurshid, who was generous to Captains Speke and Grant and kind to me. Should you be hostile, I shall hold your master responsible as your employer. Should you assist me, I will befriend you both. Choose your course frankly, like a man, friend or enemy." Before he had time to reply, Mrs. Baker addressed him much in the same strain, telling him that he did not know what Englishmen were, that nothing would drive them back, that the British government watched over them wherever they might be, and that no outrage could be committed with impunity upon a British subject, that I would not deceive him in any way, that I was not a traitor, and that I should be able to assist him materially by discovering new countries, rich in ivory, and that he would benefit himself personally by civil conduct. He seemed confused and wavered. I immediately promised him a new double-barreled gun and some gold, when my party should arrive, as an earnest of the future. He replied that he did not himself wish to be hostile, but that all the trading parties, without one exception, were against me, and that the men were convinced that I was a consul in disguise, who would report to the authorities at Khartoum all the proceedings of the traders. He said also that he believed me, but that his men would not. That all people told lies in their country, therefore no one was credited for the truth. However, said he, do not associate with my people, or they may insult you, but go and take possession of that tree, pointing to one in the valley of Illyria, for yourself and people, and I will come there and speak with you. I will now join my men, as I do not wish them to know that I have been conversing with you. He then made a salaam, mounted his donkey, and rode off. I had won him. I knew the Arab character so thoroughly that I was convinced that the tree he had pointed out, followed by the words, I will come there and speak with you, was to be the rendezvous for the receipt of the promised gun and money. He was friendly after this, but the men showed an ugly temper. Pretending not to notice Bilal, who was now, as I had suspected, once more the ringleader, for the third time I ordered the men to rise immediately and to load the camels. Not a man moved, but the fellow Bilal marched up to me and, looking me straight in the face, dashed the butt end of his gun in defiance on the ground and led the mutiny. Not a man shall go with you. Go where you like with Ibrahim, but we won't follow you, nor move a step farther. The men shall not load the camels. You may employ the niggers to do it, but not us. I looked at this mutinous rascal for a moment. This was the burst of the conspiracy, and the threats and insolence that I had been forced to pass over for the sake of the expedition all rushed before me. Lay down your gun, I thundered, and load the camels. I won't, was his reply. Then stop here, I answered, at the same time lashing out as quick as lightning with my right hand upon his jaw. He rolled over in a heap, his gun flying some yards from his hand, and the late ringleader lay apparently insensible among the luggage, while several of his friends ran to him and did the Good Samaritan. Following up on the moment the advantage I had gained by establishing a panic, I seized my rifle and rushed into the midst of the wavering men, catching first one by the throat and then another, and dragging them to the camels, which I insisted upon their immediately loading. All except 3, who attended to the ruined ringleader, mechanically obeyed. Richarn and Salih both shouted to them to hurry, and the vakil, arriving at this moment and seeing how matters stood, himself assisted and urged the men to obey. The first deserters met defeat in their slave raid. It was in vain that they fought. Every bullet aimed at a latuka struck a rock, behind which the enemy was hidden. Rocks, stones, and lances were hurled at them from all sides and above. They were forced to retreat. The retreat ended in a panic and precipitate flight. Hemmed in on all sides amidst a shower of lances and stones thrown from the mountain above, the Turks fled down the rocky and precipitous ravines. Mistaking their route, they came to a precipice from which there was no retreat. The screaming and yelling savages closed around them. Fighting was useless. The natives, under cover of the numerous detached rocks, offered no mark for an aim, while the crowd of armed savages thrust them forward with wild yells to the very verge of the great precipice about 500 feet below. Down they fell, hurled to utter destruction by the mass of latukas pressing onward. A few fought to the last, but one and all were at length forced by sheer pressure over the edge of the cliff, and met a just reward for their atrocities. My men were almost green with awe when I asked them solemnly, "Where are those men who deserted from me?" Without answering a word, they brought 2 of my guns and laid them at my feet. They were covered with clotted blood mixed with sand, which had hardened like cement over the locks and various portions of the barrels. My guns were all marked. As I looked at the numbers upon the stocks, I repeated aloud the names of the owners. "Are they all dead?" I asked. "None of the bodies can be recovered," faltered my vakil. The 2 guns were brought from the spot by some natives who escaped and who saw the men fall. They are all killed. Better for them had they remained with me and done their duty. "The hand of God is heavy," I replied. My men slunk away abashed, leaving the gory witnesses of defeat and death on the ground. I called Saat and ordered him to give the 2 guns to Richarn to clean. Not only my own men, but the whole of Ibrahim's party were of the opinion that I had some mysterious connection with the disaster that had befallen my mutineers. All remembered the bitterness of my prophecy. The vultures will pick their bones, and this terrible mishap, having occurred so immediately afterward, took a strong hold upon their superstitious minds. As I passed through the camp, the men would quietly exclaim, "Wa Ilahi Hawaga," my good master, to which I simply replied, "Rabbi Nay Fe," there is a God. From that moment I observed an extraordinary change in the manner of both my people and those of Ibrahim, all of whom now paid us the greatest respect. Our course lay across a stream in the center of a marsh, and although deep, it was so covered with thickly matted water grass and other aquatic plants that a natural floating bridge was established by a carpet of weeds about 2 feet thick. Upon this waving and unsteady surface the men ran quickly across, sinking merely to the ankles, although beneath the tough vegetation there was deep water. It was equally impossible to ride or to be carried over this treacherous surface. Thus I led the way, and begged Mrs. Baker to follow me on foot as quickly as possible, precisely in my track. The river was about 8 yards wide, and I had scarcely completed a fourth of the distance and looked back to see if my wife followed close to me, when I was horrified to see her standing in one spot and sinking gradually through the weeds, while her face was distorted and perfectly purple. Almost as soon as I perceived her, she fell as though shot dead. In an instant I was by her side, and with the assistance of 8 or 10 of my men, who were fortunately close to me, I dragged her like a corpse through the yielding vegetation, and up to our waists we scrambled across to the other side, just keeping her head above the water. To have carried her would have been impossible, as we should all have sunk together through the weeds. I laid her under a tree and bathed her face and head with water, as for the moment I thought she had fainted. But she lay perfectly insensible, as though dead, with teeth and hands firmly clenched and her eyes open but fixed. It was a coup de soleil. We bore her to a miserable native village where we could not procure anything to eat. It was impossible to remain. The people would have starved. She was laid gently upon her litter, and we started forward on our funereal course. I was ill and broken-hearted, and I followed by her side through the long day's march over wild parklands and streams, with thick forests and deep marshy bottoms, over undulating hills and through valleys of tall papyrus rushes, which, as we brushed through them on our melancholy way, waved over the litter like the black plumes of a hearse. We halted at a village, and again the night was passed in watching. I was wet and coated with mud from the swampy marsh, and shivered with ague, but the cold within was greater than all. No change had taken place. She had never moved. I had plenty of fat, and I made 4 balls of about half a pound, each of which would burn for 3 hours. A piece of a broken water jar formed a lamp, several pieces of rag serving for wicks. So in solitude the still calm night passed away as I sat by her side and watched. In the drawn and distorted features that lay before me, I could hardly trace the same face that for years had been my comfort through all the difficulties and dangers of my path. Was she to die? Was so terrible a sacrifice to be the result of my selfish exile? Again the night passed away, once more the march. Though weak and ill, and for 2 nights without a moment's sleep, I felt no fatigue, but mechanically followed by the side of the litter as though in a dream. The same wild country diversified with marsh and forest. Again we halted. The night came, and I sat by her side in a miserable hut, with the feeble lamp flickering while she lay as in death. She had never moved a muscle since she fell. My people slept. I was alone, and no sound broke the stillness of the night. The ears ached at the utter silence, till the sudden wild cry of a hyena made me shudder as the horrible thought rushed through my brain that, should she be buried in this lonely spot, the hyena would disturb her rest. The morning was not far distant. It was past 4 o'clock. I had passed the night in replacing wet cloths upon her head and moistening her lips, as she lay apparently lifeless on her litter. I could do nothing more. In solitude and abject misery in that dark hour, in a country of savage heathens, thousands of miles away from a Christian land, I beseeched an aid above all human, trusting alone to him. The morning broke. My lamp had just burnt out, and cramped with the night's watching, I rose from my low seat, and seeing that she lay in the same unaltered state, I went to the door of the hut to breathe one gasp of the fresh morning air. I was watching the first red streak that heralded the rising sun, when I was startled by the words, "Thank God," faintly uttered behind me. Suddenly she had awakened from her torpor, and with a heart overflowing, I went to her bedside. Her eyes were full of madness. She spoke, but the brain was gone. I will not inflict a description of the terrible trial of 7 days of brain fever, with its attendant horrors. The rain poured in torrents, and day after day we were forced to travel for want of provisions, not being able to remain in one position. Every now and then we shot a few guinea fowl, but rarely; there was no game, although the country was most favorable. In the forests we procured wild honey, but the deserted villages contained no supplies, as we were on the frontier of Uganda, and Mtesa's people had plundered the district. For 7 nights I had not slept, and although as weak as a reed, I had marched by the side of her litter. Nature could resist no longer. We reached a village one evening. She had been in violent convulsions successively. It was all but over. I laid her down on her litter within a hut, covered her with a Scotch plaid, and I fell upon my mat insensible, worn out with sorrow and fatigue. My men put a new handle to the pickaxe that evening, and sought for a dry spot to dig her grave. The sun had risen when I woke. I had slept, and horrified as the idea flashed upon me that she must be dead, and that I had not been with her, I started up. She lay upon her bed, pale as marble, and with that calm serenity that the features assume when the cares of life no longer act upon the mind, and the body rests in death. The dreadful thought bowed me down, but as I gazed upon her in fear, her chest gently heaved, not with the convulsive throbs of fever, but naturally. She was asleep, and when at a sudden noise she opened her eyes, they were calm and clear. She was saved. When not a ray of hope remained, God alone knows what helped us. The gratitude of that moment I will not attempt to describe. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Finding the Source of the Nile by Sir Samuel Baker. For several days past our guides had told us that we were very near to the lake, and we were now assured that we should reach it on the morrow. I had noticed a lofty range of mountains at an immense distance west, and I had imagined that the lake lay on the other side of this chain, but I was now informed that those mountains formed the western frontier of the Wutan Zige, and that the lake was actually within a march of Parkani. I could not believe it possible that we were so near the object of our search. The guide Rabonga now appeared, and declared that if we started early on the following morning we should be able to wash in the lake by noon. That night I hardly slept. For years I had striven to reach the sources of the Nile. In my nightly dreams during that arduous voyage I had always failed, but after so much hard work and perseverance the cup was at my very lips, and I was to drink at the mysterious fountain before another sun should set, at that great reservoir of nature that ever since creation had baffled all discovery. I had hoped and prayed and striven through all kinds of difficulties, in sickness, starvation, and fatigue, to reach that hidden source, and when it had appeared impossible, we had both determined to die upon the road rather than return defeated. Was it possible that it was so near, and that tomorrow we could say, "The work is accomplished"? March 14th. The sun had not risen when I was spurring my ox after the guide, who, having been promised a double handful of beads on arrival at the lake, had caught the enthusiasm of the moment. The day broke beautifully clear, and having crossed a deep valley between the hills, we toiled up the opposite slope. I hurried to the summit. The glory of our prize burst suddenly upon me. There, like a sea of quicksilver, lay far beneath the grand expanse of water, a boundless sea horizon on the south and southwest, glittering in the noonday sun, and on the west, at 50 or 60 miles distance, blue mountains rose from the bosom of the lake to a height of about 7,000 feet above its level. It is impossible to describe the triumph of that moment. Here was the reward for all our labor, for the years of tenacity with which we had toiled through Africa. England had won the source of the Nile. Long before I reached this spot I had arranged to give 3 cheers with all our men in English style in honor of the discovery, but now that I look down upon the great inland sea lying nestled in the very heart of Africa, and thought how vainly mankind had sought these sources throughout so many ages, and reflected that I had been the humble instrument permitted to unravel this portion of the great mystery when so many greater than I had failed. I felt too serious to vent my feelings in vain cheers for victory, and I sincerely thanked God for having guided and supported us through all dangers to the good end. I was about 1,500 feet above the lake, and I looked down from the steep granite cliff upon those welcome waters, upon that vast reservoir which nourished Egypt and brought fertility when all was wilderness, upon that great source so long hidden from mankind, that source of bounty and of blessings to millions of human beings, and as one of the greatest objects in nature, I determined to honor it with a great name. As an imperishable memorial of one loved and mourned by our gracious Queen and deplored by every Englishman, I called this great lake the Albert Nyanza. The Victoria and the Albert Lakes are the two sources of the Nile. Elsewhere, Baker describes his meeting with Speke and Grant, who had been on the same search. I got the report that two white men had come up from the sea with De Bono's party. Could they be Speke and Grant? Off I ran and soon met them in reality. Hurrah for old England! They had come from the Victoria Nyanza, from which the Nile springs. The mystery of ages solved. With my pleasure of meeting them is the one disappointment, that I had not met them farther on the road in my search for them. However, the satisfaction is, that my previous arrangements had been such as would have insured my finding them had they been in a fix. My projected route would have brought me vis-a-vis with them, as they had come from the lake by the course I had proposed to take. All my men perfectly mad with excitement, firing salutes as usual with ball cartridge, they shot one of my donkeys, a melancholy sacrifice as an offering at the completion of this geographical discovery. When I first met them they were walking along the bank of the river toward my boats. At a distance of about 100 yards I recognized my old friend Speke, and with a heart beating with joy I took off my cap and gave a welcome hurrah as I ran toward him. For the moment he did not recognize me. 10 years' growth of beard and mustache had worked a change, and as I was totally unexpected, my sudden appearance in the center of Africa appeared to him incredible. I hardly required an introduction to his companion, as we felt already acquainted, and after the transports of this happy meeting we walked together to my diabia, my men surrounding us with smoke and noise by keeping up an unremitting fire of musketry the whole way. We were shortly seated on deck under the awning, and such rough fare as could be hastily prepared was set before these two ragged, careworn specimens of African travel, whom I looked upon with feelings of pride as my own countrymen. As a good ship arrives in harbor, battered and torn by a long and stormy voyage, yet sound in her frame and seaworthy to the last, so both these gallant travelers arrived at Gondokoro. Speke appeared the more worn of the two. He was excessively lean, but in reality he was in good tough condition. He had walked the whole way from Zanzibar, never having once ridden during that wearying march. Grant was in honorable rags, his bare knees projecting through the remnants of trousers that were an exhibition of rough industry in tailor's work. He was looking tired and feverish, but both men had a fire in the eye that showed the spirit that had led them through. They wished to leave Gondokoro as soon as possible, en route for England, but delayed their departure until the moon should be in a position for an observation for determining the longitude. My boats were fortunately engaged by me for 5 months. Thus Speke and Grant could take charge of them to Khartoum. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. The Falls of the Zambezi by David Livingstone. We bade adieu to our friends at Linyanti, accompanied by Sekeletu and about 200 followers. We were all fed at his expense, and he took cattle for this purpose from every station we came to. The principal men of the Makololo, Labiole, Larry, Nekwatlele, etc., were also of the party. We passed through the patch of the tsetse fly, fatal to beasts, which exists between Linyanti and Sesheke, by night. The majority of the company went on by daylight, in order to prepare our beds. Sekeletu and I, with about 40 young men, waited outside the tsetse till dark. We then went forward, and about 10 o'clock it became so pitchy dark that both horses and men were completely blinded. The lightning spread over the sky, forming 8 or 10 branches at a time, in shape exactly like those of a tree. This, with great volumes of sheet lightning, enabled us at times to see the whole country. The intervals between the flashes were so densely dark as to convey the idea of stone blindness. The horses trembled, cried out, and turned around as if searching for each other, and every new flash revealed the men taking different directions, laughing, and stumbling against each other. While at Sesheke, Sekeletu supplied me with 12 oxen, 3 of which were accustomed to being ridden upon, hose and beads to purchase a canoe when we should strike the Liambi beyond the falls. He likewise presented abundance of good fresh butter and honey, and did everything in his power to make me comfortable for the journey. I was entirely dependent on his generosity, for the goods I originally brought from the Cape were all expended by the time I set off from Linyanti to the west coast. I there drew 70 pounds of my salary, paid my men with it, and purchased goods for the return journey to Linyanti. These being now all expended, the Makololo again fitted me out and sent me on to the east coast. I was thus dependent on their bounty and that of other Africans for the means of going from Linyanti to Loanda and again from Linyanti to the east coast, and I feel deeply grateful to them. Coin would have been of no benefit, for gold and silver are quite unknown. As this was the point from which we intended to strike off to the northeast, I resolved on the following day to visit the Falls of Victoria, called by the natives Mosio Atunya, or more anciently Shongwe. Of these we had often heard since we came into the country. Indeed, one of the questions asked by the Sebituane was, "Have you smoke that sounds in your country?" They did not go near enough to examine them, but, viewing them with awe at a distance, said in reference to the vapor and noise, "Mosi Oatunya, smoke does sound there." It was previously called Shongwe, the meaning of which I could not ascertain. The word for a pot resembles this, and it may mean a seething cauldron, but I am not certain of it. Being persuaded that Mr. Oswell and myself were the very first Europeans who ever visited the Zambezi in the center of the country, and that this is the connecting link between the known and unknown portions of that river, I decided to use the same liberty as the Makololo did, and gave the only English name I have affixed to any part of the country. Sekeletu intended to accompany me, but one canoe only having come instead of the 2 he had ordered, he resigned it to me. After 20 minutes' sail from Kalai, we came in sight, for the first time, of the columns of vapor appropriately called smoke, rising at a distance of 5 or 6 miles, exactly as when large tracts of grass are burned in Africa. 5 columns now arose, and bending in the direction of the wind, they seemed placed against a low ridge covered with trees. The tops of the columns at this distance appeared to mingle with the clouds. They were white below, and higher up became dark, so as to simulate smoke very closely. The whole scene was extremely beautiful. The banks and islands dotted over the river are adorned with sylvan vegetation of great variety of color and form. At the period of our visit several trees were spangled over with blossoms. Some trees resemble the great spreading oak, others assume the character of our own elms and chestnuts. But no one can imagine the beauty of the view from anything witnessed in England. It had never been seen before by European eyes, but scenes so lovely must have been gazed upon by angels in their flight. The only want felt is that of mountains in the background. The falls are bounded on 3 sides by ridges 300 or 400 feet in height, which are covered with forest, with the red soil appearing among the trees. When about half a mile from the falls, I left the canoe by which we had come down thus far, and embarked in a lighter one, with men well acquainted with the rapids, who, by passing down the center of the stream in the eddies and still places caused by many jutting rocks, brought me to an island situated in the middle of the river, and on the edge of the lip over which the water rolls. In coming hither there was danger of being swept down by the streams which rushed along on each side of the island, but the river was now low, and we sailed where it is totally impossible to go when the water is high. But, though we had reached the island and were within a few yards of the spot, a view from which would solve the whole problem, I believe that no one could perceive where the vast body of water went. It seemed to lose itself in the earth, the opposite lip of the fissure into which it disappeared being only 80 feet distant. At least I did not comprehend it until, creeping with awe to the verge, I peered down into a large rent which had been made from bank to bank of the broad Zambezi, and saw that a stream of 1,000 yards broad leaped down 100 feet and then became suddenly compressed into a space of 15 or 20 yards. The entire falls are simply a crack made in a hard basaltic rock from the right to the left bank of the Zambezi, and then prolonged from the left bank away through 30 or 40 miles of hills. If one imagines the Thames filled with low, tree-covered hills immediately beyond the tunnel, extending as far as Gravesend, the bed of black basaltic rock instead of London mud, and a fissure made therein from one end of the tunnel to the other down through the keystones of the arch, and prolonged from the left end of the tunnel through 30 miles of hills, the pathway being 100 feet down from the bed of the river instead of what it is, with the lips of the fissure from 80 to 100 feet apart, then fancy the Thames leaping bodily into the gulf, and forced there to change its direction and flow from the right to the left bank, and then rush boiling and roaring through the hills. He may have some idea of what takes place at this, the most wonderful sight I had witnessed in Africa. In looking down into the fissure on the right of the island, one sees nothing but a dense white cloud, which, at the time we visited the spot, had 2 bright rainbows on it. The sun was on the meridian, and the declination about equal to the latitude of the place. From this cloud rushed up a great jet of vapor exactly like steam, and it mounted 200 or 300 feet high, there condensing. It changed its hue to that of dark smoke and came back in a constant shower, which soon wetted us to the skin. This shower falls chiefly on the opposite side of the fissure, and a few yards back from the lip there stands a straight hedge of evergreen trees, whose leaves are always wet. From their roots a number of little rills run back into the gulf, but as they flow down the steep wall there, the column of vapor in its ascent licks them up clean off the rock, and away they mount again. They are constantly running down, but never reach the bottom. On the left of the island we see the water at the bottom, a white rolling mass moving away to the prolongation of the fissure, which branches off near the left bank of the river. A piece of the rock has fallen off a spot on the left of the island, and juts out from the water below, and from it I judge the distance which the water falls to be about 100 feet. The walls of this gigantic crack are perpendicular, and composed of one homogeneous mass of rock. On the left side of the island we have a good view of the mass of water which causes one of the columns of vapor to ascend, as it leaps quite clear of the rock and forms a thick unbroken fleece all the way to the bottom. Its whiteness gave the idea of snow, a sight I had not seen for many a day. As it broke into, if I may use the term, pieces of water, all rushing on in the same direction, each gave off several rays of foam, exactly as bits of steel, when burned in oxygen gas, give off rays of sparks. The snow-white sheet seemed like myriads of small comets rushing on in one direction, each of which left behind its nucleus rays of foam. I never saw the appearance referred to noticed elsewhere. It seemed to be the effect of the mass of water leaping at once clear of the rock and but slowly breaking up into spray. I have mentioned that we saw 5 columns of vapor ascending from this strange abyss. They are evidently formed by the compression suffered by the force of the water's own fall into an unyielding wedge-shaped space. Of the 5 columns, 2 on the right and 1 on the left of the island were the largest, and the streams which formed them seemed each to exceed in size the falls of the Clyde at Stonebyres, when that river is in flood. This was the period of low water in the Liambi, but, as far as I could guess, there was a flow of 500 or 600 yards of water, which at the edge of the fall seemed at least 3 feet deep. The fissure is said by the Makololo to be very much deeper farther to the eastward. There is one part at which the walls are so sloping that people accustomed to it can go down by descending in a sitting position. The Makololo, on one occasion, pursuing some fugitive Batoka, saw them, unable to stop the impetus of their flight at the edge, literally dashed to pieces at the bottom. They beheld the stream like a white cord at the bottom, and so far down, probably 300 feet, they became giddy, and were fain to go away, holding on to the ground. Sekeletu and his large party having conveyed me thus far, and furnished me with a company of 114 men to carry the tusks to the coast, we bade adieu to the Makololo on the 20th of November, and proceeded northward to the Lekone. The country around is very beautiful, and was once well peopled with Batoka, who possessed enormous herds of cattle. When Sebituane came in former times, with his small but warlike party of Makololo, to this sport, a general rising took place of the Batoka through the whole country, in order to eat him up; but his usual success followed him, and, dispersing them, the Makololo obtained so many cattle that they could not take any note of the herds of sheep and goats. The tsetse had been brought by buffaloes into some districts where formerly cattle abounded. This obliged us to travel the first few stages by night. We could not well detect the nature of the country in the dim moonlight. The path, however, seemed to lead along the high bank of what may have been the ancient bed of the Zambezi before the fissure was made. The Lekone now winds in it in an opposite direction to that in which the ancient river must have flowed. For a few days we traveled over an uninhabited, gently undulating, and most beautiful district, the border territory between those who accept and those who reject the sway of the Makololo. The face of the country appears as if in long waves, running north and south. There are no rivers, though water stands in pools in the hollows. We were now come into the country which my people all magnify as a perfect paradise. Sebituane was driven from it by the Matabele. It suited him exactly for cattle, corn, and health. The soil is dry and often a reddish sand. There are few trees, but fine large shady ones stand dotted here and there over the country where towns formerly stood. One of the fig family I measured, and found to be 40 feet in circumference. The heart had been burnt out, and someone had made a lodging in it, for we saw the remains of a bed and a fire. The sight of the open country, with the increased altitude we were attaining, was most refreshing to the spirits. Large game abound. We see in the distance buffaloes, elands, hartebeest, gnus, and elephants, all very tame, as no one disturbs them. Lions, which always accompany other large animals, roared about us, but as it was moonlight there was no danger. In the evening, while standing on a mass of granite, one began to roar at me, though it was still light. On the 3rd of December we crossed the river Mozuma, or river of Dila, having traveled through a beautifully undulating pastoral country. To the south and a little east of this stands the hill Tabu Chu, or White Mountains, from a mass of white rock, probably dolomite, on its top. But none of the hills are of any great altitude. The Mozuma, or river of Dila, was the first water course which indicated that we were now on the slopes toward the eastern coast. It contained no flowing water, but revealed in its banks what gave me great pleasure at the time, pieces of lignite, possibly indicating the existence of a mineral, namely coal, the want of which in the central country I had always deplored. Again and again we came to the ruins of large towns, containing the only hieroglyphs of this country, worn millstones, with a round ball of quartz with which the grinding was effected. Great numbers of these balls were lying about, showing that the depopulation had been the result of war; for, had the people removed in peace, they would have taken the balls with them. When we had passed the outskirting villages, which alone consider themselves in a state of war with the Makololo, we found the Batoka, or Batonga, as they here call themselves, quite friendly. Great numbers of them came from all the surrounding villages with presents of maize and masuka, and expressed great joy at the first appearance of a white man and harbinger of peace. The women clothe themselves better than the Balonda, but the men go in puris naturalibus. They walk about without the smallest sense of shame. The farther we advanced, the more we found the country swarming with inhabitants. Great numbers came to see the white man, a sight they had never beheld before. They always brought presents of maize and masuka. Their mode of salutation is quite singular. They throw themselves on their backs on the ground, and rolling from side to side, slap the outside of their thighs as expressions of thankfulness and welcome, uttering the words Kina bomba. This method of salutation was to me very disagreeable, and I could never get reconciled to it. I called out, "Stop! Stop! I don't want that!" But they, imagining I was dissatisfied, only tumbled about more furiously, and slapped their thighs with greater vigor. As we approached nearer the Zambezi, the country became covered with broad-leaved bushes, pretty thickly planted, and we had several times to shout to elephants to get out of our way. At an open space a herd of buffaloes came trotting up to look at our oxen, and it was only by shooting one that I made them retreat. The meat is very much like that of an ox, and this one was very fine. The only danger we actually encountered was from a female elephant, with 3 young ones of different sizes. Charging through the center of our extended lines, and causing the men to throw down their burdens in a great hurry, she received a spear for her temerity. I never saw an elephant with more than 1 calf before. We knew that we were near our Zambezi again, even before the great river burst upon our sight, by the numbers of waterfowl we met. I killed 4 geese with 2 shots, and, had I followed the wishes of my men, could have secured a meal of waterfowl for the whole party. I never saw a river with so much animal life around and in it, and, as the Barotse say, its fish and fowl are always fat. When our eyes were gladdened by a view of its goodly broad waters, we found it very much larger than it is even above the fall. One might try to make his voice heard across it in vain. Its flow was more rapid than near Shekshike, being often 4½ miles an hour. Chapter 42.